Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Knew His True Power? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It had been over 2 years since Izuku had last written about his journey, and he knew that the plot wasn't perfect, nor did the characters always act like their canon selves. He reflected on his growth as a writer, acknowledging that this story was more about the wild powers and humor than a tightly woven narrative. Sitting on the edge of the school roof, Izuku recalled Kaken's words, "Take a swan dive off the roof." The thought lingered in his mind as he contemplated his quirkless status. He felt a mix of despair and resignation, believing that his absence wouldn't prevent anyone from being saved. With a small smirk, he stood up, looking down at the ground below, feeling utterly alone. Tears began to fall as he thought of his mother, whispering an apology to her as he leaned forward. He felt a strange sense of peace as he fell, thinking he would finally be free. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around him, and he opened his eyes in shock. All Might was there, exclaiming in disbelief at what Izuku had been about to do. They landed safely a few feet away from where Izuku would have fallen. Stunned, he struggled to find the words to explain himself. All Might, with a serious expression, asked if he had indeed been contemplating suicide. Izuku, feeling ashamed, admitted that he had. All Might's worried tone softened as he asked why Izuku felt this way. Izuku explained that being quirkless made him feel like he could never be a hero, and that his life didn't matter. All Might placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling him that being quirkless didn't mean he couldn't be a hero. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he began to believe in the possibility of becoming a hero. All Might promised to help him train, assuring him that he could become strong even without a quirk. Izuku, still in disbelief, asked if All Might would really do that for him. All Might affirmed this with a thumbs up. Izuku's mind raced as he thought about his mother and how to explain this to her. All Might suggested they could go to America for training, and Izuku felt a glimmer of hope. He agreed to ask his mother, excitement bubbling within him. The next morning, as Izuku and his mother packed for their journey, she expressed her disbelief that someone wanted to take them to America for training. Izuku shared his excitement about training with his idol's friend. He dashed out of the house to meet the person All Might had mentioned. At the beach, he spotted a man watching the water and called out to him. The man turned, smiling, and introduced himself as Gran Torino. Izuku eagerly informed him that they were ready to go. Gran Torino instructed Izuku to lead the way, and they headed back to his house. After a long flight, they arrived in New York City. Gran Torino took them to a grand mansion outside the city, which belonged to All Might. Izuku couldn't help but exclaim in awe, while his mother placed a hand on his shoulder, acknowledging their good fortune. Once inside, Gran Torino reminded Izuku that the next 10 months would be challenging, but worth it if he truly wanted to become a hero. Izuku affirmed his commitment. Gran Torino then asked Izuku's mother to promise that she wouldn't intervene if things got tough, to which she hesitantly agreed. With a credit card in hand, she dashed out of the house, leaving Gran Torino and Izuku ready to begin their training. 3 months later, Izuku found himself in a precarious situation, falling down the stairs. Just before hitting the ground, everything around him froze, including Gran Torino's surprised expression. Confused, Izuku realized he had somehow gained a quirk. With excitement bubbling inside him, he shouted that he had a quirk, leaving Gran Torino astonished at the sudden turn of events. Torino expressed surprise at the sudden appearance, noting how it seemed like everything had frozen in place. The protagonist explained that while everything else was still, they could move and managed to walk in front of Torino, who smiled and acknowledged the newfound quirk. The protagonist felt ecstatic about this revelation, shouting in joy. Torino, however, reminded them that training was necessary to harness the quirk and build physical strength, pointing out that their punches were light compared to those of real heroes. The protagonist reflected on their status as a student but agreed to begin training. As the UA exams commenced, the protagonist contemplated whether to use their quirk to gain an advantage or rely on their strength, ultimately deciding to give others a chance. They navigated the testing area, easily taking down the two-pointers but finding the three-pointers a bit more challenging, which bored them. The thrill of danger was addictive, and they recognized themselves as an adrenaline junkie. While continuing to defeat the two-pointers, a massive earthquake shook the ground, revealing the formidable zero-pointer discussed earlier. The protagonist found it intriguing and felt confident in their abilities. They believed their quirk could help them win any fight, even against the strongest heroes. However, they preferred to rely on their strength to prove their capabilities, aiming to be the first quirkless hero to reach the top ranks. As chaos erupted and others fled from the zero-pointer, the protagonist noticed a brunette girl trapped under debris, seemingly in imminent danger. They activated their quirk, stopping time, and swiftly approached the giant robot. They leaped from limb to limb, reaching the top, and delivered a powerful punch before descending and striking its joints with precision. Once back on the ground, they deactivated their quirk and walked away, satisfied with their actions. Meanwhile, All Might observed the scene unfold and was taken aback by the protagonist's display of strength. Izawa pointed out the boy walking away from the zero-pointer, and Nizu noted that he was believed to be quirkless. Vlad King remarked on the boy's cocky demeanor, but Izawa expressed a desire to have him in his class. All Might couldn't help but smile, recognizing the impressive skills the protagonist had demonstrated. As the protagonist made their way out of the city, they sneezed, wondering if someone was thinking about them. They decided to stop time to escape the loud announcements and walked far enough away before resuming time. Upon returning home, they greeted their mother, who rushed out to embrace them, excited to hear about the exams. The protagonist reassured her that they had done well and likely passed. Their mother celebrated the news with joy, and the protagonist noted how much they had grown in the past months. Curious about dinner, the protagonist learned that their favorite dish, katsudon, was being prepared. After a brief moment in their room, they reflected on their past school experience and anticipated seeing Bakugo's reaction to their success at UA without a quirk. 2 weeks later, the protagonist was interrupted by their mother, who had an envelope from UA. The protagonist opened it to reveal a small projector featuring All Might, who announced their acceptance into the academy after excelling in both the written and practical exams. Their mother celebrated the achievement, and the protagonist felt a mix of pride and happiness. They were ready to embark on their journey at UA High School, excited about their quirk and the possibilities it held. Like, what do you see? The question hung in the air as she replied, explaining how she perceived time differently, as if it paused for her while it continued for everyone else. He nodded in understanding, then settled onto his bed. Tomorrow marked the first day of school, and he wondered how it would unfold. The next day, his mother embraced him tightly, tears of pride in her eyes. He thanked her, feeling a mix of emotions, but he had to leave. She quickly stepped back, urging him to go, and he waved goodbye as he walked away. Arriving at UA, he stood before the high school he had always dreamed of attending. A year ago, he would have been overwhelmed with emotion, but now he chuckled at the thought as he entered the building and made his way to Class 1A. The door was comically large, and as he opened it, he was greeted by a group of students, including Katsuki Bakugo, who looked at him with wide eyes. He chose a seat on the opposite side of the room, determined not to engage with someone who had caused him so much pain in the past. A nervous brunette girl, whom he recognized as the one he had saved during the entrance exams, sat nearby. She asked why he was sitting next to her, to which he responded with a hint of attitude. She quickly dismissed it, resting her head on her hand and focusing on the front of the classroom. A boy with yellow hair approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder and asking if she wanted to go out. She politely declined, and he walked away, looking disappointed. The girl sighed, and just then, their homeroom teacher, Shota Izawa, entered the room. With long black hair and a scarf around his neck, he seemed more interested in sleeping than teaching. He introduced himself and informed the class that breaks would be rare, urging them to make the most of them. After instructing them to get their gym uniforms and meet him outside, he left the room. The brunette girl questioned the lack of orientation, but Izawa simply continued on his way. The students gathered their things and headed to the locker rooms. As they walked, Bakugo shot him a glare, which he returned, surprising Bakugo in the process. Once inside the boys' locker room, Bakugo confronted him, calling him a quirkless loser, drawing the attention of others. A boy with blue hair questioned Bakugo's claim, and Bakugo reiterated it. He sighed, removing his shirt to reveal his toned physique, prompting a red-haired boy to comment on his impressive build. Bakugo dismissed it angrily before storming out. After changing into his gym uniform, he joined the others outside where Aizawa awaited them. Aizawa called the brunette girl, Uraraka, to demonstrate her abilities. She stepped forward, surprised to learn she had tied for first in the entrance exams with him. Bakugo's outburst echoed through the crowd, but he rolled his eyes, unfazed. Aizawa instructed Uraraka to throw a ball, and she did so with remarkable strength, sending it soaring. Aizawa praised her distance before it was his turn. He approached the mound, passing by Uraraka, who looked at him curiously. He threw the ball as far as he could without using his quirk, and Aizawa acknowledged his impressive throw. The class stared in awe, except for Uraraka, who wore a slight smirk. He returned to the group, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Aizawa then announced that they would have a series of challenges, warning that the last-place student would be expelled, a statement that sent a chill through the room. The challenges began, and he excelled in each one, completing the 100-meter dash in record time and performing numerous push-ups and pull-ups before Aizawa had to intervene. He dominated the leaderboard, with Uraraka and others trailing behind him. The competition was fierce, but he felt a surge of determination as he embraced the challenges ahead. Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Mishiro Ojiro, Koji Koda, Toru Hagakure, Kyoka Jiro, Yuga Oyama, and Minoru Mineta were all present. Mineta looked at the results and exclaimed in despair as he saw his name in last place. Aizawa, with a serious expression, informed him that he was expelled. Mineta continued to scream until Aizawa's scarf smacked him, cutting off his outburst. Aizawa rolled his eyes and clarified that Mineta was not actually expelled. He just wanted everyone to try harder. Relieved, Mineta expressed his gratitude. Aizawa then instructed everyone to go to lunch and head home, mentioning that he was done teaching for the day. He warned them to prepare for battle training with all might the following day. Everyone nodded and began to disperse. Unsure of where the lunchroom was, I decided to follow the group. Once we arrived, everyone sat with their friends, but I chose an empty table, preferring to scroll through my phone. Suddenly, I heard a voice ask if it was okay to sit with me. I looked up to see Uraraka. I nodded, still focused on my phone. She took a seat across from me and began eating. Curiously, she asked if I had brought any food. I shook my head, continuing to scroll through my social media. Offering me some of her food, she held out chopsticks with a rice ball. I took it and thanked her, enjoying the flavor. Uraraka smiled and continued eating. She explained that she preferred sitting with me because everyone else often bothered her, and she appreciated the peace and quiet, although she anticipated that boys would soon approach her. I asked if she liked girls, which made me smirk. She quickly denied it, feeling embarrassed about the attention she received due to her looks. I acknowledged her attractiveness but assured her that it didn't bother me. I suggested that if she wanted peace, sitting with me might deter others from approaching her. She thanked me with a smile. I shyly asked for another rice ball, and she giggled as she handed it to me. Curious about my quirk, she complimented my performance during the test. I lied and told her I was quirkless, which surprised her. She expressed admiration for my strength despite being quirkless. Changing the subject, I asked about her quirk. She explained that it enhanced her body parts but could lead to injury if overused. I noted the similarity to All Might's quirk, which made her nervous. When I asked if she didn't like the comparison, she hesitated, and I sensed she was not being entirely honest. As the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, I mentioned it was time for dismissal. She agreed and got up, saying she would see me around. I walked away, feeling pleased that she didn't mind my quirkless status. Tomorrow would be the first day of combat training, and I was curious about how it would unfold. In my perspective, as I entered UA, I noticed Bakugo walking in front of me. He shoved me to the ground and grabbed my collar, accusing me of lying. I met his gaze with a cold expression and insisted I had told the truth. He shook me, insisting I wasn't quirkless. I asserted that I worked hard for my accomplishments rather than relying on a power I didn't have. Bakugo continued to squeeze my collar, claiming I was lying. I tightened my grip on his hand, feeling the tension rise. In a moment of anger, I shouted that I had no reason to lie. He accused me of thinking I was better than him, and I could feel the crowd gathering around us, drawn by the commotion. In a moment of frustration, I lifted him off the ground by his collar and slammed him down. I taunted him, declaring my intention to become number one, leaving him in obscurity. His expression shifted from anger to surprise as I revealed a painful memory of jumping off the school roof, a moment that had nearly cost me my life. Tears began to fall as I reminded him that he had caused that pain. Bakugo, in disbelief, insisted I was lying. I tightened my grip on his throat, affirming that I never lied before dropping him to the ground. Wiping my face with my sleeve, I walked away, aware of the whispers and the eyes that followed me. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense as Midoriya entered, spotting Uraraka sitting alone. He walked over and took his seat beside her, just like the day before. Concern etched on her face, she asked if he was okay. He smiled and assured her he was better than ever, causing her to blush slightly in response. As more students entered, including some who had witnessed the earlier incident with Bakugo, Midoriya felt a smirk creep onto his face. Kirishima commented that Midoriya didn't have to choke Bakugo out, which irritated him. In his defense, Midoriya explained that he acted before Bakugo could do anything to him. Uraraka, confused, inquired about what had happened, but he tried to keep her out of it. Ida, unable to contain himself, pointed out that Midoriya had choked Bakugo, which disrupted Midoriya's attempt to downplay the situation. Taking a deep breath, he stated that Bakugo deserved it and that he was lucky Midoriya hadn't hurt him worse. Kaminari, puzzled, asked what Bakugo had done, prompting Midoriya to reveal that Bakugo had driven him to the brink of despair, even leading him to contemplate taking his own life. The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. Feeling overwhelmed, Midoriya requested some space, and the others returned to their seats, though he could still sense Uraraka's gaze on him. When he turned to her, she quickly averted her eyes, flustered. He reassured her that it was fine before yawning. Bakugo entered the room, his expression furious as he took his seat, and an eerie quiet settled over the classroom. Aizawa walked in, surprised by the silence, and asked why it was so quiet. Mineta, eager to share, mentioned the fight between Midoriya and Bakugo, only to be silenced by Tsu, who playfully used her quirk. Aizawa's attention shifted to Bakugo, who claimed that Midoriya had tricked him for years by pretending to be quirkless. Aizawa then turned to Midoriya, seeking his side of the story. Midoriya admitted that he let his anger get the best of him, explaining that Bakugo's actions in middle school had pushed him to his limits. Bakugo, however, vehemently denied any wrongdoing, insisting he had done nothing to Midoriya. Midoriya, looking down, reiterated the pain Bakugo had caused him, which drew an incredulous reaction from Aizawa. Midoriya, trying to lighten the mood, jokingly claimed he was just kidding, but Aizawa was not amused. As he activated his quirk, Midoriya felt Uraraka's gaze on him again. When he turned to her, she began to speak, but he gently placed a hand over her mouth, asking her to be quiet. A blush crept onto her face as he removed his hand, and she suggested they talk later, still slightly embarrassed. With the tension easing, Aizawa announced it was time for combat training. The class moved to the locker rooms, where Midoriya noticed Mineta peering through a hole in the wall. Kaminari questioned what he was doing, and Mineta responded with a creepy giggle about wanting to see the girls. He began listing off the girls he found attractive, which prompted Midoriya to intervene, swiftly knocking Mineta out. Suddenly, a voice called out, and Midoriya peeked through the hole, only to be met with an unexpected sight of Uraraka in her bra. Startled, she screamed, and Midoriya winced in pain as he accidentally caught a glimpse of Jiro's headphones. Uraraka yelled at him, calling him a perv, and he held his face in frustration, feeling embarrassed as the boys laughed at his misfortune. Once they finished laughing, the group headed out to Ground Beta, where All Might awaited them. After taking attendance, he began setting up the teams. Team A was assigned to Bakugo and Todoroki, who exchanged glances, while Team B consisted of Tokoyami and Tsu, and Team C was Kaminari and Jiro. When All Might announced Team D as Uraraka and Midoriya, he noticed Uraraka's flustered expression as she listened intently. Midoriya pondered why All Might had called her by her first name. After announcing the remaining teams, All Might declared the first match, Team A versus Team D. Midoriya's eyes locked onto Bakugo, who was also staring back. With a smirk, he took Uraraka's hand and began walking toward the designated building, leaving her confused as she called out his name. He paused and released her hand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He turned to her and noticed her face was slightly flushed. He stated that they needed to defeat their opponent, and she nodded in agreement. He continued, explaining that he was known for his pure strength, while her quirk could enhance her own strength. He outlined the plan. She would focus on reaching the bomb while he would hold off Bakugo, who he anticipated would target him. She nodded again, and he encouraged her with a small smile, affirming their commitment to talk afterward. He then apologized for not meaning to intrude, explaining that he had knocked out Mineta and overheard something through a hole. He felt a blush creep onto his cheeks and quickly shook off the thought. She asked if he had seen anything, to which he assured her he hadn't. She sighed in relief, and he encouraged her to focus on winning. As they prepared, All Might announced that Team D could attack in 30 seconds. He watched as Uraraka adjusted her shoes, contemplating the potential attacks from Bakugo and Todoroki. Realizing Todoroki's quirk was advantageous at long range, he asked Uraraka if she had a long-range attack. She explained that she could flick her fingers, delivering a punch-like impact. He encouraged her to close the distance but to use her long-range attack if necessary. With All Might's command to begin the battle, they entered the building and ascended to the second floor, where Bakugo attempted a sneak attack. He tackled Uraraka to shield her from the explosion. Checking on her, he noticed her nervousness and blushing face but chose to focus on the fight. He helped her back to her feet just as Bakugo charged at them. He pushed Uraraka aside as Bakugo unleashed an explosion. The smoke cleared, and despite the burns on his face, he smiled at Bakugo, who was taken aback by his reaction. He instructed Uraraka to find Todoroki and the bomb, assuring her he could handle Bakugo. Bakugo, filled with confidence, taunted him, and he responded with a smile, stretching his arm. Bakugo charged, and he countered the punch, sending Bakugo across the room. Bakugo, now on his feet and spitting blood, expressed his frustration. He reminded Bakugo that even without a quirk, he was determined to win. Bakugo, furious, prepared for a powerful attack, claiming it would be a significant blast. All Might's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, warning Bakugo to stop. Bakugo insisted that his opponent wouldn't die if he dodged, and he unleashed the explosion. Meanwhile, Uraraka was engaged in her own battle with Todoroki, using her Air Force technique to keep him at bay. The ground shook from the explosion, and she wondered what had happened. As Todoroki sent ice her way, she countered with her own attack, careful to minimize damage to the building. She attempted to reach Midoriya through their earpiece, but received no response. Todoroki urged her to focus on their fight, launching more ice at her. She let it pass and countered with a powerful punch, catching him off guard and landing a hit. In another part of the building, Midoriya struggled to see through the smoke, feeling the heat of the room. Bakugo taunted him, believing he had won. Midoriya stood up as the smoke cleared, seeing Bakugo's gauntlet on the ground. Bakugo laughed, underestimating him. Determined, Midoriya turned and ran toward the stairs, Bakugo chasing after him. He activated the earpiece, calling out to Uraraka to find out her location. She responded that she was on the 5th floor, just before the connection cut out. He raced up to the 5th floor and found Uraraka and Todoroki exchanging blows, realizing she had managed to close the distance. I run toward her, and Bakugo jumps up the stairs behind me, yelling for me to come back. I turn and throw a punch, sending him crashing into the railing. Uraraka, having just jumped away from Todoroki, asks if I'm okay. I nod, and we both charge at Todoroki. He freezes my legs in place, but Uraraka manages to jump and kick him into the wall. Uraraka orders me to go for the bomb, but just as I reach it, ice halts me again. I glance back to see Todoroki glaring at us. Bakugo shouts in frustration before launching an explosion that sends me crashing against the wall. I wince, holding the back of my head as Uraraka rushes over, only to be tripped and struck in the stomach by Todoroki. She gasps in pain, and I see her on the floor, tears in her eyes. I think to myself that I need to save her. As she struggles to get up, Bakugo punches her, laughing at her misfortune. My determination surges. In a flashback, I remember my vow to become the first quirkless #1 hero, keeping my abilities hidden from everyone except my mom and Gran Torino. I had resolved to prove that I could succeed without a quirk, despite Bakugo's bullying. Returning to the present, I close my eyes, a tear rolling down my cheek. I activate my quirk and approach Uraraka, thinking that if I don't use my abilities while they fight so hard, then I shouldn't be a hero. I bend down and touch her shoulder, and she begins to move. I resolve to give it my all, to use my quirk, and to save everyone I can, just like a true hero. Uraraka looks around in confusion, asking where we are. I tell her that I stopped time, and she is shocked to learn that I have a quirk after all. She expresses her surprise, and I explain that I unlocked my quirk during training 7 months ago. I had wanted to be the first quirkless hero to prove the naysayers wrong, especially Bakugo. Uraraka takes my hand, and I can sense her embarrassment, mirroring my own. She suggests we become friends, offering her support, and I feel a smile spread across my face as I agree. She mentions that she never had competition in middle school, and seeing someone stronger than her is surprising. I nod, acknowledging her words. Uraraka then suggests we take on Bakugo and Todoroki, and I agree, activating my quirk again. Bakugo is bewildered, questioning how we got over there and if my quirk was responsible. I confirm it lightly, feeling Uraraka's encouraging smile. I reveal that I awakened my quirk 7 months ago and boast that I could defeat him with one hand tied behind my back. Bakugo, furious, reacts as I stop time and swiftly move behind him. When time resumes, my punch sends him crashing into the wall, leaving him unconscious. Todoroki, startled, jumps away and I smile at him. I tell him to watch out, and Uraraka takes the opportunity to punch him in the nose. He stumbles toward me and I kick him in the stomach, sending him to the front. Uraraka walks over and touches the bomb, securing our victory. I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding and approach her with a smile, complimenting her on a job well done. Suddenly, my legs give out, and I collapse into Uraraka's arms, losing consciousness. Uraraka catches me, surprised by the closeness. She realizes I've passed out and wraps my arm around her shoulder, dragging me out of the building. Mina approaches, asking if Uraraka is okay, and she nods slowly. All Might arrives, offering to take me to Recovery Girl, and Uraraka thanks him with a smile. As everyone returns to the classroom, Aizawa wakes from his nap, inquiring about me. Uraraka informs him that All Might took me to Recovery Girl before sitting down in her seat. She rolls her eyes, thinking about how quickly they're being dismissed, and leaves the room. As I walked to the Recovery Girl's office, I noticed Midoriya yawning. I waved at him and greeted him. He responded with a small smile, acknowledging my presence. I asked how he was feeling and took a seat next to his bed. He mentioned that he was doing better but had passed out earlier due to the pain. He chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. I reassured him that it was no problem, emphasizing that we won because of him and thanked him for saving me. He nodded, reflecting on the idea that it was what a hero would do. I agreed with a small laugh, and he expressed his gratitude for my help with his issue, smiling down at his hands. Just then, my dad entered the room but froze upon seeing Midoriya. I felt a rush of anxiety and quickly asked what he was doing there. Midoriya interrupted, curious about why my dad had called me by my first name. My dad explained that he sometimes referred to people by their first names. Midoriya then requested to speak with my dad once I left, and my dad nodded in agreement. I decided to excuse myself, saying goodbye to Midoriya as I walked out, feeling a bit embarrassed. I took out my phone and texted my dad to meet me in my room after his conversation with Midoriya. From Midoriya's perspective, he greeted my dad, noting how much stronger and taller he had become. My dad complimented him back. Midoriya excitedly explained that he had unlocked his quirk, which allowed him to stop and start time, albeit for only 3 hours at the moment. My dad was impressed and remarked on Midoriya's training, which had led Gran Torino to believe he could surpass him in his prime even without his quirk. My dad expressed his surprise at this revelation, and Midoriya's enthusiasm grew as he considered the possibility of becoming the new #1 hero. However, my dad indicated that he had to leave, and Midoriya waved him goodbye. Recovery Girl then told me I could leave, and I thanked her for her assistance before stepping out of the room. As I walked away, I noticed my dad sneaking into a room across from Recovery Girl's office. I approached the door and overheard a conversation. A girl's voice scolded my dad for almost revealing that she was his daughter. My dad apologized, explaining that he hadn't thought about what he was saying. I was stunned to realize that Ochako Uraraka was All Might's daughter. In my surprise, I accidentally bumped my head against the door. The door swung open, and my dad looked at me, realizing I had overheard everything. He pulled me into the room, insisting that I couldn't tell anyone about this secret. From my perspective, I sought clarification, asking if Uraraka was indeed his daughter and if they were keeping it a secret. My dad confirmed this, placing a hand on Uraraka's shoulder. I was taken aback and inquired if that meant she had the same quirk. Uraraka confirmed this, prompting my dad to express concern about revealing too much. Uraraka casually mentioned that she was his daughter and successor, which made my dad hold his head in frustration. He questioned why this was happening, but Uraraka reassured him that I was stronger than both of them and wouldn't want their power. I was confused when I learned that their power could be taken away. My dad explained that the power was called One for All, and Uraraka was its 9th user, passed down through generations to ultimately defeat All for One. I expressed concern about Uraraka having to face a foe even my dad struggled against. My dad added that with each generation, the power grew stronger, and since he had almost defeated All for One, Uraraka would likely have a better chance. I apologized for intruding, and Uraraka suggested we walk home together, blushing slightly. I agreed, feeling a bit flustered myself. As we prepared to leave, I noticed my dad watching us with a stern expression. I playfully invited him to join us, hoping to lighten the mood. I suggested that Uraraka say hello to my mother as a way to lighten the mood. All Might agreed, smiling warmly. Uraraka, however, seemed a bit disappointed. I wondered why she wanted it to be just the two of us. Perhaps having a protective parent made her want to rebel a little. We all stepped out of the closet and into the open air, relieved that no one had witnessed our awkward exit, which could have caused quite the scandal. Uraraka turned to me and asked where I lived. I mentioned that I lived in an apartment complex nearby, glancing past All Might, who stood protectively between us. "Oh, same," Uraraka exclaimed, her smile brightening. I responded with a polite acknowledgement, trying to ignore the towering figure in the middle. It wasn't that I wanted to flirt with her, I just wanted a normal conversation without someone looming over us. She felt like the first real friend I had, even though we had only met yesterday, and I wanted to get to know her better without her father intervening, despite the fact that he was my idol. All Might broke the silence, complimenting me on my performance in combat training and thanking me for saving his daughter from Bakugo. I chuckled, explaining that using my quirk had taken a lot of effort, but I couldn't let her get hurt, especially knowing what a close-range explosion from Bakugo felt like. All Might laughed, but I noticed Uraraka's expression shift to concern. She then asked if we could talk when we got to my house, smiling sweetly. I nodded in agreement. All Might, curious, inquired about the topic. Uraraka quickly reassured him that it was nothing to worry about. He shot me a stern look, but I mirrored it back at him, insisting that we just wanted to talk. Uraraka, sensing the tension, asked why we were staring at each other. Might dismissed it casually, but I took the opportunity to tease him, pointing out that we hadn't talked in almost a year and that it was only fair for me to get to know his daughter better. Uraraka joined in, expressing her desire to learn more about me. Eventually, All Might relented, allowing us some privacy. As we approached the apartment complex, I announced our arrival with enthusiasm. Uraraka's surprise caught me off guard when she realized that I lived right next to her. We confirmed it, and she pointed out her window, which was directly across from mine. We made our way to my floor and opened the door. I called out to my mom, announcing my return and that I had brought a special guest. She rushed into the living room, her eyes widening in shock. The sight of a girl seemed to overwhelm her, and she fainted. I couldn't help but think it was odd that she didn't seem more surprised by All Might's presence. After gently placing my mother on the couch, All Might sat down, and Uraraka made a comment about my lack of social experience before high school, which made me cringe. My mom soon regained consciousness and, spotting Uraraka, excitedly asked if she was my girlfriend. I felt my face heat up as I face-bombed, quickly clarifying that we had just met. All Might introduced Uraraka as his daughter, and my mom welcomed her warmly, insisting that she call her Inko. They exchanged pleasantries, and my mom expressed her gratitude for Uraraka's friendship. I felt embarrassed by the attention but was glad to see my mom happy that I was making friends at UA. All Might praised me for saving his daughter during training, bowing slightly in appreciation. My mom, proud of me, hugged me tightly, which made me cringe again, but I noticed Uraraka giggling, and it brought a smile to my face. I reassured All Might that I would have helped Uraraka regardless of their relationship. My mom then offered to prepare dinner, but All Might had to decline due to paperwork. Uraraka, however, expressed her willingness to stay, and my mom eagerly welcomed her into the kitchen. As All Might left, he reminded Uraraka to come home at a reasonable hour. Once we were alone, Uraraka approached me and asked if I wanted to talk now. I nodded, leading her to my room. I shut and lock the door to ensure my mom doesn't come in and interrupt us. I wait for her to start the conversation. The question catches me off guard. I had completely forgotten why she wanted to talk. I look down and respond, acknowledging the past. Last year, Bakugo had pushed me to a breaking point. I explain how, in middle school, I was a scrawny, shy boy without a quirk. Bakugo took advantage of that and bullied me relentlessly. One day, he told me to jump off the roof, and I did. Tears threaten to spill from my eyes as I recount the moment. She gasps, covering her mouth, and I see her eyes glisten with tears. I continue, sharing how my father had been there to catch me and how he had given me the chance to train. That's when I discovered my quirk, and now, here I am, sitting with my first real friend. Overcome with emotion, she starts to cry and hugs me tightly, pressing my face against her. I return the embrace, feeling a blush creep onto my cheeks. She speaks with a serious tone, urging me never to consider that again. I am a hero now, with an amazing power and an amazing soul, and I have her by my side. I remind her that we just met yesterday, but she reassures me that it doesn't matter. She has learned so much about me already and believes we will be friends for a long time. I let my emotions flow, finally able to express the hardships I've faced. I hug her again, grateful for her support. Ochako Uraraka, All Might's daughter, is my first real friend. We remain in our embrace for a while, and when I look into her eyes, I see a sparkle that makes me smile. I express my gratitude and she responds warmly, her gaze lingering on me. As we lean closer, our faces flush with color, we are suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. My mom calls out my name, and I stumble back, landing on the floor, which makes Uraraka laugh. I quickly get up and open the door to find my mom standing there, looking confused. She notices Uraraka on my bed, blushing, and her eyes widen in surprise. My mom exclaims in shock, questioning what we were doing. I hurriedly assure her that we were just talking, trying to calm her down. I glance back at Uraraka, who is bright red and getting up. My mom cuts me off, asking if we had been doing something inappropriate, and I slam the door in her face to stop her from finishing. I turn to Uraraka, who looks like a tomato. I apologize for my mom's behavior, explaining that she isn't used to me having friends over, especially not a girl. Uraraka giggles a bit and jumps up to stand next to me. When I open the door again, my mom informs us that dinner is ready, looking as if she has seen a ghost. We all sit down to eat together. Uraraka thanks my mom for the meal, and my mom responds warmly. I try to break the awkward tension by asking my mom about her day, and she mentions seeing All Might and realizing I made a friend. I awkwardly respond, and then I turn to Uraraka, asking her how the food is. She stumbles over my name, and my mom suggests she should call me by my first name to avoid confusion. Uraraka agrees, And then she asks if I remember what we are doing in school tomorrow. I realize that only my mom and a few others have called me by my first name, and it feels different coming from her. I admit that I don't remember, and my mom facepalms in response. I try to hide my embarrassment, but she tells me how proud she is of me, which feels sarcastic. After a few moments of silence, I finish my meal and excuse myself to the bathroom. I splash water on my face, feeling odd about everything that has happened. As I return, I open the door to find Uraraka standing right in front of me, and I get startled, slipping and landing on her. We both end up on the floor, and I realize how it might look if my mom saw us. My mom calls out my name, and I blush, feeling embarrassed. I apologize and help Uraraka up, letting go of her hand afterward. She says it's fine and mentions that she should head home since it's getting late. She thanks my mom for dinner and tells me she will see me at school tomorrow. As she leaves, I'm left in the hallway with my mom, who comments on how messy that was. I express my confusion, pointing out that Uraraka was just here to eat with us. My mom sighs, saying I'm too dense to realize that I like her. Protest, insisting that I don't like her at all. They had met just the day before, and the thought of falling for someone so quickly seemed absurd. As she rolled her eyes and entered her room, she declared her intention to sleep before shutting the door. Lying in bed, her face flushed with warmth, she realized that she did indeed like him, which explained her embarrassment. Izuku lay in his bed, trying to shake thoughts of Uraraka from his mind when he heard a soft pop against his window. Initially ignoring it, he soon looked over to find Uraraka peering in from the window across from his. He opened the window, surprised to see her there. Uraraka giggled and nodded in response to his disbelief about their window neighbor situation. She smiled brightly, and he couldn't help but return her smile. He attempted to steer the conversation forward, asking what was on her mind. She explained that she wanted to apologize for the awkwardness that had arisen during her last visit, noting that his mother might have misunderstood their relationship. He nodded, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected her to like him in the first place. He reassured her that it was fine, attributing the awkwardness to a series of unfortunate events that made them seem closer than just friends. Internally, he wished she knew how much he wanted to be more than friends. This feeling was new and strange for him, but he recognized it as a crush. As they talked about the pleasantness of the fall air, she rested her chin on her arm, savoring the moment. He agreed, sharing that the weather was ideal for him as well. Mimicking her position in the window, he elicited a laugh from her, which made him feel a little more at ease. She pointed out that he had copied her position without realizing it, calling it cute. He felt a blush rise to his cheeks as he jokingly suggested that he must be copying her because she was so perfect. Her blush deepened, and she appreciated the compliment, scratching the back of her head shyly. As the conversation wound down, she mentioned it was getting late and that she would head to bed. He waved goodbye, wishing her a good night, and she returned the sentiment before closing her window and walking away. He felt a warm blush spread across his face at the sound of her calling him by his first name, pondering whether he should call her Ochako in return. The thought of doing so made him anxious, fearing it might imply something more than friendship. The next morning, he stepped outside, yawning and feeling the effects of only 3 hours of sleep due to his restless thoughts about Uraraka. He spotted her approaching and felt a rush of excitement. She asked if he wanted to walk to school together, moving a little closer than usual. He agreed, surprised at himself for calling her Ochako. When he turned to see her blushing too, he felt a mix of embarrassment and happiness. She explained that she thought it was fine to call her by her first name since he had been using it. Just then, All Might appeared, booming a greeting that startled both of them. Uraraka quickly removed her finger from his lips, and he tried to avoid eye contact as he responded to All Might. As they prepared to head to school, Izuku felt a surge of frustration at the thought of not having any alone time with Uraraka. Surprisingly, he found himself asking All Might if he could walk to school with her alone. All Might's reaction was playful yet teasing, and Izuku felt a rush of determination. He decided to use his quirk to pause time, allowing him to touch Uraraka's shoulder and give her the freedom to move. She expressed concern about All Might's potential anger, but he reassured her, laughing at the thought of using his quirk to escape any trouble. As they walked to school, they shared stories about their lives before high school. Uraraka mentioned how many boys had asked her out, which she found annoying because she had her sights set on someone special. He hoped that someone was him, but he reminded himself that her happiness was what truly mattered. Upon entering the school, he resumed time, and the eyes of their classmates turned toward them. He realized he hadn't informed anyone about his quirk, and given his earlier breakdown, he understood their curiosity. As he entered the classroom, he noticed everyone already seated, likely having arrived early. Aizawa walked in behind him, greeting him with a casual remark. He acknowledged Aizawa with a slight smile, which earned him a glare in return. Realizing his mistake, he corrected himself, addressing him properly. Aizawa glanced over at Ochako, commenting on the cheerful atmosphere. He felt a bit surprised by the class's reaction to his happiness, realizing he often came off as gloomy. Aizawa's next question made his heart sink, as he noticed he was still holding Ochako's hand. He quickly let go, explaining that he needed to hold her hand to allow her to move with him while he used his quirk. He hoped they would believe his explanation. Kaminari seemed to accept it, reacting as if he had just made a significant discovery. Aizawa, however, shot him a disapproving look, indicating he was either skeptical or uninterested. Midoriya walked to his seat, with Ochako following closely behind. Aizawa announced that the day's classes would be normal, but they would be going to the USJ for combat training the following day. He wrote USJ on the chalkboard, but Kaminari interrupted with an excited exclamation, only to be silenced by Aizawa wrapping a scarf around his neck. Aizawa chastised him for his misunderstanding, which drew a sigh from Kaminari. Kirishima made a light-hearted comment about Aizawa's approach, and Aizawa reminded the class to be prepared for the next day, emphasizing the importance of bringing their hero costumes. He then settled onto the floor, signaling the end of his involvement for the moment. After classes, Ochako and Midoriya met at the front of the school. She asked about his classes and he expressed his dislike for the noise. When she mentioned their class's loudness, he admitted he didn't want to leave because he had a friend there, trying to suppress a blush. Her giggle made him feel flustered, and she called him adorable, which left him slightly confused but reassured. Before he could respond, he noticed someone approaching and quickly stopped time, touching Ochako's shoulder. He suggested they head home, and she inquired about his feelings toward her dad. He expressed admiration for her father but preferred to talk to her instead. She acknowledged his earlier excuse about holding hands, thanking him for getting them out of an awkward situation. As they walked, her hand brushed against his, and he flinched before allowing her to take it. She playfully mentioned the necessity of holding hands, and he agreed, both of them blushing at the moment. As they neared the apartment complexes, she reluctantly let go of his hand, but he reminded her that he still had time left before his quirk would be exhausted. The recharge time wasn't long, so Izuku suggested they hang out, hoping to spend more time with her. Ochako agreed with a smile, and they began walking toward the city. Izuku had something special in mind to show her. He had never revealed that his quirk allowed them to defy gravity, enabling them to walk up buildings. As they strolled, Ochako asked where they were headed, and he smirked, hinting at the excitement to come. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she inquired about their destination. Izuku assured her it would be fun to reach the top of the tallest building in the city. She giggled and nodded in agreement, and they continued on their way. Ochako reminisced about her last visit to the city, recalling a trip with her father 5 years prior. Izuku mentioned he had been there a few times during middle school but hadn't returned in the last 10 months due to training. He then pointed to the building they were headed to, asking if she was ready to go up. As they approached the building, Ochako sighed at the thought of climbing stairs. Izuku, sensing her discomfort, assured her they wouldn't need to take the stairs. He leaped onto the side of the building, surprising her as if he had just revealed a new quirk. He explained that their gravity was different because time was stopped. Ochako playfully accused him of planning this adventure, and he confirmed her suspicions with enthusiasm. They began walking up the building, and she asked if he did this often. He shared a memory of visiting the Empire State Building in America, recalling the breathtaking view. She expressed her amazement, asking if he had trained in New York City. He clarified that he was about 25 minutes away, where he had done most of his vigilante work. When she expressed concern about his vigilante activities, he explained that he needed to learn to use his quirk effectively, and stopping time was a way to help others without drawing attention. Izuku reassured her that he would always be there to save her, even if she fell. As they reached the top, they sat on the edge watching the cars below. Ochako admitted it felt high, and he took her hand, promising to catch her if anything went wrong. She blushed at his words, and Izuku found himself reflecting on his feelings for her, realizing she was more than just All Might's daughter. When she waved her hand in front of his face, he snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed. She suggested they should do this more often, revealing that she enjoyed spending time with him. Izuku innocently mentioned that she might not be his only friend, but he quickly realized how that sounded. Suddenly, Ochako slipped, and he instinctively stopped time, rushing to grab her hand and guide her safely down. Once she was back on solid ground, she expressed her frustration at his careless words. Izuku awkwardly explained that he considered her his best friend, trying to lighten the mood. She smirked, teasing him about his height, and they shared a playful moment. As she hugged him, she admitted that the fall had scared her. He acknowledged her fear, joking about her kindness, and she called him a big teddy bear. After a moment of comfort, Izuku suggested they head back home. As he started time again, they noticed people walking past them, some casting curious glances. Just then, All Might's voice boomed, interrupting their moment and acknowledging their fun. Izuku quickly stopped time again, taking Ochako's hand as he prepared for whatever came next. I tapped her shoulder and she looked surprised. She asked how he had found us, realizing I had stopped time. I had no clue, but we needed to go back home and act like nothing had happened. He had found us at an awkward moment, after all. I tried not to blush as I explained this. She agreed, noting it was only awkward when people could see us. I nodded, avoiding her gaze. We walked home and separated, meeting at our bedroom windows to talk until dark. At one point, All Might spoke to me, but it was only about using my quirk in public. I hoped he would accept that his daughter and I were getting close. He was really leaning into the overprotective dad role. Tomorrow was the USJ trip, which would be fun, but for now, it was time to sleep. Little did I know, the USJ trip would end up changing my life. From Izuku's perspective, he sat at the back of the bus on the way to the USJ when Kaminari asked when he would talk to the others. Kirishima added that Izuku was strong but seemed antisocial, with the exception of Uraraka. Izuku shrugged, not wanting to engage too much. He thought that eventually, they would probably become friends, but he wasn't the type to trust immediately anymore. He had trusted Ochako quickly, but that was because she was also the daughter of his idol, so he didn't worry about her being untrustworthy. Shiro chimed in, mentioning he understood, having seen Izuku's relationship with Bakugo. Mineta, with a mischievous grin, asked about Izuku and Uraraka. Izuku shot him an angry look and snapped that there was nothing going on. Everyone stared at him, and he rolled his eyes, looking out the window again. He heard Ochako mumble something about perverts, and he wondered if she was talking to him or Mineta. The bus slowed to a stop, and Aizawa instructed the class to follow him as the bus doors opened. They entered the USJ and grouped up with Aizawa and the Pro Hero 13. Kaminari exclaimed about the fake villains, but Izuku noticed that there were actually hundreds of villains in the back. Aizawa confirmed they weren't fake, causing Mineta to scream in shock. Aizawa yelled for everyone to get back as he jumped onto a rail. Izuku thought about whether he should intervene as he walked up next to Aizawa. Just then he stopped time, cutting off Aizawa's warning. He approached the man with hands on his face, determined to figure out his quirk. The man began to speak, wondering where the green brat had gone. Izuku could hear his classmates calling for him, and Aizawa jumped down to confront the man. As Aizawa tried to punch him, the man reached out and touched Aizawa's arm. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he saw Aizawa's finger begin to disintegrate. Without hesitation, he stopped time again and ran up to the villain, throwing a punch that sent him flying a few yards away. Aizawa yelled for him to stop, but Izuku was already committed to the fight. He punched the man in the gut, causing him to spit out blood. Izuku demanded to know what the man was, and the villain laughed, dismissing him as a child who couldn't possibly defeat him. He commanded the Nomu to attack, and Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he was punched in the gut with incredible force, sending him flying toward the other students. He held his side, thinking he might have broken a few ribs. Ochako rushed to his side, asking if he was okay. He admitted he wasn't but insisted she help him up so they could stop the Nomu. As he got to his knees, he saw the Nomu overpowering Aizawa. Ignoring the pain, he stopped time and touched Ochako's shoulder. She protested, worried he was too hurt, but he was determined to help Aizawa. He told her he wouldn't let Aizawa die and that he was going to be a hero. Despite the pain intensifying in his ribs, he saw Ochako touching the shoulders of their classmates, and they all began to move. Bakugo yelled in confusion, but Izuku focused on Aizawa and the Nomu. He ran at the Nomu, stopping time as he threw a punch that sent it back several feet. Aizawa grabbed his collar, urging him to stop, but Izuku refused. He struggled to breathe, feeling the weight of his injuries. He thought that if he was going to go down, he would do so as a hero. He stopped time again, escaping Aizawa's grasp, and ran at the Nomu, delivering a punch to its head. The Nomu barely flinched and retaliated, hitting Izuku in the side, causing him to scream in pain. Even as the pain surged, he stopped time once more and delivered as many powerful punches as he could before his left leg gave out. He fell to one knee but managed to jump backward as he started time again. The Nomu flew out of the building from the force of his punches, and he coughed up blood as he heard a loud stomp. All Might's catchphrase echoed in his mind, giving him strength. The handman threatened that Izuku should die before they left. Using the last of his energy, he stood up and stopped time, punching the man back so he would hit a wall on the other side of the USJ. He limped his way to All Might and touched his shoulder. "Where are we?" He looked around, trying to make sense of their surroundings. His quirk had been used in a desperate moment, and he pointed to the field of trees that had been knocked over, a testament to the power he had unleashed. "Okay, young Midoriya. Rest now," came the calm voice of his mentor, just before he felt time slow and he collapsed to the ground. He coughed, feeling the warmth of blood as he stared at the earth beneath him. Bakugo's voice broke through the haze, calling out to him as he caught a glimpse of Bakugo's foot nearby. "Izuku, are you okay?" Ochako rolled him onto his back, her hands gently smacking his face to rouse him from his daze. "I'm sorry. I thought I could beat anyone," he replied with a small, pained chuckle. "Demon nerd, why did you do that?" Bakugo demanded, grabbing his collar with frustration. "I'm the only one who stood a chance against that thing," he managed to say before another coughing fit overtook him. Bakugo's anger flared as he punched him lightly in the face. "Ochako, stop," she pleaded, trying to push Bakugo away. "Kaken," he said, silencing them both. "What, you DMN nerd?" Bakugo's voice trembled, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. With a sadistic smile, he locked eyes with Bakugo. "Lay a finger on her and you'll regret it," he warned, blood trickling from his mouth. Bakugo stepped back, turning away from Ochako. "Young Midoriya." All Might rushed toward them, concern etched on his face. He gazed up at the sky, feeling the weight of his situation. "Hey, Ochako," he said, tears streaming down his cheeks. "What is it?" She leaned over him, worry evident in her expression. "Stay with me," All Might urged, his voice firm yet gentle. "I'm sorry, All Might," he whispered. "You did nothing wrong." All Might reassured him, wrapping a bandage around his torso. A scream of pain escaped him, but he focused on Ochako. "What were you going to say to me?" she asked, her hands cradling his face. "Thank you for being my friend," he said with a faint smile as his eyes began to close. He lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in Recovery Girl's office. Panic surged through him as he breathed heavily, a familiar pain in his ribs returning. Coughing sent sharp jolts of discomfort through him. The door burst open, and Recovery Girl entered, her expression brightening at the sight of him. "Midoriya, you've woken up." "Calm down," she said, approaching him and gently placing a kiss on his forehead. Gradually, the pain subsided, but fatigue washed over him once more. "Am I okay?" he asked, trying to steady his breathing. "Well, you weren't. You've been asleep for about a month." You had 4 broken ribs and a punctured lung. You should have been dead, but Ochako Uraraka brought you back along with all might. They told me you were reckless, but if it weren't for you, everyone would have been in danger, she explained, checking her notes. Oh, he murmured, thoughts drifting to Ochako. So it's been a month? Wait, when's the sports festival? He asked, attempting to sit up. In 2 weeks. You'll need to stay the night here, but I can let you go tomorrow, she replied, marking something off on her clipboard. I'm going to sleep, he said, closing his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Ochako had been waiting anxiously for his recovery. With Izuku out for a month, she found herself fending off boys asking her out, feeling guilty but resolute in her decision to remain focused. Over the past month, she had come to realize how quickly one could grow close to someone. It was embarrassing, but she had developed feelings for him. Her father had been training her with One for All, and she had reached 80% of its power, feeling stronger than ever. The sports festival was approaching, and they were squeezing in as much training as possible. The rest of Class 1A had continued with their lives, unaware of the depth of Izuku's sacrifice during the USJ incident. They were grateful for his bravery, but they didn't know him well enough to mourn his absence deeply. Sometimes, nightmares haunted her, visions of Izuku lying on the ground, speaking as if he knew he might not survive. It frightened her to think he was prepared to face such a fate so soon. As she entered Class 1A, she noticed everyone chatting, except for Bakugo, who had shown a mix of remorse and frustration toward Izuku, calling him reckless. She understood his feelings. She had felt anger too at first. Bakugo had been moody since the incident, and she couldn't tell if it was jealousy over Izuku's heroism or genuine concern for his childhood friend. Aizawa walked in, looking relatively unscathed from the USJ incident, thanks to Izuku's help. All right everyone, today we're going to train. You need to prepare for the sports festival, so get moving. I shouldn't have to tell you where to go, he instructed, settling into his sleeping bag. Izuku woke again, glancing out the window to see it was nighttime. Recovery Girl stood beside his bed, smiling at him. Ah, Izuku, you've woken up, she said warmly. Yeah. When can I leave? He asked, eager to reunite with his friends. Now, actually. You're fully healed. Classes ended hours ago, so you can go home, she said, patting his shoulder. Thank you, he replied, getting up and walking out of the room. As he made his way home, he opened the door to find his mother waiting for him. The moment she saw him, tears streamed down her face. Izuku! She expressed her relief through tears, saying she thought she had lost him. He reassured her that he was fine and wouldn't get hurt like that again, wrapping her in a comforting hug. She insisted he better not, revealing her fear that he was dead. He glanced around the house and asked what time it was. She informed him it was 1:30 in the morning and admitted she had been worried sick for a month. Apologizing, he yawned, and she suggested he should go to sleep. She guided him toward his room, and he agreed, turning back to smile at her as he entered. Wishing her good night, he closed the door. Walking to his window, he gazed at Ochako's window, wondering how the past month had been for her and their friends. He speculated that they must have grown stronger in his absence. Suddenly, her curtain opened, and she looked back at him, her eyes widening. She quickly opened her window, prompting him to do the same. She called out to him, and he responded with a small smirk. She instructed him to meet her between the apartments before closing her window and disappearing from view. He closed his window, then paused time to slip past his mom and head outside. Once he left the apartment, he resumed time and dashed to the meeting spot. She rushed out of her building and collided with him, wrapping him in a hug. She scolded him for being reckless, tears streaming down her face. He was confused but hugged her back, explaining he had to save everyone, and while he hadn't expected to be hurt, it was worth it as long as they were okay. She expressed how much she missed him, clutching his shirt tightly. Curious, he asked what they had done in class while he was away. She called him an idiot and placed her hand on his face, cutting him off with a kiss that took him by surprise. Though he had feelings for her, he never anticipated she would feel the same. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the street, he found himself kissing Ochako Uraraka. After breaking the kiss, he noticed her blush as she stepped back, apologizing and retreating. He moved closer, taking her hand and pulling her toward him. He held her chin, closing the gap once more, feeling warmth spread through him. When he broke the kiss again, he gazed into her eyes and asked if he could pose a question. She, blushing even more, prompted him to continue. He asked if she wanted to go on a date with him, and her eyes widened in surprise before she smiled and agreed. He wiped the tears from her face, encouraging her to stop crying because he wanted to see her happy. She chuckled and nodded, acknowledging the late hour. He suggested they should go to bed, and she laughed, realizing how late it was. He hugged her one last time, and she returned the embrace, telling him she loved him. He blushed and smiled, reciprocating her feelings before letting go and turning to leave. She tapped his shoulder, and when he turned around, she planted a kiss on his cheek, waving goodbye as she ran back to her building. With a smile, he walked back to his own, feeling that despite being awake for only an hour, the day had been wonderful. Upon entering her house, Ochako was met by a towering figure, her father. He questioned her about being out so late, and she explained that she had seen Izuku at her window and went out to talk to him. Her father raised an eyebrow, implying that talking included kissing. Blushing, she confirmed he had seen that. He asked if she truly loved Izuku, and she passionately defended him, stating he was the only boy who wasn't a pervert and had a real hero spirit. Her father, overcome with emotion, hugged her tightly, expressing his happiness that she had found a boy he could tolerate. Confused, she asked if he was really not mad, to which he enthusiastically replied that he was thrilled. He reassured her that he trusted Izuku would treat her well. She smiled, grateful for her father's acceptance of their relationship. Just then, her mother walked in, asking what was happening. Her father proudly announced that Ochako had her first boyfriend, prompting her mother to inquire if he was a good kid. Her father confirmed, mentioning that he had allowed Gran Torino to train Izuku last year. Her mother recognized him as the Midoriya boy. As her mother insisted they all go to bed since it was 2 a.m, her father kissed her on the head, wishing her good night. With a smile, she headed to her room, reflecting on what a good night it had been as she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Izuku stepped out of his building and spotted Ochako exiting hers. She smiled brightly as she approached him, greeting him with a cheerful, "Morning, Izuku." He returned the greeting, asking how she felt today. She took his hand and smiled, saying she felt pretty good after last night. He then broached the subject of their date, eager to know when she wanted to go. They could do whatever they wanted, and he didn't mind at all. He pondered what to plan for them. She suggested going to dinner, shrugging casually. This left him confused, wondering if she truly didn't care about their date. She reassured him that as long as he reciprocated her feelings, the activity didn't matter. Having him by her side was more than enough. Was taken aback by her words, mumbling in surprise. When she asked what he meant, he explained that no one had ever cared for him as much as she did. While his mother cared, it was a mother's job, and this felt different. She smiled and insisted that even without a quirk or extraordinary strength, she would still love him. He felt a rush of emotions reminiscent of his middle school days, and blushed while fidgeting with his fingers. Quickly snapping out of it, he smiled at her, joking that she might be the reason he lost his mind. She giggled, assuring him that as long as he stayed, she would be fine. She then asked if he was ready to train hard for the sports festival, smirking at him. He smirked back, excited about the challenge ahead as they walked into UA. The next 2 weeks were grueling for him, filled with intense training to prepare for the festival, ensuring that sudden attacks from opponents wouldn't break him. As they arrived at the stadium on the bus, his friend Kirishima exclaimed how fun it would be, recalling watching the event on TV as a child. Kaminari chimed in, putting his arm around Kirishima's shoulder. Ochako mumbled that they were too loud, which made him snicker. When she looked at him, he agreed with her observation. Sue, sitting behind him, noted that he seemed to be in a good mood. He shrugged in response, while Ochako teased him about not showing his emotions, which he confirmed with a yawn. Mina then suggested that since they were a couple, he might be more open. Ochako blushed at the word, couple, and he smirked, teasing that it depended on his mood. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, leaning his head against her, making her blush even more. He sometimes had spontaneous moments of flirtation, which usually played out in his mind but occasionally manifested in reality. Aizawa's voice cut through the moment as he instructed everyone to exit the bus. They entered the stadium, greeted by the deafening cheers of the crowd. Although he had seen these events on TV, the noise was overwhelming. He stepped away from the crowd, feeling the need to escape the chaos, and texted Ochako to call him when the first event started. She agreed. As midnight announced the first challenge, an obstacle course, the crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone rushed to the starting line, and she began the countdown. Just as the buzzer sounded, he appeared in front of everyone, smiling before vanishing again. Midnight announced that he had finished first in record time as the others started running. A massive zero-pointer from the exams loomed ahead, and Todoroki froze part of it while Bakugo blasted the head off another, shouting loudly. He activated One for All at 80% and sprinted past everyone, claiming second place while the others lagged behind. He appeared next to Ochako in an instant, complimenting her on a good job. She awkwardly smiled, noting it was strange to see him use his quirk so freely. He agreed, yawning, and she asked if he planned to dominate the festival. He smirked, confident but uncertain about his motivation. Aizawa approached them, explaining that after the second round, the remaining students would team up against him. If he won, he would win the festival. If they won, they would have a tournament for the second round. Izuku was intrigued by the challenge, but Aizawa warned him that he couldn't use his time-stopping quirk or face disqualification. Frustrated, he threw his hands in the air, but then laughed, confident that brute strength and strategy would lead him to victory. She rolled her eyes at his ego. He pulled her aside, expressing his worry about losing. She teased him, asking if his confidence was just a facade. He insisted he wasn't egotistical like Bakugo, which made her scoff. Determined not to lose to him, she declared they would be rivals for now, promising to return to their affectionate dynamic after the festival. He whined like a child, prompting her to giggle. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek before rejoining the other students, rallying them to prepare to face him. They discussed their strategy, and Sue jokingly asked if she could freeze him. She clarified that while she appreciated the compliment, Izuku's strength came from training, not a quirk. They were all determined to beat him, even if he couldn't stop time. He couldn't use a flick to release wind to destroy ice like Todoroki could. Todoroki held up his hand, a look of determination on his face. That was it, Izuku thought, a smirk forming. Todoroki looked confused, prompting Izuku to explain his plan. As Izuku walked toward the field, he contemplated his strategy. If he could just knock them out with a punch, he would win. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. All Might's familiar smile greeted him as he called out to him. Izuku sighed, relieved it was just his mentor. He expressed his annoyance at All Might's loudness, to which All Might apologized and mentioned he had heard about Izuku dating his daughter. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine but stood his ground, confirming the relationship. All Might expressed his happiness for them, which surprised Izuku. He had expected a different reaction. With a newfound determination, Izuku turned to face the field, ready to take on the rest of his class. All Might wished him luck as he walked away, and Izuku felt confident he would emerge victorious. As the match began, Present Mike shouted for the fight to start. Izuku stood on the field, hands in his pockets, and began walking toward his classmates. Suddenly, Mina surrounded everyone with circles of acid while Todoroki launched ice at him. Izuku dodged the ice with his speed but eventually found himself stuck. Annoyed, he punched the ice, breaking free. A familiar voice called out to him, and he turned to see Ochako smirking behind him. She punched him, sending him flying into the middle of the group. Realizing Todoroki had used his ice as a distraction, Izuku felt frustrated as Todoroki trapped his fist in ice. Bakugo yelled at him to fight back, and Izuku sighed, rolling over just in time to avoid having his other fist frozen. He acknowledged the cleverness of their plan but refused to give up easily. Turning, he threw a punch at Ochako's stomach as she flew toward him, causing her to gasp and fall back. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he stood up, smirking at the others. Bakugo charged at him, and Izuku dodged his famous right hook, elbowing him in the neck and causing him to stumble. As Bakugo recovered, Izuku was suddenly hit by a laser from Aoyama, causing him to stumble back in pain. Mina and Todoroki surrounded him, with Todoroki sliding on his ice and Mina on her acid. Momo created something in the background, and Kaminari charged up electricity, taunting Izuku. Curious about their plan, Izuku watched as Momo created a large blanket. Kaminari shouted as he released electricity, and Izuku's eyes widened before everything went numb. For a moment, he blacked out, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by electricity. Realizing he could still move, he began walking through the electric field. Kaminari laughed, surprised to see him still standing. As the blanket came off the rest of the class, Izuku jumped over Todoroki's ice and Mina's acid. Todoroki was astonished that he was still up, and Izuku chuckled, admitting he didn't know how he was still standing. Bakugo charged at him again, yelling, and Izuku grabbed his neck, squeezing to make him choke. He raised his fist and punched Bakugo in the nose, causing him to scream in surprise. Momo gasped, worried about Bakugo's well-being, but Izuku smirked, telling her to focus on the fight. He turned to Ochako, who was preparing to attack. He dodged her punch and kicked her in the side, sending her flying toward the others. Tsu caught Ochako with her tongue and threw her back at Izuku, who punched her in the stomach. The impact caused pain to shoot through his arm, but he pressed on. Ochako struggled to get up, coughing but smiling. She explained that their speed could cause his arm to break from the impact, realizing they had figured out his weakness. Izuku smiled, accepting the challenge. He encouraged her to come at him, knowing he had to hold back his strength to avoid injuring himself. As Tsu threw Ochako at him again, Bakugo and Todoroki followed closely behind. Izuku threw a punch at them, but the force caused his right arm to break. I flinched and jumped back while holding it. The thought of losing overwhelmed me, and I struggled to hold back tears. Frustration bubbled inside as I yelled, continuing to clutch my arm. They charged at me and I fell to the ground. If I was going to win, I had to push myself. I leaped back as far as I could, just before crossing the boundary that would mean defeat. Self-sacrifice was what being a hero meant, I reminded myself as I ran toward Bakugo, who was charging at me. I pulled my arm back and threw a punch with everything I had. Pain shot through me as my arm broke further, and I screamed while Bakugo was sent flying out of the fighting space, along with everyone else, everyone except one, Ochako Uraraka. The pain was intense, and I fell to one knee, thinking about how much it hurt. Ochako approached me, questioning whether I thought I had won. I smiled back at her, knowing it was just the two of us left. As she began to run toward me, I summoned all my remaining energy to meet her charge. I needed to deliver another powerful punch or I would lose. I threw the punch, and it collided with Ochako's full power strike. The pain in my arm intensified, and tears streamed down my face. I pushed forward, sending her flying back. I collapsed onto the ground and noticed something unusual. She was being held up by a strange black and pink substance that prevented her from going out of bounds. I saw fear in her eyes, and I wondered what was happening. The tendril-like substance wrapped around me and threw me out of the playing field. Although she had lost control of it, I had lost the fight. But that didn't matter right now, I needed to save her. Izuku's perspective shifted as he yelled at her, seeing her cry out for help. He noticed the red streaks of one for all coursing through her body. Despite the pain from my broken arms, I gathered my strength and jumped toward her. I latched onto her, and she looked at me, pleading for me to let go. I reassured her that everything would be all right as I used my quirk to stop time. I jumped away from her, flinching with each step, and walked over to Midnight, touching her shoulders so she could see again. She looked around in confusion, and I explained that I had used my quirk to help Ochako. I instructed her to put Ochako to sleep as I prepared to restart time. As I did, Midnight's quirk activated, and I slowly faded into unconsciousness, hoping I had done the right thing and that Ochako would be okay. The tournament was delayed, much to the crowd's discontent, but they were entertained by the fight between Class 1A and Izuku Midoriya. Both Izuku and Ochako were unconscious, leaving the rest of the class stunned by the outcome, especially with the awakening of Ochako's quirk. Jiro questioned whether Midoriya had truly sacrificed his arms to win, while Todoroki acknowledged the commendable risk he took, even if the victory didn't matter. Ida emphasized how impressive it was that he would go so far for a win, imagining what he would do if lives were at stake. Bakugo burst into the room, kicking a chair out from under Todoroki, who protested. Bakugo found amusement in his actions, while Ida expressed his annoyance. Kirishima attempted to calm Bakugo down, but he brushed him off. Momo sighed, wishing Bakugo would be less aggressive, while Jiro shared her frustration. Kaminari, in his usual oblivious state, gave a thumbs up, prompting laughter from Jiro. Izuku's eyes shot open as he sat up, wincing at the pain in his arms. They hadn't fully healed. Recovery Girl entered the room, insisting he lay back down and check on him, but he was determined to find Ochako. He stopped time and slipped out of the room, searching for her. He opened a door to find her sleeping peacefully in a hospital bed. Gently, he tapped her shoulder, waking her up. She looked at him, confused about their situation. He explained that he had stopped time to avoid being caught by Recovery Girl. She playfully called him a jerke, which made him frown, but her laughter lightened the mood. She acknowledged that he had won the sports festival, but he corrected her, saying she had actually beaten him. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized she had knocked him out of bounds, technically winning the match. She shared that her new quirk was called Black Whip, which was the first of 6 quirks she would unlock, as told by the vestiges of One for All. He found it fascinating and asked how she would unlock the rest. Do you know what the other quirks are? The thought raced through my mind as I considered the possibilities. The only quirk I was aware of was Aunt Nana's, which was Float. She explained that Nana Shimura was the one who passed One for All onto her father. Although there was no biological connection, she liked to call her Aunt Nana because her dad referred to her as his sister. As she grabbed my hand from behind, I tightened my grip, causing her to giggle. Now that we knew we were both okay, she asked if I wanted to watch her in the upcoming tournament. I smiled and told her she better win, to which she confidently replied that she would. As I stepped out of the room, I heard Kirishima call out to me. I walked over to him and he patted my shoulder, asking how I was feeling. I admitted I was fine but bummed about losing. Kirishima mentioned how he thought I had it when I knocked everyone out of the arena, but Uraraka had really come through in the end. I smiled, acknowledging that she deserved the win. Momo appeared from a waiting room and complimented my performance, saying I had bested most of them. I told her there was no need to be so formal and acknowledged her strategy of using a rubber blanket to shield us from Kaminari's electricity. Todoroki then joined the conversation, thanking me for my efforts, followed by Mina poking her head out to say thanks as well. As the rest of the class emerged, they smiled and expressed their gratitude. I noticed one classmate jokingly claiming they could have beaten me without a strategy. I decided to stop time, walked over, and knocked him out, resuming time as he fell to the ground. With him out of the way, I headed to the stands, wishing my classmates good luck as their matches were about to begin. A few of our classmates had dropped out of the tournament, feeling they didn't deserve to compete. I had won, so I felt I did. Present Mike announced the first match, Momo versus Tokoyami. I sensed Izuku had left the arena upon hearing the announcement. Momo was pumping herself up and I asked if she was okay. She nodded confidently, declaring she would win. However, despite her good plan, Dark Shadow took advantage of his speed and quickly sent her out of the playing field. The next match was Todoroki against Zero. Todoroki seemed a bit off as he walked out, quickly using a mountain of ice to trap Zero, which raised my suspicions. Then it was my turn to face Hitoshi Shinso, who looked a bit unusual. As I walked down the ramp, Ojiro warned me not to talk to him, but Present Mick's voice cut through the tension, urging us to start. I glanced at Shinso, who smirked at me, and I felt a sudden fog cloud my mind. Nana Shimura's voice echoed in my head, reminding me to be cautious. I rolled my eyes at the warning but felt One for All activate in my finger, sending smoke around the fighting field. Present Mike announced my unexpected recovery, and I smirked at Shinso, who looked shocked. As he charged toward me, he angrily shouted about my quirk. I acknowledged that I was fortunate to have received my father's quirk, but that didn't mean I hadn't worked hard for it. I charged up to 15% full cowl and knocked him to the ground, sending him out of the arena. I walked away, confident in my abilities, and as I made my way to the hallway toward the spectator rooms, Izuku appeared in front of me. He complimented my match, and I blushed slightly looking down. When he asked who I would face next, I told him it was Todoroki. Izuku noted that Todoroki was a strong opponent and asked how I felt about it. I replied that I was determined to win just as Bakugo approached us. He muttered something about me before turning to me directly, stating he wanted to fight me after I faced Todoroki. Izuku scoffed, teasing Bakugo about his inability to beat my Neta. Bakugo maintained eye contact with me, insisting that if I beat Todoroki, he would want to fight me. After he left, Izuku expressed his desire to take on Bakugo himself. I giggled at the thought and settled down to wait for my next match. Izuku watched as Bakugo playfully wrestled with Kirishima, feeling a mix of excitement and concern for Ochako's upcoming match against Todoroki. He hoped she would win, knowing it would boost her confidence. As she stepped onto the field, she glanced at him and smirked, ready to face her opponent. A toothy grin spread across Ochako's face, though she quickly returned to a blank expression when she noticed the rest of the class staring at her, aside from Bakugo. She knew she needed to maintain her cold demeanor, otherwise, they might think she was weak, just like in middle school. As Ochako charged at Todoroki, he warned her not to make things harder than necessary while his left side grew colder. She smirked, determined not to lose. With a burst of energy from One for All, she sprinted toward him, noticing his annoyance as he prepared to defend himself with ice. She dodged his attack and countered with a flick of her power, but he blocked it with ice forming behind him. Frustrated, she questioned why he wasn't using his fire. Todoroki declared that he wouldn't use his father's powers, insisting he would be a hero with his mother's abilities instead. Ochako retorted sarcastically, pointing out that his left side was just a reflection of his father. As the ice on his left side began to melt, a devilish grin appeared on his face. He warned her that she shouldn't blame him for what was about to happen. A massive ice shard formed in front of her, and flames erupted around it. With a smirk, Ochako charged up to 100% of One for All and leaped at him, feeling a slight strain but not enough to hinder her. She punched through the ice, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the stadium. The flames singed parts of her suit, but she landed on her feet, stumbling onto one knee. Looking over, she saw Todoroki against the stadium wall, near the cheering audience. She realized she had won, as Todoroki was using his fire. This had been an exhilarating fight, but now it was time to face Bakugo. Approaching Todoroki, who was breathing heavily with his eyes closed, she greeted him, prompting him to open his eyes. She encouraged him to use his fire, noting that he had put up the best fight against her aside from Izuku. She playfully mentioned that he might even beat her next time. A small smile appeared on his face before he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Izuku quickly appeared, grabbing Todoroki and disappearing again, leaving Ochako to prepare for the finals. As she made her way to the field, Bakugo called out to her, demanding that she not hold back or face dire consequences. Ochako smiled, assuring him that she would never hold back against him. Present Mike announced the final fight of the UA Sports Festival, and she grinned at Bakugo as he adjusted his gauntlets. With the signal to start, Ochako charged One for All to 20% and waited for Bakugo to make the first move. He blasted himself toward her with a confident grin. She stomped her foot on the ground, sending debris flying, but he countered with an explosion. Jumping off a rock, she propelled herself upward. As the smoke cleared, she dove down toward him, evading his explosion and smashing into him, sending him crashing to the ground. Bakugo yelled in frustration, and Ochako noticed a massive explosion forming that could have seriously injured her. She landed and saw him holding his arm, his gauntlet broken on the floor. Recognizing his determination, she charged One for All to 50% and flicked her power at him, causing him to stumble back while growling in anger. He charged at her again, catching her off guard and knocking her away, but she remained within the bounds of the arena. Keeping her power charged, she jumped at him once more. He leaped back, using his explosions to evade her punch. Suddenly, a whip from earlier wrapped around his hand, shielding her from the blast. She seized the opportunity, throwing him to the ground. As he screeched in pain, she descended toward him, declaring that she would give it her all. Charging 100% of one for all into her legs, she kicked him in the chest, causing the ground to shake and rubble to scatter. She heard him coughing, realizing she might have broken his ribs. Izuku watched closely as Ochako struck Bakugo with her foot, filling the arena with smoke and silencing the crowd. When the smoke cleared, he saw her standing next to Bakugo, who was on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. He was quickly taken away for medical attention, while Ochako remained in the center of the field, visibly shaken. Izuku paused time and approached her, tapping her shoulder. She turned to him, tears streaming down her face as she questioned what she had done. He reassured her that she had won, but she expressed concern about nearly killing him. He reminded her that it was Bakugo, and he would be fine. She nodded, trying to convince herself of that. Just then, All Might rushed over, expressing his concern about the severity of her attack. Ochako apologized, and All Might's initial anger softened into a sympathetic frown. He brought her into a hug and she wept. He reassured her, rubbing the back of her head, acknowledging that she hadn't meant to cause so much damage. She mumbled softly in response. He glanced at the crowd, noting their attention, and then heard All Might express concern before he stopped time and touched their shoulders. He suggested they move to the back with a small chuckle. Ochako pulled away from All Might's embrace, and he apologized for not considering the audience. She smiled, saying she needed a hug anyway. He sighed, wishing he had hugged her too. As they prepared to leave, All Might pointed out that Ochako had fallen asleep, cradling her in his arms. He gently brushed a strand of hair from her face as he watched her breathe. He decided to keep time stopped so she could rest, ensuring she would be awake and emotionally stable for the award ceremony. All Might agreed that it was a good idea as he laid her on a hospital bed in the stadium. He toyed with his hero costume zipper, wondering what to do next. All Might expressed a desire to discuss his abilities, curious about what else he could do. He smiled, slipping back into his fanboy mode, eager to share. From Ochako's perspective, Nana approached her, greeting her warmly. She realized she could speak again and smiled at Nana's comment. The fifth asked if she had passed one for all to someone, and she looked at him with concern, confused by the implication. He pointed to another person in the room, who faced the wall. The figure had green, fluffy hair, and her eyes widened in recognition. She wondered if this was Izuku. The other vestiges were unsure of the newcomer's quirk, noting he hadn't mentioned anything or accessed their realm if he had one for all. She turned back to the group, noting the resemblance to her boyfriend. Izuku felt a small tingle in his stomach, questioning if it was just hunger. All Might sat next to Ochako, asking about her progress. She explained that her strength had improved, and her punches could now create shockwaves. Suddenly, Ochako woke up, startled, and greeted All Might with a laugh. She focused on Izuku, asking about his quirk, and he confirmed it was time-stopping. She responded in a tone that suggested she was hiding something. He pulled her into a hug, feeling the moment was right, but refrained from kissing her with All Might nearby. As he began to feel tired, he announced it was time to resume. They nodded and he started time again. Ochako thanked him, holding his hand, and he chuckled in response. All Might playfully urged them to head to the award ceremony, prompting a giggle from Ochako. As they walked to the stadium's main field, she expressed a desire to talk later, gripping his hand tighter. He felt nervous, wondering what she wanted to discuss. That night, the Class 1A UA students celebrated the conclusion of the sports festival at Kaminari's residence. Almost everyone attended, except for Katsuki Bakugo, who was at home training. The party overflowed with food, thanks to Kaminari's spending habits. Izuku took a sip of lemonade, finding it sour. He coughed and handed it to Ochako, who also found it unpleasant. Despite her distaste, she chugged the rest and filled another cup, insisting he try it. They ended up drinking 8 cups each and found themselves on the couch, feeling the effects of their choices. The next morning, they woke up, unsure of what had transpired. Ochako leaned against Izuku on the couch, both engrossed in their phones. He recalled her mentioning wanting to talk the night before and asked her about it. She blushed and nodded, suggesting they find a room to talk privately. She took his hand and led him upstairs, bursting into a room and locking the door behind them. He asked what was on her mind, and she held his shoulders, expressing her concern about seeing someone who looked like him inside One for All. She feared she might have accidentally transferred the quirk to him. He reassured her that she hadn't. She insisted on checking something and raised her fist, but before he could react, everything went black. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange place, feeling a wall but hearing voices behind him. Looking down, he realized he didn't have a mouth. Izuku turned around, noticing everyone staring at him. A woman rushed over, exclaiming that he was awake. A larger man observed that the kid really did possess One for All, using a green version of Ochako's black whip to propel himself toward them. 6 others were present, one resembling All Might, and he spotted Ochako beginning to wake up. She dashed over, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized he had One for All. Ochako muttered in disbelief, prompting the woman to shout in shock. The man then asked if this kid was Ochako's boyfriend, which left Izuku feeling terrified and confused. He asked Ochako what was happening, and she reiterated that he had One for All. His confusion deepened as he questioned how this was possible, to which she expressed her own bewilderment, holding her head in frustration. Suddenly, Ochako yelled at him, questioning how he had a mouth. Izuku noticed he indeed had a mouth again and screamed in shock, echoing her disbelief. The man intervened, commenting on the oddity of the situation, while Ochako, annoyed, told him they understood it was strange. A taller woman calmed Ochako down, who took a deep breath before exhaling. Izuku pointed out that she was the only one not calm, instantly regretting his words. Ochako warned him to be quiet or she would take drastic measures, which made him widen his eyes in alarm. He muttered a plea for her not to, causing laughter from Nana. They needed to discuss this with her father, as if he had One for All, it meant she couldn't have it, right? In a different scene, All Might was astonished to learn that young Midoriya could access the One for All realm. Ochako explained her confusion, stating she had never transferred One for All to Izuku, so how could he access it? All Might, with his hand on his chin, admitted he didn't know, reminding her he had never experienced the One for All realm. Apologizing lightly, Ochako felt flustered. Izuku suggested trying to transfer One for All back to her, which made both of them look at him in surprise. All Might enthusiastically encouraged him to try it, momentarily transforming into his muscular form. Izuku looked between Ochako and All Might, unsure of how to proceed. Ochako laughed, explaining that he needed some of her DNA inside him. A blush crept onto Izuku's face, and she playfully smacked him on the head, clarifying her words. All Might chimed in, reminding them he was present. He then explained that he had used a piece of his hair to give to Ochako, suggesting Izuku do the same. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku plucked a strand of his hair. All Might instructed him to shout, "Eat this," as he transformed again. Izuku yelled the phrase while handing the hair to Ochako, who sighed before consuming it. They waited for a few hours, but their conversation was interrupted by a strange aura surrounding them. All Might stood up in surprise, and they both turned to him, asking what had just happened. All Might revealed that he had seen One for All return to Izuku, leaving them both stunned. Ochako questioned why it hadn't returned to her, and All Might explained that Izuku must have a copy of One for All. Ochako was taken aback, asking how they could be sure it wouldn't just revert back to her. All Might reminded her of the first time he had given her One for All. She hadn't been ready, which led to it returning to him. He speculated that perhaps Izuku's ability to stop time allowed him to possess an older or more advanced version of the quirk. Izuku leaned back in his chair, overwhelmed by the information. Ochako asked if that meant he had her quirk, to which All Might confirmed. Izuku stood up, marveling at the revelation. They both agreed that this was incredible as they left the room, realizing they needed to get to school. On their way, they discussed her teaching him full cowling and managing the repercussions of One for All's power. Upon arriving at school, they found Aizawa discussing something when he asked them to explain their tardiness. Izuku, feeling the pressure, stopped time and sprinted back to All Might, tapping his shoulder. All Might looked around in confusion, and Izuku requested a note for Aizawa. All Might chuckled and agreed. Once back in the classroom, Izuku resumed time and presented the note to Aizawa, who scowled as they took their seats. The school day dragged on, with the most exciting topic being hero internships. Izuku considered returning to Gran Torino for his training. They also had the opportunity to choose hero names. Ochako selected Uravity, while Izuku chose Deku, a name Bakugo had used to mock him, but he felt it represented his journey and Ochako thought it was catchy. After school, they headed to Izuku's room to relax while his mother was out shopping. Ochako suggested they train with One for All soon, and Izuku confidently claimed he could handle 100% of the power. She teased him, reminding him that he would still need to learn how to control the shockwaves produced by even a small flick of his finger. Izuku smirked, acknowledging her point. They practiced activating full cowling until Izuku grew tired and collapsed onto his bed. He glanced over to see Ochako adorned with the stripes of One for All. She exclaimed that One for All wouldn't deactivate, and suddenly, Izuku passed out, waking up in the One for All realm. Shortly after, Ochako appeared as well. Nana approached them, stating that they needed to discuss something important. She informed Izuku Midoriya that he possessed a copy of One for All, though the details of how that came to be were unclear. The fifth user joined them, revealing that they had also discovered Izuku's true quirk. Izuku, confused, asked about this true quirk. The fifth user explained that time stopping was just the tip of the iceberg. Izuku's quirk was capable of much more. Ochako, eager for answers, pressed for clarification. Nana, who had to come up with a name on her own, decided to call it All to One. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the name, questioning its meaning. Nana explained that his body contained every single quirk in the world, though it was a mystery why he had not been able to access them. Once he unlocked these abilities, it would likely be similar to using a normal quirk, where he would choose which one to use. The realization that he had access to every quirk left Izuku in disbelief. Ochako, astonished, wondered if that was the reason he had One for All. Nana confirmed that it was indeed the case, leaving Izuku to process the enormity of having every single quirk. Just then, Izuku was jolted back to reality by a knock on his door. He opened it to find his mother holding a plate of food. She teased him about having dinner with his little girlfriend, causing him to blush and smile. After thanking her, he returned to Ochako, who was still asleep in the Vestiges realm. His mother had brought waffles, which he eagerly began to eat while waiting for her to wake up. In the Vestiges realm, Ochako noted that Izuku must have woken up. Nana speculated that his connection to the quirk might not be as strong as hers, while the fifth user pointed out that she had used the quirk much more. Ochako pondered whether Izuku had technically had One for All since his quirk first awakened, but Nana explained that he had never had access to it until now. Something was preventing him from activating all the quirks, and they were unsure what that was. Ochako suggested that they should take Izuku back to the doctor who had diagnosed him as quirkless, wondering if there had been a mistake. The fifth user proposed that perhaps the doctor had known about Izuku's powerful quirk and decided it was best for him not to know. This revelation made Ochako insist that Izuku needed to see the doctor. Back in the real world, Izuku was sitting next to her with a plate of waffles. He grinned, explaining that it was breakfast for dinner. Ochako smiled and agreed, but then she brought up the need to see the doctor who had diagnosed him as quirkless. She explained that since his quirk, All to One, was so powerful, they needed to determine if it had developed randomly or if the doctor had interfered. Izuku agreed that it made sense, and they decided to go see the doctor. After finishing her waffles, they left the house together, hand in hand. Izuku called out to his mother to let her know they were going to the doctor, and she wished them safety before they headed out. At the doctor's office, Izuku inquired about Dr. Tsubasa, only to learn that he no longer worked there. The receptionist offered to schedule an appointment at his new office in Hosu City, but Izuku declined and asked for the address instead. After saving the address on his phone, they returned home. Izuku received a call from Gran Torino, who confirmed that Izuku would be coming to his place in Hosu to train for internships. Gran Torino mentioned that since Izuku and Toshinori's child were close, he could bring her along to train as well. Ochako's excitement caused Izuku to drop his phone, leading to a moment of frustration as he glared at her. She nervously chuckled, apologizing for the mishap. As they walked inside, Izuku greeted his mother, who was sitting on the couch with a small cat. Ochako rushed over, excitedly picking up the cat and exclaiming how cute it was. Izuku asked his mother where she had found the cat, and she explained that she had discovered it outside the apartments and decided to take it in when no one claimed it. Of course, missing signs were put up in the apartment complex. She gently petted the cat still nestled in Ochako's arms. Izuku felt a surge of hope as he asked if they now had a cat. She confirmed with enthusiasm, causing his smile to widen. Ochako, filled with excitement, dashed into his room with the cat. Izuku's mother chuckled, noting how fond Ochako seemed of the cat. Izuku reassured her that she would have plenty of time with the cat while they were at school. Placing a hand on his shoulder, his mother expressed her pride in him. Surprised, Izuku turned to her, and she continued, acknowledging how far he had come and how much potential he still had. She hugged him tightly, and Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes. Grateful, he thanked her, realizing in that moment how much he needed to hear those words. From then on, he decided to be more honest with himself, shedding the facades he had worn and embracing who he truly was, including his admiration for All Might. However, he would soon discover that happiness was fleeting, as darkness loomed on the horizon. It was the first day of their internships, and Izuku and Ochako were on a train to Hosu City. She asked him if he was excited, her feet swinging back and forth. Izuku smiled, mentioning how he hadn't seen Gran Torino in a while. Ochako shared that she hadn't seen him since just before a significant event, but Izuku quickly covered her mouth, reminding her they were in public. She blushed and nodded, laughing nervously. Izuku agreed that it had indeed been a while and noted that it would be fun since they were both stronger than Gran Torino. He chuckled at her confidence, but reminded her that it wouldn't necessarily be easy. They arrived at Gran Torino's apartment and walked in to find him on the floor, surrounded by ketchup. If they hadn't known better, they might have thought something was wrong, but Ochako's gasp broke Izuku's thoughts as she rushed to him, exclaiming her concern. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, but Ochako insisted it wasn't funny. He approached Gran Torino, lifting his cape slightly to reveal the ketchup underneath. Gran Torino, brushing off the mess, confirmed he had simply fallen asleep. Ochako expressed her relief, hugging him tightly. Gran Torino returned the embrace, greeting her warmly before turning to Izuku and acknowledging his growth from their training at UA. Izuku shook his hand, proudly stating how he had applied their lessons. Gran Torino playfully squeezed his hand, then suddenly tossed him against the wall, causing Izuku to land awkwardly. Gran Torino laughed, teasing him about his reaction time. Ochako, who had been knocked into the wall with him, groaned as she fell to the floor. Gran Torino smirked at her, reminding her that her lack of experience would make things more challenging. After a day of training, Izuku had become accustomed to using one for all at 30%. He hesitated to try 100%, knowing it would be overwhelming. Ochako, removing her sweatshirt, asked if he wanted to visit the doctor. Izuku agreed, eager to talk to him. She lamented how Gran Torino had made them wear the sweat-inducing clothes, and Izuku chuckled, recalling his surprise when he had to do the same last year. As they prepared to leave, Ochako called out to Gran Torino, announcing their plans. He jokingly reminded them to be careful, causing Izuku to blush while Ochako laughed. They stepped out into the city and soon found the doctor's office. Izuku approached the receptionist, requesting to see Dr. Tsubasa. After a brief wait, he spotted the doctor and called out to him, jumping in front of him. The doctor recognized him, expressing surprise at their reunion. Izuku nervously explained that he had discovered he possessed a quirk, despite the doctor's earlier doubts. The doctor suggested they talk at his home, but when he noticed Ochako, he insisted on privacy. Ochako firmly stated that she would accompany Izuku, as they were together. With a hint of irritation, the doctor relented, leading them to his home. Once inside, he inquired about the quirk Izuku had found. Gathering his courage, Izuku revealed that he could stop time, eliciting a flinch from the doctor, who seemed to anticipate his answer. But how did I miss this when I diagnosed you as quirkless? He wondered while adjusting his mustache. That's what I'm curious about, I thought, rubbing the back of my head. Can you explain what your quirk does? including any drawbacks? He inquired, pulling out a notebook. Well, I can stop time and move around freely. If I touch someone's shoulder, it allows them to move as well, I explained as he began to write. Is there a time limit on how long you can maintain this state? He asked. Currently, my limit is 4 hours, but I'm improving every day, I replied, tapping my knees and glancing at Ochako, who looked concerned. I have a precaution ready for when I need more time, so no one can catch me off guard, I added, lying to him. He nodded and noted it down. Is that everything? He asked. I nodded and smiled. That's it, doctor, I said. Okay, I'll talk to some doctors about powerful quirks manifesting later in life, he said, placing his notebook on the desk. I stopped time and glanced at his notebook. The boy has everything we need. We must steal his quirk as soon as possible, perhaps during the Nomu attacks this week, I read. My eyes widened with excitement, and I took a picture with my phone, smirking as I returned to my original position. I resumed time and continued to smile. Thank you, Dr. Garaki, I said cheerfully, noticing his expression shift to one of surprise. I stopped time again and started it for Ochako. I just played him like a fiddle, I remarked, prompting her to laugh. He was lying through his teeth. We just need to figure out who he's working for, she said, smiling. I know, but let's be honest, we already have a good idea of who that is, I replied as we exited the building and headed to where Gran Torino was. Yeah, luckily we should be able to defeat him, right? She asked hopefully. I nodded. Of course, and remember, even if we lose, I'll stop time in my last moments of energy and spend it with you because I'd stop time forever just to see your beautiful face, I said, surprising myself with my boldness. She blushed and smiled. I love you, she said, pulling me into a kiss. I love you too. After our little moment, we returned to Gran Torino's place, where I showed him the picture of the notes, and he praised me. Okay, I'll inform the heroes to be ready. For now, we'll go to bed and resume training tomorrow, Gran Torino said. Sir. Ochako and I replied in unison. Ochako and I entered the room to sleep. There was only one bed, making this our first night sleeping together. Cuddling was nice. Izuku's perspective shifted as he and Ochako were on patrol. Since our visit to the doctor's house, we had only been assigned to patrol duty. The heroes had a plan to counter any threats and backup stationed across the country. The doctor could have seen through my plans, so we remained vigilant. While walking down the street, I noticed a young girl running out of an alleyway. Ochako and I exchanged glances before leaping onto a rooftop to pursue her. I jumped down in front of her and saw tears in her eyes. I noticed scars on her arms and feet just as a masked man approached from behind. Ah, sorry, my daughter got away, he said, reaching for the girl's hand. She tried to swat it away and ran to me, hugging me tightly and crying into my chest. Is she okay? I asked, hoping I wasn't jumping to conclusions. Of course, she's fine. She just tripped and fell, that's all, the man said, grabbing the girl's arm and pulling her away from me. I'd like to take her to a hospital for treatment if that's all right, I said, pushing his hand off the girl. He growled and shoved me back. Give me my daughter, he shouted angrily. He grabbed the girl and ran off. As this happened, I heard a voice in the back of my mind. Good luck, it said in a low tone. An explosion echoed nearby, and I turned to see a tower collapsing. My eyes widened as Ochako began to chase after the little girl. Ochako, what are you doing? I yelled. I can't let a little girl get hurt. She called back, still pursuing him. Frustrated, I turned away from her and ran toward the falling building. I spotted a woman plummeting from the middle of the structure and stopped time. I caught her and gently laid her down on a rooftop across the city. Activating One for All, I raced back to the collapsing building. Time to be a hero, I thought as I leaped into the chaos. Ochako's perspective shifted as the man halted his escape. Confused, she noticed a falling leaf suspended in midair. Her eyes widened. Time stopping, did I unlock it? She pondered, grabbing the young girl and sprinting toward Gran Torino's house. As she ran, time resumed. Looking back, she saw the man glaring at her with a fierce intensity. Sheet, she muttered as the girl cried in her arms. Activating 100% of One for All, her sleeves ripped apart as she ran as fast as she could. Suddenly, something pierced her back and emerged through her chest, narrowly missing the girl. She coughed, blood spilling from her mouth as her eyes widened. "Naive hero, I warned you to return my daughter," the man said, kicking her to the ground. She glanced at her stomach and saw a tendril-like object protruding from it. Coughing again, she collapsed as people rushed past her, fleeing from the building. Izuku's perspective returned as he felt One for All fade away, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Before I could process everything, I saw All Might in his slender form approaching me. He asked what was happening to One for All before collapsing beside me. I awoke in the One for All realm, surrounded by everyone, including All Might, who was scanning the area. My heart sank as I noticed Ochako lying on the ground, severely injured. Nana approached me, her expression grave, and remarked that the 9th user was in bad shape. I felt tears welling up as I questioned what had happened. Nana explained that Ochako had been trying to save someone when a man used his quirk to injure her. A sense of unease settled in my stomach as Nana continued, saying it was time to return and that Ochako was unlocking my quirk and would soon receive All for One as well. Just as she began to fade away, I called out in frustration, questioning why she would drop such a bombshell and then disappear. I jolted back to the real world, where a faceless figure stood before me, grinning widely. He acknowledged my discovery of the quirk and claimed he would be taking it from me. Just then, a hand landed on his, and Ochako's voice warned him not to move a muscle. All for One reacted angrily, but All Might intervened, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. My head throbbed, a warning signal that something was off. I wondered if this was a sixth sense, a way to sense danger. Looking up, I spotted Shigaraki grinning from atop a building, and I questioned why he wasn't attacking. Turning back to All for One, I stopped time and unleashed a flurry of punches, still feeling groggy. When time resumed, a hole appeared in All for One's stomach, and he coughed up blood, but his wound quickly healed. He taunted me, asking if I thought that would kill him. My stomach tingled and my hands began to shake. Ochako, struggling with a tendril in her stomach, asked if I was okay. From Ochako's perspective, Izuku's body radiated energy, but it wasn't One for All. His eyes turned black, and the ground trembled. Smoke filled the area as a building collapsed behind us. Dad jumped beside me, wrapping his arms around me to shield me. I murmured Izuku's name before losing consciousness. From Izuku's perspective, confusion enveloped me as I felt myself lift off the ground, my body filled with an exhilarating energy. I extended my hand toward the sky, unsure of what I was doing, but my hand moved instinctively. Thunder rumbled above, and I realized I was channeling a lightning strike quirk. A massive blue bolt of lightning struck down where All for One stood. All Might exclaimed in surprise as I swiped my hand to the left, using One for All to clear the smoke. A scorched mark marred the road, and All for One stood defiantly on it, snickering at the lightning strike. He boasted that despite everything he would never be defeated, transforming his arm into pure muscle. I growled quietly, hoping that All for One would be fully defeated. As he took a step forward, he suddenly froze, choking and collapsing to the ground. I floated down to him, aiming my arm at his head, determined to take his quirk. My arm trembled as I retrieved All for One's power, and once the process was complete, I fell onto my back, unconscious. From Ochako's perspective, witnessing All for One's defeat left me in shock. I approached him, laying beside him and snuggling into his neck, feeling proud of his accomplishment. From Izuku's perspective, I questioned whether I had unlocked the full potential of All for One while speaking to Nana. She clarified that while I had most of the quirks, I would likely receive more over time. Just then Ochako's vestige stirred, and she approached me with a smile. I was relieved to see her unharmed and expressed my concern. She reassured me that she would heal, possibly with Recovery Girl's help. I smiled back at her and turned to All Might, who acknowledged my achievement. I admitted that I couldn't have done it without Ochako, who blushed at the compliment. Nana reminded us that Ochako needed to train to unlock every quirk. Surprised, Ochako learned she would be receiving All for One as well. As they began to fade away, I felt a sense of urgency. I woke up in a hospital bed, spotting Ochako smiling at me. I disconnected the wires attached to me, despite knowing I shouldn't have. I walked over to her and placed my hand on hers, feeling a rush of excitement. I had truly defeated all for one in battle, but something felt off. I wondered why Shigaraki had been watching instead of fighting. Ochako broke my thoughts, asking if we were allowed to go home. I hoped we could, and with a flick of time, I touched her shoulder, urging her to follow me. Together, we made our way to Gran Torino's house, and I resumed time as we entered. Gran Torino slumped on his couch while All Might sat on the other couch, watching TV. Ochako rushed over to All Might, hugging him tightly. All Might returned the embrace, relieved to see her safe. Gran Torino smirked at me as he got up and approached. He greeted me with a playful tone, acknowledging my awkwardness. I scratched the back of my neck, feeling a mix of embarrassment and joy at seeing him again. All Might stood up, expressing his pride in both of us for our recent accomplishments. I shook his hand, grateful for his support. Suddenly, Ochako pulled me into a hug, pushing me onto the couch. Her excitement was contagious as she squealed about our success. I laughed and wrapped my arms around her waist, burying my face in her shoulder, feeling the warmth of our victory. As we embraced, Gran Torino interrupted, noting that we would likely be out of school for a while. I agreed, pointing out that it wouldn't make sense to have classes right after a city tragedy. Ochako, however, had other thoughts. She stood behind me, her expression serious as she voiced her determination to save a girl who had been taken. Tears welled in her eyes as she expressed her urgency. All Might approached her, reassuring her that we would save the girl. Ochako, however, was anxious about the time they were wasting. She buried her head in All Might's chest, expressing her fear that the longer they waited, the more harm would come to the girl. All Might promised to arrange a mission with Aizawa and turned to me, asking if I could locate the girl using my quirks. I hesitated, explaining that I had yet to master many of my abilities. I could only identify a few quirks, including one for all, and the others were still a mystery to me. All Might assured me he would find help, transforming into his muscular form as he headed for the door. Ochako tapped my shoulder, asking me to stop time so we could talk. I nodded and complied, creating a moment of stillness. She expressed her desire to save the girl without waiting for a mission, her voice firm. I felt a chill as silence filled the room, and I stared at her, fearing her intentions. She declared her wish to go alone to rescue the girl, and I felt a surge of panic. I reminded her that we didn't even know where the girl was or who might be aiding her captor. My concern for her safety escalated as she countered my fears, recalling my own. Reckless battles against powerful foes. I gritted my teeth, trying to explain that the situations were different, but she challenged me, insisting that her mission was just as important. Frustration bubbled within me as I shouted that I was stronger and had the power to change everything, including her mind, if I wanted to. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she questioned my intentions. I backed off, realizing I had crossed a line. She declared her determination to save the girl with or without my help, crossing her arms defiantly. In a moment of desperation, I attempted to use my quirk to prevent her from fighting, but it failed. She smirked, revealing that one for all couldn't be stolen unless the user's will was weak. In a flash, she struck me, catching me off guard and causing me to stumble back. I activated one for all, declaring that if she tried to use her quirk again, it would be erased. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she powered down, realizing the gravity of my words. I apologized, explaining that I couldn't let her become a vigilante. She cried, asking if I truly wouldn't let her save the girl, questioning my own willingness to act in her place. I admitted that my circumstances had changed. I had something to lose now. I gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. I expressed my fear of losing her, assuring her that I would do anything to keep her safe. In a moment of compromise, she asked me to come with her. I realized this was the closest I could get to stopping her, so I nodded. We would work together to retrieve the girl and ensure our safety in the process. Her smile lit up the room as she hugged me tightly. As I held her, a thought crossed my mind. I felt a pang of guilt for lying to her about my true intentions. I whispered my love for her, and she reciprocated, resting her head against me. In that moment, I resolved to find the man responsible and save the girl. The rain poured down on Ochako's back as she walked down the street, retracing her steps to where she had first encountered the girl. It was 2 in the morning, and the protagonist felt a sense of urgency. Unable to wait any longer, they decided to search for the whereabouts of a certain individual. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Growing tired of walking, they activated their quirk, One for All, and propelled themselves onto the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. Below, they noticed workers with lights clearing debris from the remains of fallen structures. Ignoring them, they sprinted toward a building with a light shining through a window. Landing on the rooftop, they deactivated One for All and approached the window, peering inside. A group of individuals in suits sat around a table, a case positioned between them. One man pushed the case toward another, who opened it to reveal what appeared to be bullets. The protagonist quickly retrieved an earpiece and connected it to their phone, sliding it through an air vent to capture the audio. "So, the quirk-erasing bullets, huh?" one man's voice echoed. "Yes, they are in a prototype state, but in the future, they can be perfected," another voice replied. The protagonist's heart raced as they recognized the man speaking. He was the one who had taken a girl captive. The mention of quirk-erasing bullets sent a chill down their spine. The realization that the man was using someone's quirk to erase others made them tremble with anger. Suddenly, a surge of power from One for All activated on its own, sending a burst of energy into the air. The protagonist whispered a curse as they heard the chairs scrape against the floor. "Someone was listening to us," the man exclaimed, and the protagonist rushed to the window, locking eyes with him. With a flick of their hand, they unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the window and sending both men stumbling back. The protagonist leaped into the room, tackling one of the men and pinning him down. "Where's the girl?" they demanded, gripping the man's chin tightly. "You thought I killed you," he spat, activating his quirk in a desperate attempt to escape. The protagonist focused, willing their power to work. Time froze around them, and they took a moment to breathe deeply. Rushing over, they pulled the hood off the other man, recognizing him instantly. It was Shigaraki. With a surge of anger, the protagonist kicked the first man in the head, unleashing a flurry of punches fueled by their rage. After what felt like an eternity, they finally paused, feeling their anger subside. Time resumed, and the man holding the girl was sent crashing through the floor, debris flying in all directions. Shigaraki was thrown back through the door, and the sound of the building's roof beginning to crack echoed in the air. Frustration washed over the protagonist as they realized Shigaraki had escaped, but they would find him another time. Approaching a nearby drawer, they hesitated before grabbing a gun, loading it with a quirk-erasing bullet. Jumping down to confront the man, they demanded to know the girl's location. "Who are you?" he asked, bewildered. Ignoring his question, the protagonist kicked him hard in the ribs, causing him to cough up blood. "Where is she?" they repeated, pulling out the gun and aiming it at him. "You wouldn't shoot, no hero kills," he taunted, a smirk on his face. The protagonist smirked back, responding that they never claimed to be a hero. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, a hand suddenly grasped their wrist, forcing the gun away. "Ochako, you almost just ruined your own life," Izuku exclaimed, pushing them aside to confront the man holding the girl captive. The man laughed, attempting to rise. "So, Deku, it's nice to see your face in real life." Izuku gritted his teeth, recognizing the threat. "Overhaul." Confusion washed over Ochako as she asked how Izuku knew the man's name. He retorted that he could stop time for hours and had done his research. Apologizing, she focused back on the situation. Overhaul smirked, taunting them that if they wanted the girl's location, they would have to catch him. Using his quirk, he ascended out of the building. Izuku muttered something before activating One for All and following him into the air. Ochako activated her own quirk, using Black Whip to trail behind them. Reaching the rooftop, she saw Izuku and Overhaul exchanging blows. Latching onto the midpoint of Overhaul's quirk with Black Whip, she propelled herself toward him. Charging One for All to its maximum, She prepared to strike. Detroit's smash, she called out, landing a powerful blow to Overhaul's side, sending him flying. But when she looked for Izuku, he had vanished. Panic surged through her as she charged at Overhaul once more. Meanwhile, Izuku rushed to Eri, asking if she was okay. She remained silent, tears streaming down her face. He reassured her that he would save her, but she expressed her fear of him getting hurt because of her. "I won't die, Eri, I promise," he assured her, stepping closer. She ran into his arms, and he held her tightly before pulling away to remove his shirt. He instructed her to climb onto his back, wrapping the shirt around her to secure her safely. "Hold on tight," he said before leaping up the building with one for all. As he reached the top, he saw Ochako and Overhaul still battling when a sudden sharp pain coursed through him. I looked and saw Eri emitting a light. This had to be her quirk. I jumped down and shouted to the floor. Ochako flew toward me, calling my name. Overhaul's voice interrupted, insisting I wouldn't get away. I felt a sharp pain inside, as if my insides were being torn apart, while I untied Eri from my back. Overhaul charged at Eri, but Ochako intercepted him with a punch to the head. She turned to me, concern etched on her face. I slowly nodded, trying to activate one for all, but nothing happened. My eyes widened in realization. Eri had reversed my body to a state before I could use my quirk. I called out to Ochako, instructing her to tie Eri to her back and use full cowl as much as she could. She agreed and quickly secured Eri before jumping up, narrowly avoiding Overhaul's attack. "Come on, Hako," I thought, backing away as pink energy surrounded her, causing her sleeves to rip off. She wrapped Black Whip around Overhaul and launched herself at him. With a fierce determination, she shouted in anger as she landed a punch on his jaw, sending him crashing into the road. Smoke filled the area, and I could hear police sirens approaching. I rushed into the building, grabbed the weapon Ochako had, and dashed back outside. Ochako landed beside me, lifting me effortlessly. She informed me that Overhaul was surrounded by the police. Confused, I asked how she knew I couldn't use my quirks. She replied that she knew I wouldn't let her fight alone without a good reason. We arrived back at Gran Torino's house, and I entered, shutting the door behind me. Eri jumped out of Ochako's arms, turning away, embarrassed. He mentioned he could have run on his own. I chuckled, walking into the room where we slept and placing Eri in my bed. I reassured her that she could sleep now, promising her safety as I gently brushed hair from her face. She nodded, but I noticed her trembling. When she asked if I could lay with her, I agreed, telling her I would be right back. Turning around, I saw Izuku standing at the door with a smile. He teased me about fitting the mom role, causing me to blush. I told him to hush and suggested we all go to sleep. As I lay down with Eri, she hugged me tightly, and I smiled to myself, drifting off to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to find Eri standing in front of me, looking anxious. Izuku asked her if she was feeling any better, and she responded with a shaky voice. He encouraged her to come closer, and I heard her sniffle. He apologized for what had happened to her, assuring her that she was safe now. I smiled at their interaction as Eri thanked him, calling him Mr. Deku. Izuku asked if she was still tired, and she confirmed that she was. He suggested she sleep in his bed since I was still resting. Eri agreed, and as she walked toward his bed, I couldn't help but think that he would make a great father one day. I decided to head to the local gym. Upon entering, the receptionist greeted me, and after paying, I began my workout. As I did cardio, my thoughts drifted. I was back to being quirkless, or at least I hadn't unlocked my quirk yet. Frustration welled up inside me, and tears began to fall. I wiped them away, muttering to myself before heading into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ochako stretched and stood up, noticing Eri sleeping on Izuku's bed. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, and she opened it to find her father. He brought good news: the villain who had taken Eri was caught. Ochako proudly admitted that she was the one who fought him, but her father's tone turned stern. He reminded her that what she did was against the rules, and if he weren't her father, she could have faced serious consequences. Her heart sank as she questioned whether he would arrest someone for being a hero. He acknowledged her bravery but insisted she had used her quirk illegally. Frustrated, she argued that she couldn't just wait for the professionals while Eri was in danger. Their voices rose, and she pushed past him, leaving the house and walking down the street. I approached Gran Torino's house just in time to see Ochako storming out, heading in the opposite direction. I entered to find All Might with his hand on his forehead. Concerned, I asked if he was okay. He mentioned that I had saved Eri alongside Ochako. My eyes widened in surprise as I took off my shoes. All Might expressed his disappointment that I had allowed Ochako to fight. I defended our actions, pointing out that I had sacrificed my quirk to save Eri. I explained that Eri's quirk had reversed my body to a state before I had unlocked my abilities. All Might was incredulous, struggling to believe I was truly quirkless again. I insisted that I had protected Eri, and if I hadn't shown up, she could have been lost. I then walked into the room where Eri was resting and closed the door behind me. Eri looked at me with concern while rubbing her eyes. I assured her that I was okay, putting on a fake smile and gently ruffling her hair. She then asked what it meant to be quirkless, and I realized she had overheard my conversation with All Might. My smile faded as I explained that I no longer had a special power. I used to be able to do many things and be a hero, but now it felt like it was all over. Tears began to fall down my face as I tried to maintain my composure. Eri's curiosity led her to ask why I lost my quirk. I sighed, knowing I had to tread carefully. I told her that while saving her, a villain had struck me with something that erased my quirk. I added, somewhat misleadingly, that if she trained her quirk, she might be able to help restore mine. I didn't want her to feel responsible for my loss. Determined, Eri declared that she would train to help me get my quirk back, which brought a small smile to my face. I hugged her gently, feeling a glimmer of hope. A knock on the door interrupted our moment, and I opened it to find Aizawa standing there. Confusion washed over me as I turned back to Eri, who looked frightened. Aizawa approached her, and Eri instinctively hid behind me, clutching my pant leg. I reassured her that Aizawa was a hero too and could help her train her quirk. Aizawa explained that he was there to assist Eri because he had a quirk that could cancel others out. He knelt down to her level, assuring her that he meant no harm and was there to help. I couldn't help but tease him about his awkward smile, which earned me a playful retort. Seeing Eri smile again warmed my heart. Later, I stood up from my chair with a sigh, realizing I needed to talk to my dad. I understood why he was upset with me for going out without Izuku or anyone else. It had been a reckless decision, but I had acted quickly to save Eri. As I walked to Gran Torino's house, I found him sitting outside. Gran Torino welcomed me back and informed me that my father had been wanting to speak with me. I nodded and headed inside, where I saw Aizawa exiting Mai and Izuku's room with Eri beside him. Confusion washed over me as I processed the scene. Aizawa explained that he was taking Eri to UA to train her quirk. Eri waved goodbye to me and I returned the gesture, but then I noticed Izuku standing nearby, disappointment etched on his face. I started to explain, but he turned away and shut the bedroom door, leaving me feeling dejected. I couldn't blame him for being upset. My actions had consequences. My father approached me, reminding me that Izuku had lost his quirk because of my thoughtless aggression. He encouraged me to talk to him, even if forgiveness wasn't guaranteed. Taking a deep breath, I made my way to the bedroom door and knocked. It opened slightly, as if Izuku had been listening. I stepped inside and called out to him. His cold tone reminded me of Todoroki as he responded. I apologized sincerely, acknowledging that my words alone wouldn't restore his quirk. I expressed my regret for breaking his trust and emphasized that we needed to focus on being heroes together. "No, I can't be a hero, you know that," he said, cutting her off. "But you don't need a quirk to be a hero, and you know your quirk will come back," she replied, raising her voice. "Here we go again, raising your voice at me," he scoffed. She apologized and reached her hand out, but he slapped it down, causing her to pull it back. "Don't touch me," he said angrily. Tears began to fill her eyes. "Izuku, I'm sorry," she said, bursting into tears. He got up and walked past her. "Sorry, but I don't forgive you for what you did," he said before walking out the door. She continued to cry and lay in her bed. Izuku's perspective shifted as he closed the door, holding his hand to his chest, feeling conflicted. Should he forgive her or remain stubborn? He squeezed his shirt and slowly slid down the door, tears escaping. All Might approached him, asking if they could talk. Izuku looked up, trying to keep himself from breaking down further. "Come with me," All Might said, extending his hand. Izuku took it, and they walked into the living room. "So, you didn't forgive her, I assume," All Might noted. Izuku nodded slowly. "I can't blame you, kid. You're too important to the heroes of the future. I'd be mad too, but remember what I told you when we first met?" All Might asked, muting the TV. Izuku shook his head. "Well, I do," All Might continued. "Just because you're quirkless doesn't mean you can't be a hero. That's what I told you when you said you were worthless and could never be a hero. It still stands. Your quirk will come back sooner than later. For now, we can go back to being a quirkless hero. If you want, I can even send you back to America. I heard you've had an encounter with their #1 hero," he said, standing up. "Yeah, she caught me when I was saving people," Izuku replied with a small laugh. He thought about how closely Stars and Stripes resembled Prime All Might. "Well, maybe I can get in contact with her, and she'll train you. How about that?" All Might said enthusiastically. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I'll go to America again," he said with a smirk. "Ochako and I will be in different countries, but for now, I think that's for the best," he thought to himself as he got up and walked to the bedroom. Entering the room, he began to gather his clothes and other belongings. "What are you doing?" Ochako asked, sniffing. "Packing up to leave," he replied without looking at her. "Where are you going?" she asked, standing up. "America. I'm going to train with an old buddy of mine," he said, omitting the fact that he would be training with their #1 hero. "America?" she exclaimed, walking closer. "Yeah, I need some space. Probably not continents away, but that'll do it," he said as he zipped up a suitcase. "You can't go. I'll miss you," she said, starting to cry again. He turned back to her. "Yeah, I know, but maybe once I get back, I'll have forgiven you by then," he said, turning away again and walking to the door. "Please, Izuku. Don't do this," she pleaded, but he ignored her. He closed the door behind him, and he heard her scream. "Please don't leave me," Ochako yelled. "Let's go, kid." "She'll be okay," All Might said, grabbing his shoulder. Izuku nodded, and they left the house. 6 months later, Ochako walked to class with Azui, who asked if they would be doing training exercises that day. "Maybe, I'm not sure," she replied with a shrug. "I mean, final exams are coming up soon, so I'd expect some sort of training," Mina chimed in, appearing out of nowhere. "I'm inclined to agree with Ishido," Momo added, following closely behind. Ochako shrugged again. "I guess we'll have to find out," she said as she opened the comically large Class 1A door. "Good morning, girls. How has your morning treated you?" Ida greeted them. "Good, Tenya, thanks for asking," she responded, smiling at him. "Of course, Uraraka," he said with a small frown. "What's wrong?" she asked in a bubbly tone. "Stop faking the smile, Uraraka," Ida said. "Agreed, you haven't been the same since Midoriya left." "We all know it," Todoroki chimed in. Ochako gritted her teeth. "Who's Midoriya?" "The last person I knew with that name left a long time ago, and they're never coming back," she said with a smile. "Don't try to erase him. He's the only reason we aren't all dead." Bakugo burst through the door and walked up to her. "Or what, Pomeranian? You act like I didn't save him when he saved us," she retorted, getting in his face. Bakugo grabbed her by the collar and leaned closer. "You pushed him away from you. You made him leave without a second thought, and you have the audacity to take credit for him saving everyone," he said before pushing her onto the floor. "So much for being a hero, you're basically a villain," he added before turning away and sitting at his desk. Ochako scoffed and got up, walking to her desk. Inside, she felt tears welling up. "Now that you have stopped fighting, we have training today," Mr. Aizawa announced as he walked into the room. "Understood." The rest of the class responded, while she rolled her eyes, trying not to cry. Izuku approached Stars and fist-bumped her. "Hey there, Deku, how are you feeling?" she asked with a big smile. "Decent. How was patrol?" he asked while grabbing his hero costume from his bag. "Pretty good." Stopped some villains, just like always, she replied with a laugh. He chuckled to himself. No surprise there, he said as he took off his shirt and put on the top of his hero costume. Well, I'll meet you out back. Be ready to spar with Star, she called as she walked out of the room. He laughed a bit and finished changing into the rest of his hero costume. Walking outside, he punched one fist into his palm. Let's do this, Star, he said with a smirk. Yeah, she responded, running at him. Their fists met, and she barely overpowered him. Come on, kid, come at me, she taunted. He charged at her and sidestepped. She blocked where he would punch her, but he swept under her feet with his left leg. She fell to one knee and he attempted to knee her in the face. She dodged and delivered a punch to his shin, causing him to stumble back slightly. Star smirked, remarking on how he had once struggled to land a hit. He acknowledged his improvement, taking a fighting stance. She warned him not to get too cocky before jumping beside him and striking his ribs. He felt the impact but smiled, noting how his pain resistance had increased since facing the Nomu at the USC. They charged at each other, and he leaped to kick her. She caught his foot, so he threw a punch, which she also intercepted. With a smirk, he swung his body around and kicked her in the jaw with the foot she didn't have in her grasp. She stumbled back, falling to the ground and wiping dirt from her face, smiling as she got back up and resumed her fighting stance. He complimented her move, and she assured him it would be useful in the future. With renewed determination, he charged at her, and their fists collided. This time, a familiar green aura surrounded his hand, sending Star back a few feet. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized he had regained a quirk. Excitedly, he shared the news with her, revealing it was All Might's quirk. Star was thrilled, expressing her admiration for his newfound power. He agreed, sharing in her excitement, and they both reveled in the possibilities of his strength. Star urged him to demonstrate, and he activated full cowl at 30%. He threw a punch into the air, creating a burst of wind that impressed her. She eagerly anticipated his future quirk unlocks, and he pondered the same as he attempted to access the vestige world. Upon entering, he saw Nana and the fifth user conversing. He rushed over, and Nana greeted him with a smile, while the fifth user inquired about his absence. He explained that he had lost his quirks but was slowly regaining them, and he asked about the situation back home. Nana informed him that the ninth user wasn't doing well but would be okay. His thoughts turned to Ochako and he asked about her. Nana revealed that Ochako had been training with their quirks but was unhappy with him, though she still had feelings for him and wanted him to return. He frowned, wondering if she felt remorse for her actions. Nana assured him that she was working hard to improve herself as a hero and a person. He acknowledged her determination, recalling how she always pursued her desires. Suddenly, he heard Ochako's voice from behind him, expressing her own longing to return but acknowledging her need to unlock more quirks first. She urged him to stay safe, and he reassured her that he was no longer quirkless. She expressed her concern about being apart, which he understood. As he prepared to leave the vestige world, she confessed her love and apologized. He reciprocated her feelings before departing. Back in the real world, Star waved her hands in front of him, snapping him out of his thoughts. He explained that he had been reconnecting with a special friend. She suggested they fight again, but he declined, opting for dinner instead. She enthusiastically declared chicken and rice and sped off the sparring mat. He smiled and followed her to eat. In her own thoughts, Ochako smiled as she lay in bed, reflecting on her recent encounter with Izuku in the vestige realm. It was late, and despite her exhaustion, she couldn't shake the joy from her face. The next morning, she woke up feeling relieved, knowing Izuku would return soon. She regretted her earlier attitude toward the class and recognized the truth in Bakugo's words about not taking credit for his sacrifice. Checking her phone, she saw a message from her father asking her to meet him outside the dorms. After getting dressed and brushing her teeth, she made her way to the common room, greeting Mina, who had just left Kirishima. They exchanged pleasantries, and Mina confided in her about her growing closeness with Kirishima, hinting that he might ask her out soon. Ochako encouraged her, noting that his feelings were apparent. Ida entered the room, and they exchanged greetings. After preparing hot chocolate for herself and her father, She stepped outside to find him bundled in a large jacket. She greeted him cheerfully and handed him the drink. He expressed his gratitude and mentioned wanting to discuss her powers. She suggested they move to his office, and he nodded in agreement as they walked together. Once inside, they sat down to talk. He asked if she had been to the Vestige world recently. She nodded, a smile spreading across her face as she shared that she had been there the night before. His curiosity piqued. He inquired about what had happened to make her so cheerful. She revealed that she had seen him again, and a few tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized she was talking about Midoriya. She confirmed that he had access to One for All again, excitement bubbling within her as she jumped up and hugged her dad. He responded with a smile, acknowledging the great timing of the news. However, when she asked why it was great, his expression shifted, and he explained that they had discovered Shigaraki was on the move again. Confusion washed over her as she processed this information. She recalled that after All for One's demise, Shigaraki should have been caught. The thought of him returning terrified her. Her dad shared that reports indicated Shigaraki now had white hair, but they were unsure why. Determined to inform Izuku, she stood up, but her dad stopped her, fearing that he would panic and cause chaos. She shivered at the thought and sat back down, asking what else they had found. He mentioned the remains of some members of a group called the Meta Liberation Army, explaining that they believed quirk usage should be a basic human right, but their leader had been a dangerous individual who was now deceased. She questioned whether Shigaraki had anything to do with this, and her dad speculated that he might, but the bodies found were not decayed, which raised further questions. Frustrated, she muttered under her breath, feeling her stomach turn. Suddenly, she sensed something was happening and decided to enter the Vestige realm. Upon arrival, she called out into the empty space, only to hear a small laugh that sent chills down her spine. A voice taunted her, suggesting she thought she had finished him off. Turning around, she was confronted by Shigaraki, who wore a sadistic smile. She backed away, shocked and fearful, questioning how he was there. He explained that while his old body was gone, his mind and quirk remained. She felt anger rise within her as she reminded him that they had killed the creator. He laughed, revealing that he had merged with Tamura and forced the doctor's consciousness into his old body after their plans had been foiled. He watched as they killed the doctor who had helped her for years, but now he only needed one more thing before coming after One for All. With that, he vanished. Leaving the Vestige realm, she rushed to her dad, tears streaming down her face. He embraced her, concerned about what had happened. She cried out that All for One was alive, and her dad was taken aback, recalling that Izuku had ended him. She explained that All for One had transferred his quirk and consciousness to Shigaraki's body and was now pursuing something unknown. Meanwhile, Izuku was walking downtown with Star, who informed him that since he wasn't legally a hero, she would take credit for their actions. He agreed, and with a smile, he activated One for All and stopped time. He touched Star's shoulder, introducing her to the stopped world. She marveled at the experience, and he reminded her to remember everything they did, as it would take effect once time resumed. After a day of patrolling and saving people, they returned to base, and Izuku started time again. A loud boom caught their attention, and Star feigned ignorance, tapping her foot and whistling. He chuckled, suggesting they go eat as he was hungry. As they entered the kitchen, she asked what was on the menu. He casually mentioned something simple, grabbing a pot to boil water. When she suggested pasta, he confirmed it, adding garlic bread to the mix and joking about his lack of culinary skills. She laughed, recalling how she had to watch videos to learn how to cook pasta. He shrugged, admitting he wasn't great at it but was improving. Their conversation turned to when he would return to Japan, and he mentioned wanting to see his ex-girlfriend. She expressed that she would miss him, enjoying their time together as heroes. As they sat down to eat, he playfully boasted about his potential, claiming he could easily defeat her if he reached his full power. She laughed in response, and they enjoyed their meal, reflecting on their time together in America. Later, Ochako's dad stood up, asking if she wanted to leave UA to find Shigaraki before he fully powered up. She believed it was the best course of action, stating that finding him early would allow them to defeat him more easily. As she picked up her hero costume, She promised not to attack alone if she found him. Her dad agreed to let her go, assuring her he would turn a blind eye for now but urged her to be safe. Once outside, she jumped onto a building, adding a mask to her costume that resembled Izuku's. Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline as he began to run after hearing a small explosion. He was determined to be a hero. As he entered his bedroom, he told Star that he was going to sleep. She wished him good night as he closed the door. Lying in bed, he smiled before transitioning into the vestige realm. There, he noticed Ochako surrounded by the other vestiges, except for the second user. Curious, he approached them and asked what was happening. The fifth user informed him that the ninth was on a solo mission. Izuku inquired about the nature of the mission, and Nana explained that she was searching for Shigaraki. Concern washed over him as he asked why she was looking for him. The second user, leaning against the wall, revealed that All for One had fused with Shigaraki, and Izuku had previously eliminated the doctor who had inhabited All for One's first body. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he felt a tremor of fear. The sixth user elaborated that Shigaraki was either forming an army or already had one, and they needed to determine if he was at full power. Izuku asked how powerful the ninth user was, hoping for reassurance. Nana confirmed that she was at 100% of One for All, and with FA Gene, she could output double that power. Izuku nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. The fourth user reminded him that if anything went wrong, he would be pulled into the vestige realm. He then asked if they could lend him their quirks for training in America, to which Nana smirked, revealing they had been keeping tabs on him. Izuku clenched his fist, requesting that they send his best regards to the ninth user when she checked in before leaving the vestige realm. Meanwhile, Ochako felt a headache coming on as she followed the guidance of Shinomori. Using Black Whip, she slingshot herself into the air and spotted a muscular man. She launched herself toward him and kicked him in the stomach, barely moving him back. Realizing she needed more power, she jumped back and shouted at the man, asking if he knew where Shigaraki was. The man revealed that Shigaraki had freed many villains from prison just hours before and challenged her to a fight. Understanding the implications of his words, she charged up to 100% and delivered a powerful punch, knocking him out. Sighing, she acknowledged that finding Shigaraki would be more challenging than she had anticipated, but she was determined to continue her search. Later, she met her father, who handed her a bento box. They exchanged pleasantries, and he inquired about any news on Shigaraki. Ochako shook her head, explaining that all she had heard was about the prison break. Her father expressed regret for not being able to inform her sooner, but she reassured him that she could handle the situation. After finishing her meal quickly, they discussed finding a place to sleep for the night before saying their goodnights. The next morning, Izuku greeted Star as he walked into the living room. She asked how he had slept, and he replied that he had rested well. They enjoyed a breakfast of cinnamon toast crunch together, sharing a light-hearted moment. After their meal, they went on a successful patrol using all of One for All's quirks. Once home, Izuku decided to check on Ochako in the vestige realm. He asked the group how she was doing, and Nana confirmed she was okay but occupied with the aftermath of Shigaraki's actions. Feeling frustrated, Izuku mentioned he might return to Japan sooner than expected. However, Nana advised him not to come back until he had regained his strength and unlocked his quirks, emphasizing that Ochako needed to face this challenge on her own to become the hero she aspired to be. He promised to think about it and bid them farewell before leaving the vestige realm, silently wishing for Ochako's safety. A month later, Ochako found herself stumbling to the ground, coughing up blood. Frustration filled her thoughts as she wiped the blood from her lip. Dabi taunted her, insisting she would never find Shigaraki. Undeterred, she yelled back that she couldn't give up and resolved to keep fighting. "I have to find him, even if it takes my life." The smoke screen envelopes me as my vision blurs, and I limp toward Dabi, thinking to myself about his cruel nature. I activate FA Gene, channeling all my energy into One for All. With a powerful kick through the smoke, I spot Dabi, a sadistic smile on his face. In my mind, I declare my intent as I throw a punch at him, the force of my strike pushing him back slightly. Dabi scoffs at me, calling me an idiot for dying for a foolish purpose before he vanishes. I slowly drop to my knees, feeling the weight of exhaustion. En's voice reaches me from the vestige world, urging me to rest. Despite my fatigue, I insist on finding him and pull down my mask. I need to find Shigaraki, I remind myself as I activate One for All once more. Just as I prepare to leap away, the power deactivates unexpectedly, leaving me frustrated. Banjo frowns at me, telling me I can't continue like this. Izuku steps forward, agreeing with them and expressing concern for my safety. He informs me he is on his way to Japan and insists we meet at the UA roof in 2 hours. I nod and he smiles, expressing his happiness at seeing me again. As I attempt to smile back, it falters. Izuku then tells me he missed me, and I admit I missed him too before leaving the vestige world. I remind myself I have something to do before we meet again and limp away from the fight scene. Izuku's perspective shifts as he rides with Star, who looks out the window and asks if they are almost there. He confirms they have about an hour and a half left. Worrying about Ochako, he closes his phone and asks Star how she feels about meeting All Might. She beams with excitement, recalling how he has been her hero since childhood. Star shares a story about being bullied for her quirk until she trained with military friends, turning her abilities into something powerful. She expresses eagerness to see those friends again, and Izuku playfully nudges her, teasing about a potential boyfriend. She laughs and playfully rebuffs him, and they shift the conversation to watching a movie, agreeing on a Christmas film. Meanwhile, Ochako walks into an alleyway, sensing someone following her. A psychotic laugh echoes, and she confronts the unseen figure, demanding to know why he is trailing her. He reveals he is intrigued by how a hero can fight tirelessly and questions her multiple quirks. Confused, she struggles to stay upright as blood drips from her nose. He acknowledges her genuine desire to save people, unlike those driven by fame or money. As she coughs, he claims to be the hero killer, Stain. Ochako's eyes widen in recognition, and she tries to rise to her feet. Stain warns her not to fight, asserting he could easily defeat her. Despite her weakened state, she insists she has someone to meet and asks what he truly wants. Stain offers to help her by eliminating villains while she meets her ally, but she firmly states that this does not mean she supports him. After activating One for All, she speeds away toward UA. Upon arriving and scaling the building, she sits atop it, only to hear Bakugo's voice behind her. He approaches, urging her to stop and not to act recklessly. She insists she needs to find Shigaraki, but Bakugo and Todoroki remind her she cannot do it alone. Ochako felt a mix of determination and anxiety as she backed away from her friends, proclaiming that she was the only one who could defeat him. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts, challenging her assertion. Izuku stepped forward, looking taller and more muscular than she remembered, his longer hair framing his face. He greeted her warmly, and as he approached, he took her hand and pulled her into a comforting hug. Overwhelmed with emotions, she began to cry, apologizing for everything she had said in the past. Izuku reassured her, acknowledging the changes they both had undergone in the 6 months apart. After a moment, Bakugo interrupted, urging them to move on. They all jumped off the roof, using their quirks to land safely. Once inside, Ochako was surrounded by her friends, who expressed their relief at her return. Tsu rushed to hug her, and Kirishima greeted Izuku with a fist bump. Izuku, however, insisted that he needed to speak with Ochako alone. As they made their way to the baths, Izuku helped her out of her hero costume, making her blush slightly. He assured her that he wouldn't peek, and she nodded, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. After they both rinsed off, Izuku sat behind her and began to wash her back, asking about her past months. Ochako confessed that despite doing well in school, she had missed him deeply. Izuku expressed his regret for the toll their separation had taken on her, and as he massaged her shoulders, she felt the stress melt away. He noticed her exhaustion and insisted that she needed to rest after their bath. As he washed her hair, she felt his arms wrap around her waist, causing her to blush and open her eyes in surprise. Izuku admitted he had missed her, and she reciprocated his feelings, though she felt it was too soon for anything more. Their conversation turned awkward, but they both laughed it off as they finished washing up. Once they were dressed, they returned to the common room where Mina gathered everyone to discuss their plans. Ochako sat beside Izuku, feeling comforted by his presence. Mina emphasized the need for Ochako to rest, and the group agreed that training would be essential afterward. Suddenly, Ochako's father, All Might, approached her, revealing their relationship to the group. The revelation shocked everyone, but All Might explained that they shared the powerful quirk known as One for All. Izuku and Ochako could HRSS its potential, while All Might had limitations. As the conversation continued, Izuku revealed that his true quirk was All to One, which allowed him to possess every quirk in existence. The class erupted in questions, astonished by the implications of his abilities. Despite the chaos, Ochako felt a sense of belonging and determination to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Bakugo yelled with a sadistic smile on his face, expressing his frustration. The atmosphere was charged, and Ochako felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as her mind wandered back to a recent moment shared with Izuku. She thought to herself that Bakugo wouldn't need to take matters into his own hands. Izuku, trying to lighten the mood, responded with a laugh, suggesting he could retaliate. The rest of the class erupted in laughter, except for Ida, who scolded them for their inappropriate behavior. Mineta chimed in, teasing Ida about being too uptight. In a moment of unexpected boldness, Mineta made a comment that left everyone stunned. Kaminari could only express his disbelief at the remark. Their teacher, sensing the chaos, decided to regain control of the situation. He informed Ochako that she needed to rest, and she nodded in agreement. Izuku, feeling the effects of jet lag, mentioned he would join her for some sleep. They made their way to her dorm room and settled into bed. Izuku casually asked if he could change into something more comfortable, and Ochako smirked, teasingly indicating that she didn't mind. As he changed, he lay back down in his underwear, and she playfully asked if she should do the same. He smiled, leaving the decision up to her. With a quick motion, she removed her pants, feeling a mix of excitement and playfulness. She then requested Izuku's help to take off her shirt, claiming she was too tired to do it herself. He obliged, but midway through he suddenly pulled it back down, surprised by what he saw. Ochako, with a sly smirk, teased him about his reaction. Izuku blushed, and after a moment he placed a hand on her shoulder, feeling a rush of warmth. Concerned, he whispered to her, checking if she was okay. She laughed lightly, assuring him that it felt good. The moment took a turn as they shared a kiss, both feeling an overwhelming rush of emotions. Izuku, caught up in the moment, felt a desire for more. As they kissed, he found himself lost in the experience, feeling a connection that was deeper than before. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted them, causing both of them to freeze. Izuku quickly dressed and instructed Ochako to pretend to be asleep. He opened the door to find All Might, who wanted to discuss Izuku's quirk potential. After a brief exchange, All Might left, and Izuku returned to the room, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. Ochako expressed her frustration at the interruption, and Izuku apologized, feeling that they had lost a moment. She reassured him that they could have that time later, understanding that it was still early after his return. They shared a tender moment, expressing their love for each other before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Izuku noticed Ochako sneezing and offered his well wishes. She rolled off the bed, landing on the floor, and he couldn't help but laugh at her tiredness. She wrapped herself in a blanket, insisting she didn't care about sleeping on the floor. As she got up to get dressed, Izuku turned his gaze away, not wanting to make her uncomfortable. When she kissed him, he felt his cheeks heat up, but he smiled in return. She promised to return shortly and left the room, allowing Izuku to doze off again. Outside, Ochako activated her quirk, feeling empowered as she prepared for the day ahead. I ran out of campus and headed toward the spot where I had met Stain the day before. As I arrived, my danger sense activated, and I scanned the area, spotting a few villains on the ground attempting to attack someone. Frustrated, I muttered to myself as I put on my mask. I quickly dealt with the villains, feeling a smirk form on my face. It was easy work, I thought, until I heard clapping from the opposite end of the alleyway. I turned to see Stain sheathing his sword. He approached me with a casual demeanor, He remarked on my performance, expressing surprise at my identity. I was taken aback, questioning how he hadn't realized I was a girl during our last encounter. He shrugged it off, saying I could have been mistaken for a prepubescent boy. I rolled my eyes at his comment, dismissing it. Stain leaned against the building and asked about my meeting the previous night. I explained that I had been persuaded to return to UA, but now I had my friends supporting me in the search for Shigaraki. He acknowledged UA as the school All Might attended, and I instinctively corrected myself when I almost mentioned All Might's name. Stain inquired if All Might was my father, and I responded defensively, activating my power. He assured me that he would continue to protect me, stating that All Might was the hero destined to end him. He pressed the blade of his sword against my chest, but then pulled it away, declaring he would help my cause without harming any heroes. I nodded in agreement. He instructed me to return to my friends and emphasized the importance of All Might's legacy living on through me before he leaped away. I thought to myself that I didn't want to be known solely as All Might's daughter. I was my own hero. When I arrived back at the dorms, my dad was waiting at the door, questioning my whereabouts. I lied, saying I had run some errands, but he insisted on the truth. Frustrated, I raised my voice, asserting that I had my needs as a girl. He seemed to accept my explanation, and I felt relieved as I walked to my room. Inside, I found Izuku asleep and couldn't help but facepalm. I shook him awake, and he shot up, disoriented. I laughed at his reaction, and he quickly returned to a drowsy state. After a moment, he realized how late it was and expressed surprise at sleeping in. As he searched for his phone, he noticed my hero mask tucked in my pocket, pulling it out and causing me to blush. He pressed me for the truth about where I had been, but I deflected, insisting it was nothing of his concern. I felt a pang of guilt when he warned me about working with the enemy, claiming he had seen everything while in the One for All realm. I froze, unsure of how much he truly knew. I asked him what he had seen, and he mentioned Stain and my connection to All Might. I felt cornered, knowing he was right about needing to distance myself from Stain, but I also believed he could help keep villains at bay. Izuku expressed his desire for my safety, pulling me into a hug and confessing his love for me. I smiled, returning his affection. A knock on the door startled me, and I pulled away from Izuku to answer it. My dad stood there, informing us that we were all going to train and that we would be sparring against each other. I responded enthusiastically, and Izuku agreed as well. I smirked at him, playfully challenging him not to hold back just because I was his girlfriend. He laughed, assuring me he wouldn't. As we made our way to Ground Beta, we encountered a tall woman who resembled my dad from the past. Izuku brightened up and ran toward her, surprised to see her. The person rubbed Izuku's head and said he had brought me here for a reason. I wondered who they were. Izuku quickly appeared beside me and introduced the person as Stars and Stripes, the #1 hero in America who had helped him train while he was quirkless. I smiled and waved, greeting her. She winked and mentioned that I must be the girlfriend Izuku always talked about, causing my face to heat up as I nervously confirmed it. Bakugo, with his hands in his pockets, remarked on Izuku's fanboy mode, to which Izuku quickly replied that it had been that way forever. Bakugo mumbled something and kicked a rock. Stars and Stripes, excited, suggested we continue. Everyone except Bakugo agreed enthusiastically. She proposed that Izuku and Uraraka fight each other, stating they would go all out but would fight last to avoid destroying the battlefield. Izuku dramatically fell to the ground, exclaiming in frustration. Stars laughed and instructed everyone to form teams of 2, promising to send them off from there. I smiled at Izuku, but he suddenly collapsed toward me. I gasped and caught him, calling out his name in alarm as I dropped to the floor. In Izuku's perspective, he found himself in the One for All realm, staring at Shigaraki, who laughed at him. Izuku questioned how they were both there, but Shigaraki only responded with a sadistic laugh, refusing to answer. Izuku clenched his fists, demanding to know what Shigaraki wanted. Shigaraki revealed his intention to kill him and take his quirk, explaining that he had been watching Izuku grow and had planned to let his quirk manifest after he had grieved enough. He taunted Izuku about the drag used to block his quirk receptors not being effective enough. Izuku was startled to learn that Shigaraki had been watching him since childhood. Shigaraki continued, stating that now that his original plan had failed, he had a plan B. As Shigaraki's smile widened and he began to laugh maniacally, Izuku felt panic rise within him. Tears streamed down his face as he yelled that Shigaraki had been using him, blaming him for all the trauma he had endured. With the green lightning of One for All surrounding him, Izuku cried out in despair, questioning why he had been chosen. Shigaraki remarked that Izuku's quirk was better than he could have imagined and claimed that if All Might hadn't saved him, he would have been Shigaraki's star student. Izuku felt a thump in his chest, realizing he had been a pawn in Shigaraki's game. As he fell to his knees, everything went black. When Izuku regained consciousness, he looked around to see Ochako shaking him, asking what had happened. His heart raced as he clutched her hand and told her about Shigaraki's intentions. Ochako pulled him into a comforting hug, promising he would be safe. As she backed off, Izuku noticed his arm was shaking and asked why. Stars and Stripes, kneeling beside him, suggested it was likely anxiety. Izuku, confused, asked where they were. Ochako explained they were at her house and that she had jumped there in a panic. When he questioned why they hadn't gone to a hospital, she flicked his forehead, admitting she hadn't been thinking straight. Izuku chuckled, uncertain if he would be fine, but she reassured him with a grin. Stars and Stripes announced that she would have All Might notify them when it was time for their battle before leaving. Ochako hopped onto the bed and suggested they take a power nap, wrapping her arms around him. Izuku thought about how nice that sounded and moved closer to her, reassuring himself that he would be okay. Later, Ochako woke up to see the former One for All users. Banjo noted that they had observed something about Midoriya, and added that his power was building rapidly, making him potentially unstoppable. Nana explained that it seemed he had unlocked a power-boosting quirk without realizing it, something they hadn't seen since Toshi. Ochako asked if that meant she would also receive a power boost. Nana confirmed it but warned that Izuku would achieve more power far more often. Ochako tensed at the thought of how much power they were discussing, and cautioned that it might get to his head. They recalled the earlier confrontation with Shigaraki, revealing that Izuku had been intended as a pawn for All for One, but when her father saved him from despair, All for One's plans had been thwarted. When Nana expressed her concern about Izuku, there was a fierce intensity in her eyes. She urged that during the fight with Shigaraki, Izuku should be kept from making choices he might regret. As I reflected on her words, I nodded in understanding. Promising to do everything I could, I saw a smile begin to form on Nana's face, which reassured me. Upon waking, I found Izuku grinning at me. He greeted me softly, and I returned the smile, knowing I had to keep his mindset stable to prevent any potential disaster. Rolling off my bed, I felt a sense of urgency. When Izuku asked where I was going, I replied with a light-hearted giggle that we needed to return to UA. He nodded slowly and stepped out of the room, leaving me slightly puzzled by his lack of reaction. Once we arrived back at UA, we were quickly surrounded by our classmates, all eager to know what had happened. Todoroki inquired about Izuku's condition, and he casually mentioned feeling dehydrated while rubbing the back of his head. I couldn't help but think about how he was misleading them, as they were all aware of One for All. Mina approached me, asking how I was feeling. I laughed and said I was fine but a bit bored, masking my true feelings. Suddenly, I felt a pulsating sensation in my head, prompting me to drop to my knees. My danger sense was going off, and when I looked at Izuku, he seemed to sense it too. He declared that we needed to leave immediately and dashed out of the dorms. I activated One for All and called out to the others that we would return soon before sprinting after him. We arrived at his apartment, and he burst through the door, calling for his mother. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a flicker of light. Just as I shouted a warning, the apartment exploded, and everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, I felt a burning sensation on my chest. Looking down, I saw a hand without an arm, panic rising within me. My hands were covered in blood, and I turned to see Ochako unconscious on the floor. Desperately, I called out for my mother, but my vision began to blur. I activated One for All in my hand and struck the object holding my leg down, revealing it to be a burnt bed frame. I stood up, limping towards Ochako, but my heart sank as I noticed a body on the ground. Approaching the charred remains, I realized it was my mother. Tears streamed down my face as the reality hit me she was gone. Anger surged within me, and I activated One for All, determined to find Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Ochako found herself in the One for All realm, confused by the chaos around her. The other vestiges were visibly distressed, and she noticed Izuku enveloped in the power of One for All, tears streaming down his face as his strength surged beyond its limits. Nana explained that Izuku was grieving the loss of his mother, and his power was awakening other quirks within him. As the ground trembled around Izuku, Ochako realized the gravity of the situation. Banjo urged her to intervene before it was too late, and she was sent back to the real world. Awakening with a jolt, she saw Izuku radiating immense power, the apartment building crumbling around them. Calling out to him, she hoped to reach him, but he was lost in his grief, a blinding light emanating from him. When he finally acknowledged her, he was breathless and distraught. She reached out to comfort him, but he was overwhelmed by his emotions. He blamed himself for falling into a trap, and despite her attempts to reassure him, he insisted that this fight was his alone. Ochako felt a chill as he declared his intention to finish what Shigaraki had started, his resolve unwavering. As he began to levitate, Izuku promised to return safely, but his determination was palpable. He jumped away, leaving Ochako behind, and she felt a mix of fear and admiration for his strength. Izuku, focused on his goal, reached out with a telepathic quirk to contact All Might. He instructed him to evacuate the city, knowing that Shigaraki was close and that he would stop at nothing to confront him. "What are you doing?" All Might responds. Ending this, the protagonist thinks before halting the telepathy. A voice echoes in their mind, urging them to use their quirk. They can replace themselves with an object, like teleportation, and they decide to act. Their head throbs, but they manage to switch places with a stop sign. A loud bang reverberates through the air, and they look up to see a woman with a gun walking on air. "For you?" The protagonist thinks angrily. "No time for introductions," the woman replies, stating she has orders to eliminate them. As she prepares to shoot again, the protagonist switches places with her gun and delivers a swift punch to her gut. "Shigaraki sent you, didn't he?" they think, gripping her by the neck. She begins to choke but manages a smile. "Yes, he did," she admits, adding that he never mentioned how skilled the protagonist was. The protagonist tightens their grip, a smile creeping onto their face. "You're going to wish you hadn't done that," they think before throwing her down onto the street. Suddenly, a sense of danger flares up, and they leap aside just as blue flames zoom past them. "Dabi," they think, flicking their finger using One for All toward him. "What's up with you? When did you get so powerful?" A voice calls from behind. The protagonist turns to see Twice perched on top of a building, grinning. They switch places with a falling leaf. The villains jump and land atop a building, and Toga appears behind Twice. The protagonist jumps onto a nearby building, smirking up at them. "You guys are getting in my way," they think. "Boss's orders," Nagant replies. "See am I?" The protagonist shoots back, but Toga grins mischievously. "Oh, I will." It was a rhetorical comment, the protagonist thinks, preparing to take out the rest of the league. In Izuku's perspective, he thinks of creating a force field, forming an unbreakable barrier around the two buildings they occupy. With a smirk, he charges One for All to 100% and leaps into the air. Dabi sends flames his way, and he allows them to burn him, barely feeling the pain. As the flames dissipate, he smiles and uses a speed quirk to appear behind Dabi, landing a punch to his ribs. Dabi spits blood and falls off the building. Just then, danger sense alerts him, and he dodges a bullet from Nagant. Nice try, he thinks, also evading a slash from Toga. He knees her in the gut and grabs her, positioning her in front of him. "If you want to shoot me, you'll have to shoot through her," he thinks with a sadistic smile. Nagant aims at his head, and a loud bang echoes through the force field. Blood covers his face and he starts to laugh. Naive, he thinks, revealing that he possesses every quirk. He drops Toga's lifeless body, stating he really thought she didn't know about his regeneration. Nagant's expression remains unchanged as she jumps off the building, running toward his force field. Range won't help you, he thinks, but he pauses, noticing twice on the ground. With his mask off, Toga, he mutters, tears streaming down his face. She's dead, the protagonist thinks, adding that if Twice had a real connection with her, perhaps he would feel sympathy. He raises his palm toward Twice, and before he can finish, he uses Bakugo's explosion to blast him toward the force field. Turning back, he sees Dabi back on the building. Toya, you aren't going to die here, he thinks, preparing to leave that task for Shoto. He jumps to Dabi and knocks him out with a chop to the neck. He glances at Nagant, who has her sniper aimed at his chest. Activating a reflect quirk, he watches as her shot bounces back into her chest, her eyes widening in shock. He switches places with her gun and appears beside her. Stupid, he thinks, stating she should have stayed on their side. He offers her one more chance to redeem herself, reaching into her wound to extract the bullet. She screams in pain as he pulls it out, and she eventually passes out. Using a quirk to heal her, he places her next to Dabi. You're lucky I knew what happened to you, he thinks as he lowers his force field and departs. In Ochako's perspective, she yells in disbelief about evacuating the city while following her father toward the exit of UA. Yes, Ochako, he responds, explaining that Midoriya can no longer be persuaded and doesn't need them anymore. I won't let him do this alone, he could die, she insists, stopping in her tracks. He turns to her, gripping her shoulders firmly. Don't be foolish. He's going to destroy the city, and I won't let him kill you alongside Shigaraki. He exclaims, pulling her toward the door. She struggles to move, but he transforms into his muscular form, dragging her toward the cars in front of UA. Panic rises within her as they are driven out of the city. Dad, you have to let me help. She pleads, trying to open the car door. I'm not letting you get hurt. He insists, gripping her hand tightly. I don't care about getting hurt. I need to help him. She screams, causing him to loosen his grip. I don't want to fight Shigaraki, I want to help him heal. His mother just died, he's not thinking straight. If he goes overboard, he might die and take the whole city with him, maybe even the entire country. She yells, throwing his hand away and activating One for All. She opens the car door and leaps into the air, spotting a massive force field surrounding the city. So he created a boundary for destruction, she thinks, realizing that's why he told her father to evacuate. A small figure catches her eye, and she gasps as she sees stars and stripes leaping toward a building. In Izuku's perspective, he approaches the tallest building in the city, where Shigaraki stands atop it. Before he can begin climbing, he is tackled by someone familiar. Star? He thinks, pushing her off. Izuku, you have to stop. You can't destroy the city. She urges angrily. Who's going to stop me? He thinks defiantly. The atmosphere was tense as one character let out a small snicker, questioning the situation. Star hesitated, expressing concern that if Izuku Midoriya used his quirk, it would be erased. The character's eyes widened in shock, and they gritted their teeth, feeling a surge of anger. As they approached Star, she tried to protest, but her words were abruptly cut off by a sudden attack that left her gravely injured. Turning to see Shigaraki with a smug expression, he declared his intent to take advantage of the situation. In a moment of desperation, the character used their quirk to switch places with Star, momentarily surprising Shigaraki. He taunted them, suggesting that Star was doomed regardless, and began to fly away. Panic set in as the character rushed to Star, who was losing blood rapidly, and attempted to heal her. Just then, they felt a hand gripping the back of their head, and a wave of pain surged through them as Shigaraki claimed he could use that power. The scene shifted to Ochako's perspective as she witnessed Shigaraki being pushed back by her punch. Izuku, stunned, was reminded that they were in the midst of a fight. Shigaraki, still smiling despite the setback, acknowledged the presence of the ninth hero. He threatened to accelerate Star's demise as decay began to spread around them. Star, with a smile, expressed her gratitude to Izuku and urged him to save Ochako and the world before she was consumed by the decay. Izuku, filled with emotion, lifted Ochako and soared high above the city, where they could see the destruction below. He reassured her that he would fulfill Star's wishes and win the battle. As they teleported outside the barrier, Ochako's father appeared, confused by Izuku's presence. Izuku insisted that he would not let Ochako suffer the same fate as Star, and as he vanished from sight, Ochako began to cry, comforted by her father's embrace. Izuku felt a surge of energy building within him, realizing it was a quirk that enhanced his physical strength. He flew toward Shigaraki, determined to confront him. As he powered up, he tested his abilities by unleashing explosions that obliterated a nearby building with ease. Laughter escaped him as he reveled in his newfound strength, using decay and explosions to wreak havoc on the city. Shigaraki, unfazed, retaliated with a punch that barely phased Izuku. He activated his full power and struck Shigaraki, causing a disconnection that left him looking monstrous. As Shigaraki began to regenerate, Izuku felt a thrill at the prospect of a prolonged fight. He taunted Shigaraki, who attempted to decay him, but Izuku countered by erasing Shigaraki's quirk, continuing to pummel him until his regeneration slowed. Just as the battle intensified, Shigaraki revealed a sinister plan involving a rift in the sky, through which dragon-like machines emerged, firing lasers at Izuku. He dodged the attacks while trying to understand Shigaraki's connection to these machines. In a desperate move, Izuku switched places with one of the machines, crushing Shigaraki beneath it. Determined to close the rift, Izuku summoned all his strength, pulling the dimensional tear back together. As he exerted himself, he felt his energy depleting rapidly. Despite the voice in his head warning him against overexertion, he pushed on, shouting for the boost he needed. The rift began to close, but just as he felt himself losing hope and descending toward the ground, All Might appeared, catching him just in time. Izuku, barely able to comprehend the moment, felt a mix of disbelief and relief as he realized he was safe in All Might's grasp. Shigaraki called out with a grin on his face, and suddenly, Izuku found himself in a different place, hidden among some bushes. A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that being quirkless didn't mean he couldn't be a hero. He glanced over to see a younger, smaller, and more fragile version of himself speaking with All Might. The memory brought back feelings of gratitude for the opportunity he had been given. In the next moment he found himself at UA, witnessing the entrance exams. He watched as Ochako stumbled and looked up at the towering zero-pointer. Then he saw himself effortlessly take down the giant robot. The scene shifted to the UA lunchroom, where he observed himself chatting with Ochako. He recalled how he had offered her a chance for peace and quiet by suggesting they sit together, hoping it would deter others from approaching. Ochako smiled in response, and he felt a warmth in his chest as he asked her for more rice ball, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. Suddenly he was transported to the USJ, where he saw himself lying on the ground, bloodied and cradled in All Might's arms. Ochako gently touched his face, asking what he was going to say to her. He remembered expressing his gratitude for her friendship before losing consciousness. Next, he found himself at the midpoint between their apartments, where he and Ochako stood in the middle of the road. He suggested it was time to go to bed, and she laughed, realizing how late it had become. As he pulled her into a hug, he felt a rush of emotions when she whispered that she loved him. He blushed and replied that he loved her too before turning to head home. A voice in his head warned him that all these precious moments would vanish if he didn't win. He smirked, determined not to let that happen. Izuku opened his eyes to see All Might and Ochako battling Shigaraki. He stood up, channeling One for All. As he rushed toward Shigaraki, he shouted for All Might and Ochako to move out of the way. He punched through Shigaraki's chest, gripping his heart, declaring that this was the end for him. However, Shigaraki retaliated, decaying Izuku's arm and halting the explosion he had initiated. Frustration surged within him, but he quickly activated his regeneration and threw a punch that connected with Shigaraki's stomach, sending him crashing into a force field. A massive crater formed where he struck, and he heard All Might's astonished exclamation. With a smirk, he used a speed quirk to appear above Shigaraki, delivering a series of powerful punches that drove him deeper into the ground. As the heat intensified, Izuku steeled himself, determined to see this through. He shouted for a boost, feeling the pressure build as he broke through a hard rock surface, revealing an orange glow. Realizing he had reached the Earth's core, he prepared for the final blow. All for One, desperate, tried to escape, but Izuku tightened his grip on his neck, refusing to let go. Their struggle escalated, and All for One unleashed his powers, but Izuku activated Erasure, smiling at his opponent's futile attempts. As All for One sprouted wings and attempted to ascend, Izuku felt his quirks falter. He struggled to maintain his grip, but the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, making it harder to breathe. In a moment of desperation, he activated One for All again, breaking All for One's arm before being thrown into the air, floating above the earth. Determined not to let All for One win, Izuku latched onto his wings with Black Whip, tearing them off and unleashing all his strength. He shouted that All for One's plans would end here, and with a powerful punch, he delivered a blow that created a shockwave, sending him hurtling back toward the earth. As he fell, he closed his eyes, feeling his quirks power down. When he awoke, he found himself within the realm of One for All, surrounded by the previous users. Nana smiled at him through tears, announcing that he had won, even managing to destroy another planet in the process. Confused but elated, he realized the magnitude of his victory. Returning to reality, he felt the heat of the Earth's core behind him. Activating Black Whip, he launched himself back to the surface, a smile spreading across his face as he realized he had succeeded. Meanwhile, Ochako rushed to the edge of the massive hole Izuku had created, staring into the orange light below. She shook her head in disbelief before returning to her father, who had just regained his strength after leaving All Might's form. They both marveled at Izuku's incredible power. When her father pointed to the hole, she turned to see a figure soaring upward, and without hesitation, she activated One for All, leaping into the air to reach him. As Ochako approached, she recognized Izuku lying there, his eyes closed and his clothes torn away, leaving only his underwear. She quickly removed the top of her hero costume and wrapped it around him. Slowly, he opened his eyes and smiled faintly, expressing his achievement in a soft voice. Overwhelmed with pride, she pulled him into a hug, resting his head on her shoulder as tears streamed down her face. Just then, Izuku lost consciousness. In the darkness, Izuku heard a voice, not one of the One for All vestiges. It spoke to him, acknowledging his success in overcoming his first challenge. The voice hinted at increased stakes for the next trial, promising a reward upon completion, the title of God in this universe. The voice urged him to make his father proud. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes shot open, and he gasped for breath. He turned to see Ochako raising her arms toward a massive machine. With determination, he sprang to his feet, creating a force field around her and All Might. He stumbled slightly but managed to grasp Ochako's shoulder, transferring a boost quirk to her. She looked at him, confused, as he instructed her to simply say, "Boost," assuring her that it would enhance her power indefinitely. As he fell back, he watched her leap into action, effortlessly destroying machines one after another. Izuku's thoughts drifted to the mysterious voice. Was it his father, the god of this universe? Did it imply the existence of multiple universes? Was All for One merely a test? He pondered these questions until exhaustion overtook him, and he fell asleep. Months passed since Izuku's battle with Shigaraki, and he remained in a coma, showing no signs of awakening. Scars marred his arms and one eye, remnants of the fight that regeneration could not heal. The city had mostly been rebuilt, but classes at UA had yet to resume. Despite being hailed as the most powerful human ever, some remained wary of Izuku, questioning his trustworthiness after his willingness to destroy a planet for one person. With Shigaraki gone, villains began to emerge more frequently, prompting Class 1A and Ochako to patrol like seasoned heroes. Oddly enough, Aoyama had become more relaxed and genuinely happy since Shigaraki's defeat. The others, too, seemed uplifted, and they had all improved as heroes. Shinso was set to join Class 1A when classes resumed, and Ochako looked forward to their rematch. Ochako had gained access to several new quirks, including all of the One for All abilities, except for the second, as that quirk was still unconfirmed. She also possessed the boost quirk Izuku had given her, along with time-stopping abilities, erasure, and the power to create force fields. Her bond with Bakugo had strengthened during Izuku's coma, and she had taken on the responsibility of helping him become a better person. With her ability to keep him in check without causing massive explosions, she had made significant progress, though it had taken some persuasion. Bakugo had also developed larger explosions with minimal drawbacks and a new long-range fighting style. Todoroki had refined his control over fire and ice, allowing him to equalize his body temperature using both powers. Ida had improved his use of the Recipro Burst and was utilizing his arms more effectively. Momo had trained in hand-to-hand combat and learned to create tools for self-defense. Jiro's earphone jacks could now temporarily deafen opponents, and she had enhanced her hearing range. Shuji had learned to use his extra limbs for mobility and to gain an advantage in battles against larger groups. Siro could now produce nearly infinite tape, employing it strategically to incapacitate foes. Tokoyami had gained near-complete control over Dark Shadow, even in darkness, and had become more resistant to light. Sato had developed a way to maintain his strength for longer PRDS without excessive sugar intake and had learned defensive tactics to refuel when necessary. Koda had become capable of fighting independently and calling animals from a distance. Kirishima had achieved a new unbreakable mode, impervious to even the strongest punches. Kaminari could now unleash 5 million volts without succumbing to his usual state, much to Jiro's dismay. Ojiro had improved his mobility and combat effectiveness with his tail, while Azui had gained the ability to camouflage and capture opponents more efficiently. Mina's acid had become stickier, allowing her to control its melting properties. Aoyama's laser control remained a challenge, but he had developed into a fine fighter with the spirit of a hero. Mineta had dropped out, much to everyone's relief. Currently, Ochako was in the UA dorms, which had been recently rebuilt with Momo's help. She stood in the hallway, gazing out the window at the beautiful summer sunset, but her thoughts were consumed by Izuku. The vestiges of One for All couldn't grasp his presence, yet they could still sense his immense power. They mentioned that I would eventually become a planetary being, but I wasn't eager to test that theory. I glanced over to see Katsuki approaching me. He acknowledged my presence with a nod and asked how I was doing. I crossed my arms and replied that I was fine, then he inquired about Deku's condition. I sighed softly, informing him that while Deku was breathing, he had not yet awakened. Katsuki expressed his frustration, insisting that the greatest hero on Earth needed to wake up and confront Shigaraki. I agreed, adding that I hoped he wouldn't attract too much attention from girls, as I didn't want to hurt anyone. Katsuki snorted, pointing out that Deku would likely not be interested in anyone else since I had been with him even before he acknowledged his quirk or realized he was akin to a comic book character. I chuckled, conceding that he had a point. I then asked if he was ready for dinner, turning toward the stairs. Katsuki replied that he would only join me if I trained with him afterward, wearing a mischievous grin. I challenged him to finish before me and sprinted up the stairs, hearing him shout in pursuit. In Izuku's perspective, he felt a gentle nudge to wake up, sensing that someone needed him. His eyes shot open, and he found himself in Recovery Girl's office. He quickly grabbed his phone, turning it on to check the date, exclaiming in surprise that it was May. Standing up, he exited the room and spotted Aizawa, who looked astonished. Aizawa informed him that he had been asleep for 6 months but reassured him that classes had been suspended since his battle with Shigaraki. Ignoring Aizawa's explanation, Izuku asked about Ochako's whereabouts. Aizawa told him she was with the rest of the class in the new dorms. Grateful for the information, Izuku dashed past him toward the dorms. As he burst through the doors, he heard Mina's frightened voice. He rushed toward the source of the sound and froze upon seeing his classmates. His gaze landed on Ochako and his heart raced. She stood up, her face lighting up with a smile as she ran toward him. She had grown taller and seemed to have matured, reigniting his feelings for her. She tackled him into a hug, and he felt tears welling up. She buried her face in his chest, expressing how much she had missed him. He wrapped his arms around her, allowing himself to cry as he echoed her sentiment. Bakugo approached next, joining in on the embrace, and soon the whole class formed a group hug around him. Confused, Izuku asked why they were all hugging him. Todoroki explained that he was one of them, and they had been worried sick during his coma. Ida added that they all loved each other like a family, and that included him, though he jokingly noted that he didn't. Ochako expressed her affection in a light-hearted manner, saying she loved him in a different way, which made him smile. He felt grateful to consider them all family as the group hug gradually came to an end. Kaminari broke the brief silence by mentioning the press waiting for him to wake up, leaving him confused. Ochako playfully flicked his forehead and reminded him that he had saved them and caused significant destruction, prompting curiosity from the public. He chuckled and acknowledged that he would address it eventually but needed to visit someone first, asking Ochako to accompany him. As they left the dorms, he asked her if she knew where his mother was buried, his voice thick with emotion. She frowned but nodded, leading him to a cemetery. He recognized the area as where their apartments used to be, and she confirmed that her father had advocated for the cemetery's establishment there. Approaching the grave, he inquired about her father, to which she replied that he and her mother had moved into a large mansion together. He felt a sense of relief at the news. Gazing at the gravestone that read Izuku Midoriya in elegant script, he reflected on her character, acknowledging her selflessness and unwavering protection of him. Tears welled in his eyes as he read the inscription aloud, and Ochako comforted him with a hug. Just then a familiar voice called out to him from behind. He turned to see Mitsuki Bakugo holding flowers. After a warm exchange, she revealed she had come to pay her respects to Inko, and he shared that he had just awakened from a coma and wanted to see his mother again. Mitsuki expressed her condolences and reassured him that Inko would always be proud of him. As they prepared to return to UA, he asked Ochako if they should head back. She agreed, taking his hand as they flew into the air. Upon arriving, they found All Might speaking with the other students. Ochako announced their arrival, and All Might turned, his face lighting up as he approached and embraced him. After a moment of hesitation, he returned the hug, feeling a mix of relief and gratitude. All Might expressed his concern and emphasized the hope the students had in him now that he was awake, asking if he was ready to take on the responsibility. Confused, he sought clarification, and All Might explained that the world was looking to him for protection. He nodded confidently, affirming his willingness to step up, but insisted that his classmates should be included in that journey. All Might smiled at this sentiment and assured him he could help with that. Todoroki remarked on their collective future as pros, and he chuckled in agreement. Feeling bold, he approached Ochako, taking her hands in his and expressing his desire to marry her. The room fell silent, and he could sense the shock around him. Ochako's surprise was evident, and her father voiced his disbelief at their young age. He gently caressed her cheek, insisting that age didn't define his feelings for her. As the moment hung in the air, he smiled at her, playfully suggesting he would stop time just to be with her. His lightheartedness broke the tension, and she laughed, finding his words cheesy yet endearing. He explained that he wanted to solidify their bond before facing the challenges ahead, seeking her promise of unwavering support. She smiled, teasing him about needing a ring for a proposal. He laughed, reminding her that he had just woken from a coma. When she pressed him about his mention of having to go, he revealed a voice in his head warning him that Shigaraki was merely the first of many challenges he would face, hinting at a grand destiny. Her eyes widened in disbelief as he mentioned becoming the god of the universe, and he chuckled, inviting her to stand by him as a goddess. She assured him that while they couldn't marry at their age, she would always be by his side, promising to look after him until the end of his days. They shared a kiss, sealing their bond as the world around them resumed its motion. Izuku thought to himself about how smart his friend was as he turned around. He mentioned that they wouldn't get married officially, but in the future, they would, placing his hand on Izuku's. Izuku smiled in response, relieved. Their father muttered something under his breath, causing a tick mark to appear on Izuku's face. Kaminari, trying to lighten the mood, joked that he thought Izuku was going to drop down on one knee and propose right then. Izuku, still recovering from a coma, pointed out that he didn't even have a ring, which made Kaminari nod in agreement. Kaminari then complimented Izuku's intelligence, prompting a moment of silence before Jiro chimed in, teasing Kaminari about his own lack of smarts. The group erupted in laughter, and Izuku smirked, thinking about Kaminari's obvious crush. Just as Izuku was about to continue, his phone rang, interrupting him. He stepped away to answer it. Aizawa's tired voice came through, informing him that the press had been notified of his awakening and that they would be going to Tokyo for interviews the next day. Izuku asked if Ochako could join them, and Aizawa agreed, instructing him to meet at the front of the dorms at 6:30 a.m. sharp, warning him not to be late or face expulsion. After hanging up, Izuku muttered to himself about the early start. Ochako approached him, looking concerned and curious about what was happening. He explained that they needed to be up early for the trip to Tokyo. She mimicked his yawn and asked why they were going. Izuku explained that he was getting interviewed and wanted her to come along, hoping she wouldn't be upset. Ochako playfully scolded him for not asking her beforehand, puffing her cheeks and poking his nose. Izuku sighed and promised to do better next time, mimicking her expression, which made her giggle as she skipped away to her room. He walked over to where the rest of the class and All Might were gathered. He announced that he was heading off to bed since he needed to wake up early, bidding everyone good night. As he made his way back to his room, he thought about how it was his first night back and he had to get up so early. Upon entering his room, he froze when he saw Ochako, who greeted him with a playful smirk, saying she had missed him. Izuku awkwardly reminded her that they had already discussed her missing him earlier. She playfully told him to be quiet and come closer, using her quirk to close the door and draw him toward her. After a while, Izuku put his shirt back on and rolled over to find Ochako had already fallen asleep. The exhaustion weighed heavily on him, yet a smirk crept onto his face as he lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. Love had a way of making everything feel extraordinary, even in moments of fatigue. Checking his phone, he noted the time 2:30 in the morning. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought that lingered in his mind. With a thud, he pressed his head into the pillow, willing himself to sleep. A voice echoed in his mind, taunting him with the words, "You're not enough." Suddenly, he found himself standing next to a shorter version of himself, who bore the same features. The younger boy shouted in surprise, and the other boy, filled with malice, declared that it had been a long time coming. With a fierce explosion, he unleashed his power, sending the smaller version of himself sprawling to the ground. As he lay there, he felt a trickle of something warm on his face. A tall figure approached the younger version, a sinister grin on his face. He introduced himself as a father figure, promising to make dreams come true if the boy would only come with him. A chill ran down his spine as he watched the younger version hesitate, asking who this man was. The figure extended his hand, claiming he could bring back the boy's mother and grant him a quirk. The younger version, captivated by the promise, reached out. Desperation surged within him as he tried to shout a warning, but his voice faded into silence. Everything around him dissolved, and he found himself in a sterile lab, facing an older version of himself, weary and with white hair. The older version acknowledged him as all for one, calling him father. The older Izuku accepted the twisted praise, and the sinister figure proclaimed him complete. In a horrifying vision, he saw himself lifeless on the ground, a smile frozen on his face as darkness enveloped him. The scene shifted, revealing Ochako standing with a serene smile, declaring their relationship over before walking away. A voice boomed in his mind, blaming him for her fate. Suddenly, he was at the cemetery where his mother lay, and a hand emerged from the grave. Panic surged through him as he backed away, colliding with a wall. The buildings surrounding the cemetery loomed far away. Turning back, he was confronted by Shigaraki, who wore a wide grin as he decayed from the bottom up, proclaiming he was never truly gone. Instinctively, he activated One for All, hearing Nana's voice urging him not to fall for the illusion. Confused and frightened, he called out for her, desperate for answers as he fled the cemetery. A voice in his head promised a new challenge awaited him, and tears streamed down his face as he questioned why this was happening to him. He left the dorms, flying toward the rebuilt city, yearning for a moment of peace. Meanwhile, Ochako awoke to find Izuku missing. Confused, she wondered where she was and soon heard a voice in her head explaining that she possessed a quirk too and needed to be separated from him for now. She had been brought to a different universe. Relieved that she could still use one for all, she opened the window and gasped at the sight of New York City. A voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see an elderly man with glasses. He asked her to keep the noise down, and she rolled her eyes before leaping out of the window, activating Black Whip to swing onto the roof. The old man shouted in disbelief, and she shrugged, explaining it was her quirk. As she surveyed her surroundings, her danger sense tingled. She spotted someone swinging between buildings, chasing another figure. Curious, she decided to investigate, using float to fly closer. She called out to the person, who was startled to learn she could fly. As he missed his target, she caught the web he had shot out with her own quirk, helping him land safely. He looked around, astonished, and asked who she was. She quickly replied that he should introduce himself first. The exchange continued, and as he revealed his name, she recognized his voice, realizing they were connected in ways she had yet to understand. "How do you know my identity?" he asked, confusion evident on his face. She explained that he had removed his mask, and if she hadn't known before, she certainly did now. He acknowledged her point, sitting down as he processed the information. "So who are you?" he inquired again. She introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, mentioning that she wasn't from around there, laughing nervously while rubbing the back of her head. He then asked how she had powers, pulling some of his suit away from his skin to get some air. She explained that in her area, they had something called quirks, and she had 7 of them, which she thought was pretty cool. He chuckled, suggesting it was some sort of multiverse situation. She hesitated, and he looked at her seriously, joking about her reaction. "Nothing," she quickly replied with a laugh, before changing the subject. "Well anyway, Izuku, what's with the getup?" she asked, eyeing his suit. He quietly admitted that he was Spider-Man, nervously swaying his arms back and forth. She raised an eyebrow, questioning his claim. He explained that he shot webs and caught bad guys, which was just part of his routine. A brief silence fell between them, and she broke it by asking if she could help him with his spider activities since she was bored. He hesitated, saying he wasn't really good at working with a team, but she interrupted him, playfully punching him in the gut to silence him. "Come on, weren't you chasing someone?" she urged, grabbing his mask and putting it on him. He started to protest, but she insisted he stop talking and rolled her eyes, using her powers to mimic his swinging. Izuku found himself on top of the highest building in Tokyo, feeling hazy. He questioned whether he was still dreaming after hallucinating the previous night. Looking at his hand, he felt tears well up. He couldn't even tell if he was truly awake, wondering why everything had gone wrong so quickly. He sent a Delaware smash into the air, ensuring nothing broke, and sighed, feeling disconnected from his power. It didn't feel like his quirk, he could stop time, but these new abilities didn't belong to him. He chuckled softly, reflecting on the name All for One, which seemed silly to him. He heard a voice from within One for All, reminding him that he had been heard. A smile crept onto his face as he thought about the meaning of perfection in his quirk's name. He stood up and jumped off the building, stopping time just before hitting the ground, feeling a sense of convenience in his abilities. Returning to, his heart sank at the sight of the school completely collapsed. Ochako rushed toward him, limping and crying. He called her name in shock, rushing to her side. "What happened here?" he yelled as she fell into his arms, mumbling that he was back before going limp. He shook her gently, urging her to wake up, panic rising within him. She wasn't lying. He turned to see Shigaraki approaching with a sinister smile. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the threat was real. He prepared to fight, using One for All to crush Shigaraki's hand. The villain pulled away, smiling as his hand regenerated. Izuku felt a headache coming on as Shigaraki lunged at him, placing a hand on his. He used his erasure ability to prevent decay from affecting him. Shigaraki insulted him before delivering a punch that sent Izuku crashing into the rubble of Yue. He looked around and saw Ida lying lifeless on the ground, and next to him, Todoroki was missing an arm. His heart raced as he backed away, only to stumble upon Bakugo, slumped against the debris, lifeless. "Kaken," he murmured, covering his mouth in horror. Shigaraki taunted him, claiming they were all dead because of him. Izuku denied it, trying to convince himself that this wasn't real as he felt the pain from Shigaraki's punch. Blood dripped from his mouth as anger surged within him. He attempted to switch places with a piece of rubble, but it failed, causing him to laugh maniacally. He shouted into the chaos, insisting that this wasn't real. But then he heard a familiar voice, and a metallic scarf captured him, pulling him back to the half-destroyed U dorms. Aizawa stood there with the rest of the class, minus Ochako. What happened? Izuku asked, bewildered by the destruction. Aizawa explained that they had been training when they heard something near the dorms, not expecting it to be him. I didn't mean to do this, Izuku pleaded, struggling against the scarf. Aizawa's anger flared as he demanded to know who had influenced him. Confused, Izuku asked who he was talking about. All Might, Aizawa replied, revealing that he had been exposed as a fake, and since Izuku was his successor, the blame fell on him. And no, All Might wasn't a fake, Izuku stammered, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. I'm not his successor either. Izuku shouted, struggling to break free from the scarf wrapped around him. You aren't slick, Deku. Bakugo replied, his voice filled with anger. Shut up, you JRK. Aizawa, you know exactly who All Might's successor is, so stop pretending. Izuku yelled. Then say who it is. Aizawa retorted, tightening his grip around Izuku's neck, causing him to gasp for air. It's Ochako, he managed to say, prompting Aizawa to loosen his hold. Good, now we know it's you, Midoriya, Aizawa said, a smile creeping onto his face. Sadly, he began, but the rest of the class faded away behind him. I'm not really, erase your head, he continued, his face flickering strangely. Go to sleep, he commanded, pulling out a weapon. Izuku felt a sharp pain in his neck before everything went dark. When he regained consciousness, he found himself staring at the ceiling. Deku, you're awake, someone said from beside him. He turned to see Bakugo. What happened? Izuku asked, still confused. We found you on the floor. You had a bullet in your neck, but luckily you have regeneration. The unfortunate part is that the bullet is stuck because whenever the doctors try to remove it, your regeneration seals it back up, Bakugo explained with a sigh. I can deactivate it if you want, Izuku offered with a small smile. Yeah, do that. I'll go get a doctor, Bakugo said, getting up and leaving the room. Izuku focused on deactivating his regeneration and gazed out the window. A knock interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Ochako entering the room. She smiled at him. Hey, Izuku, how are you feeling? She asked, leaning against the side of the hospital bed. I'm fine, he replied, not wanting to worry her. She nodded, her expression turning serious. Could you say my name? She asked, her voice soft. Ochako, he responded, confusion creeping in. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. Urara, he started but stopped himself. Involuntarily, he raised his arm and flicked one for all in her direction. She dodged and smiled back at him. Maybe you aren't as naive as I thought, she said, but then her face began to glitch and she vanished. Izuku looked at his arm, noticing the red lines of one for all. He rested his head down in confusion and found himself in the one for all realm. Kid, you haven't figured it out yet, have you? Nana asked him. No. What is it? He shouted, frustration boiling over. Someone is using a quirk to manipulate you. We don't know what they want, the sixth user said, walking toward him. So it was all fake? He asked, backing away. Yeah, good. Don't worry, we can't be fake because only Uraraka, All Might, and you know about us, the fifth user said with a grin. Izuku hesitated but eventually nodded. Okay, he said, taking a deep breath. You gotta go, the fourth user urged, glancing around nervously. Why? Izuku asked, confused. I feel something off. The real world is in danger, the fourth user replied. Izuku nodded and returned to the real world. When he awoke, he saw someone in a black mask with a wide smile holding a knife to his neck. Instinctively, he grabbed the person's wrist and twisted it, causing them to cry out in pain before glitching away. Who sent you? He demanded, holding the knife he had taken to their neck. The masked figure chuckled. You'll find me again sometime. Just know, I'm always after you, a female voice said, and as the mask came off, it revealed Ochako. His heart sank and he shook his head. "I know it's not you," he declared, punching her in the face. "Oh, I know that hurt you more than me, right?" she laughed. "What happened, Izuku? I thought you'd even stop time for me," she continued, her laughter echoing in his ears. He shivered and stepped back, feeling overwhelmed. As he stumbled and fell backward, tears began to flow. She laughed again, but he suddenly appeared behind her, a determined smile on his face. "I'd stop time for Ochako, but you aren't her," he said, gripping her neck tightly. "Any last words?" he asked, his voice dripping with venom. She laughed once more. Boom. Izuku's perspective shifted as he felt pain fade away. He opened his eyes to see Mina crying and shaking him. "Midoriya. Thank goodness you're awake. What happened in here?" she asked, tears streaming down her face. "There was a fake. She was posing as Ochako. I was going to stop her, but she exploded," he explained, just as Todoroki rushed into the room. "Why didn't the rest of the room explode?" Mina questioned. "I used the shield quirk I had to protect the city, but I only had time to trap myself in with her," he replied, coughing slightly. "Quick thinking, but you almost got yourself killed," Todoroki said, his voice unusually emotional. Suddenly, Izuku's danger sense flared, and he glanced toward a window before flicking one for all at it. The glass shattered, and someone fell from the opening. He jumped up and rushed to the window. "Midoriya, what happened?" Todoroki asked, but then he glitched out and vanished. "What is real?" a voice echoed from above him. Izuku looked up to see a mouth in the ceiling grinning down at him. "You're easy to manipulate," it said casually. "Where are you?" he shouted, breaking the remaining glass and leaping out. Using Black Whip, he latched onto the side of the building and scaled it until he reached the hospital roof. Smoke screen, he thought, activating the sixth quirk. "I would use my search quirk, but I need to know who is attacking me," he considered, focusing on canceling every quirk except his danger sense and the base strength of one for all. His danger sense went off, but he felt danger closing in from all sides. "Turn around." He obeyed and caught a stray bullet just before it hit his head. Breathing heavily, he jumped toward the source of the shot. As a wrist came into view, he grabbed it, only to find Aizawa standing there. "Midoriya, calm down. It's not real," he urged, activating his erasure quirk. Izuku threw Aizawa's wrist away and shook his head. "It's not you," he muttered, backing away. He prepared to punch with 5% of his power, but Aizawa restrained him with the scarf. "Midoriya, stop. If this keeps going, I'll have to expel you," he thought as he twisted the arm of the person in front of him. Suddenly, a warning signal blared in his mind. A gust of wind rushed past him, and he instinctively pushed Aizawa aside just in time. Where Aizawa had stood moments before, a large truck crashed down. Aizawa groaned in pain, his leg pinned beneath the truck's bed. Without hesitation, the protagonist punched the truck away from Aizawa and lifted him onto his back. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the reality of the situation as he dashed away from the building, using a smokescreen to obscure their escape. As he leaped through the city, the surroundings began to fade, reverting to their original state before the chaos. He glanced back to see Aizawa unconscious on his back and thought, why couldn't that be fake too, as he made his way toward UA. He burst into the halls, rushing past startled students on his way to Recovery Girl's office. A student shouted about the villain, causing him to stop and look around. All eyes were on him, and confusion washed over him as he heard accusations of destruction aimed at him. He denied the claims, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong, and hurried to Recovery Girl's office. She looked up as he entered, concern etched on her face. He explained that Aizawa had been attacked by something unknown. Recovery Girl interrupted him, instructing him to lay Aizawa down on the bed. As he did so, she mentioned the destruction of the dorms, suggesting he might be responsible, though she noted that Uraraka had been missing all day. Concerned, he learned that no one had seen her since the previous night. Recovery Girl remarked on their tendency to attract trouble, and he sighed in agreement. Peering out the window, he noticed the sun beginning to set and questioned why students were still in school. Recovery Girl explained that the lockdown was a result of the dorm destruction, and he was now considered a fugitive. Confusion filled him as he processed this information. Recovery Girl reassured him that Aizawa had believed in his innocence, which was why he hadn't been taken into custody. He glanced at Aizawa and asked if he could stay until he woke up. She nodded, confirming that Aizawa would be up shortly. Minutes later, Aizawa stirred, jumping out of bed and assuming a defensive position in the corner. The protagonist quickly assured him that everything was fine and used his quirk to prevent Aizawa from activating his own. Aizawa relaxed and expressed gratitude for being saved. They discussed the situation, with Aizawa theorizing that someone was manipulating him with their quirk, using his danger sense against him. The protagonist nodded, realizing the complexity of the situation. Aizawa suggested using his black whip to capture the person responsible if they appeared again. He handed over his scarf, instructing the protagonist to use it to identify the imposter while he watched from the shadows. The protagonist thanked Aizawa and turned toward the window, ready to confront the situation. Aizawa reminded him to avoid heroes, who now viewed him as a villain, and the protagonist chuckled in response. With determination, he leaped out of the window, ready to bring the chaos to an end. As he navigated the city, he noticed the environment shifting around him. He smirked and activated his smokescreen, obscuring his vision while he made his way to the tallest building. Reaching the top, he stopped the smokescreen and called out, sensing someone nearby. A voice accused him of destruction, and he turned, unleashing a punch fueled by One for All. Nothing happened, and he found himself face to face with Class 1A, who had emerged from an elevator. He laughed, questioning their intelligence, only to be met with a simple affirmation from the voice behind him. Izuku felt a surge of frustration as he confronted the fake Bakugo. The imitation shouted insults, but Izuku couldn't help but laugh at how perfectly the personality was captured. As he charged up One for All, he noticed Aizawa approaching from behind, his scarf at the ready. With a smirk, Izuku declared that the attempt was futile before using Aizawa's quirk to wrap it around the fake Bakugo. The imposter struggled to move, but Izuku stopped time, leaping behind him to deliver a swift kick. He then touched the fake's shoulder, sending him crashing a few feet away. The fake Bakugo groaned in frustration, and Izuku recognized him. He charged forward, demanding to know the truth behind the disguise. As he punched the fake in the ribs, the impact sent him teetering toward the edge of the building. The imposter looked at his hands in disbelief, realizing that his quirk was ineffective in this halted moment. Izuku smirked, explaining that time was frozen, and nothing could change in this reality. With a swift motion, he grabbed the fake's hand and snapped it. The fake Bakugo let out a pained cry, clutching his injured hand. Izuku reassured him that Recovery Girl would help him before he faced the consequences of his actions. The fake Bakugo, a young man with brown hair and purple eyes, laughed bitterly, claiming that he had connections everywhere. Izuku tightened his grip on the jacket, asserting that no one would save him from prison. He added that he was fortunate not to have taken a more lethal path. The fake Bakugo's laughter turned to tears as he recounted his past, revealing that he had been bullied and nearly killed before receiving his quirk from All for One. Izuku's heart sank at the realization. He tried to convince the young man that he could still choose a different path, that he could be a hero. As the fake Bakugo cried, Izuku offered him hope, promising rehabilitation and a chance to become a better person. He shared that prison was not a place anyone wanted to be, trying to relate from his own experiences. The young man broke down, pleading for help, and Izuku embraced him, offering comfort and reassurance. Despite his doubts, the fake Bakugo began to see a glimmer of hope. Izuku encouraged him, highlighting the potential of his quirk for good. After a moment, he decided to use a healing quirk on the injured wrist, apologizing for the pain he had caused. The fake Bakugo, now Uriai Hideki, expressed his remorse for the trouble he had caused. Izuku suggested that they work together for a better future, and Aizawa agreed to help arrange a rehabilitation program for him at UA. As the rain began to fall, the atmosphere shifted. Aizawa informed Izuku that he would have the night off but would need to help rebuild the dorms the following day. Izuku's playful protest echoed in the air, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as he looked at Hideki, who was now on a path toward redemption. Afterward, Izuku decided to search for Ochako, eager to share the day's events and the new friendship he had forged. Worry gnawed at me as the hours passed, and I couldn't shake the hope that she was okay. Ochako's perspective shifted as she processed the situation. Izuku had just shared some shocking news about a man named Norman Osborn and his daughter, Momo Osborn. The revelation that Osborn was secretly the Green Goblin and wanted Izuku dead left her astonished. Momo was the daughter of a criminal mastermind in this universe, which was hard to wrap her head around. Izuku, still nervous, asked for his web shooter back, and she agreed, curious about its composition. As he explained, she used Momo's quirk to replicate the device, ensuring its stability before tucking it under her sleeves. Izuku seemed impressed but also slightly overwhelmed by her abilities. As they prepared to swing through the city, Ochako quickly crafted a duplicate of her mask and leaped after him. While swinging, she couldn't help but wonder what her own Izuku was doing in their universe. Suddenly, Izuku warned her of danger, and she felt her instincts kick in as the web she was using was severed. She began to fall but quickly opened her eyes to see this version of Izuku reaching out to her, joking about the absurdity of dying in a different universe. Grabbing his hand, she used her quirk to stop their descent in midair. As bullets whizzed past, she caught one mid-flight, and a smoke screen enveloped them. Izuku, gripping her hand tightly, whispered directions. She let go and stopped time, floating over to confront a sniper with an Oscorp jacket. With a swift motion, she snapped his gun in half and resumed time, intimidating him with a fierce smile. He fled in fear, and she felt a rush of exhilaration at being so formidable in this new world. Jumping onto the rooftop, she spotted Izuku looking up and waving. He praised her, and she casually mentioned how a little intimidation had sent the sniper running. Izuku laughed nervously, and they continued their mission toward Oscorp. In the lobby, as they rode the elevator, Izuku mused about Spider-Man's methods of confronting villains. Ochako promised to make him look cooler once they were out, and he eagerly agreed, cracking his knuckles and putting his mask back on. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by Osborn in his Green Goblin suit. He threw a green ball into the elevator, prompting Ochako to stop time and encourage Izuku to set up their plan. With a leap, he positioned himself next to the goblin, while she took a seat at the goblin's desk. As time resumed, Izuku launched webs just as the green ball exploded. Excitement filled the air as Izuku cheered, believing they had succeeded. But the goblin retaliated, swinging at him, and Izuku dodged while maintaining his playful demeanor. Ochako watched, contemplating whether she could take the goblin's quirk if she had all for one. Just then, Izuku was thrown back into the wall, and the goblin, with a sinister grin, declared that Izuku's time was up. Izuku shot a web at the goblin's face, momentarily distracting him. As Ochako moved closer, the goblin turned his attention back to Izuku, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the wall. Feeling a surge of energy, Ochako glowed and leaped out of the building to save Izuku, who was struggling to use his web shooters. Using the web shooters she had created, she grappled him and swung him back up to safety. Together, they landed on the rooftop, and Izuku expressed his gratitude for her timely rescue. He expressed his gratitude as he embraced her, and she laughed in response. She mentioned that it was time for her to return to Izuku. He promised he would never forget her, smiling brightly. She removed her web shooters and placed them on his wrist, reminding him that he wouldn't have the chance to remember her if he were to fail. She encouraged him to defeat the goblin and ensure that Momo wouldn't be heartbroken afterward. He smiled back and nodded as she gradually faded away. Izuku sat on Ochako's bed with a heavy sigh. He thought to himself that he had searched everywhere and didn't know where she could be, a tear rolling down his cheek. She asked him from behind why he was crying. He replied that he missed her and couldn't find her. She reassured him that she was right there, but he was caught off guard by her sudden presence. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he jumped up and wrapped his arms around Ochako. She laughed and expressed how much she had missed him. He couldn't help but ask where she had been, revealing his worry. Ochako explained that she had been teleported to a different universe, where she had met a version of him who was known as Spider-Man. Izuku's expression turned serious as he mentioned his own struggles, detailing how he had faced illusions created by a villain named Uriai Hideki. He described the chaos that ensued, leading to a moment where he had felt like a fugitive until Aizawa had found him. He pointed to the door, indicating the massive crater where dorm rooms once stood, and Ochako's eyes widened in disbelief at the destruction that had occurred in just one day. When she asked about the villain responsible for the chaos, Izuku shared how he and Aizawa had managed to bait him into revealing himself. He learned that the villain had been manipulated by All for One, having been born quirkless and bullied throughout his life. Izuku reflected on how he could have easily become like him if not for Ochako's father saving him. Ochako leaned in, hugging him tightly and expressing her pride that he hadn't resorted to violence. Izuku chuckled lightly at her words, but she expressed her concern about his constant danger. She understood that they were heroes, but the weight of his destiny as someone meant to become a god troubled her. Izuku shared his own thoughts, admitting that he felt burdened by the danger his father's actions brought to others. Ochako looked him in the eyes, urging him to take control of his future instead of waiting for threats to come to him. She worried that even if he tried to avoid conflict, the villain would still endanger others. Izuku pondered the idea of confronting the threat earlier, realizing that if he trained and unlocked his full potential, he could face anything that came his way. She reassured him, reminding him of his incredible abilities, including his power to stop time and boost his own strength. Izuku smiled, teasing her about her own potential. They shared a light moment, and he playfully pushed her onto the bed, both of them laughing. Standing up, he suggested they spar, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. But before he knew it, Ochako used her quirk to pull him back beside her on the bed. Snuggling against him, she asked if they could just stay like that for a while. He brushed her hair aside and kissed her cheek, agreeing wholeheartedly. In that moment, Izuku's thoughts drifted to the responsibilities that lay ahead. He knew he needed both physical and mental strength to fulfill his destiny. As he contemplated the weight of death and the guilt that could come with it, a voice in his head reminded him of the challenges he would face. Suddenly, he found himself in the realm of One for All, where Nana approached him. She mentioned that Ochako wanted to talk to him there, and as he walked over, she explained that they could speak freely without his father overhearing. Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the idea. Nana suggested he train in a safe location, using his boost ability to see how powerful his punches could become. He eagerly proposed that she join him on this training adventure. Maybe more quirks would unlock for them, and they could become more durable if someone with their power threw punches at them. The thought lingered in their mind, hoping she would join in. She nodded in agreement, looking down as a smile crept onto her face, revealing her eagerness to participate. Then they decided to inform the others and find a suitable place for their training. With a tilt of the head, they suggested heading out. She enthusiastically agreed and vanished from the One for All realm. In reality, they got out of bed to find Ochako standing in front of them, smiling. They reminded themselves to play it cool and nodded back with a smile. They greeted her warmly, suggesting a visit to Mr. Aizawa, to which she readily agreed. They chuckled to themselves, realizing she wasn't as oblivious as they thought. As they walked toward the door, they felt Ochako tugging at their pant leg. Turning around, they asked what was up. She pointed at their shirt, insisting it needed to be changed. Looking down, they noticed drool on it and quickly tossed it aside, feeling a bit embarrassed. She nervously laughed, explaining how well they had slept. They snorted in amusement, putting on a fresh shirt before heading to Aizawa. Upon entering his office, Ochako waved and greeted him. Aizawa, closing his laptop, inquired about their visit. She complimented his ponytail, which made him sigh, and then they got to the point. They expressed their desire to train in a private location, suggesting another planet to fully test their powers. Aizawa blinked in surprise before facepalming, questioning how they planned to reach another planet. Ochako quickly reminded him of Izuku's journey to space with Shigaraki, explaining that since she had his quirk, she likely wouldn't need to breathe either. Aizawa nodded, cautioning them to be careful before shooing them out of the room. Relieved, Ochako sighed, and they expressed their surprise at her earlier stress. She admitted she was just good at hiding it. They then decided to head to her mansion to inform her dad, hoping for a positive reaction. As they approached the grand mansion, they marveled at its size. Ochako proudly confirmed it was hers, explaining that they had received a substantial amount of money from their efforts in saving the city, and she casually mentioned that they could claim more at City Hall. The thought of becoming a millionaire excited them. Upon entering, they were greeted by Ochako's mother in the garden. She ran up to her mom, exchanging warm hugs and asking how she was. Introducing Izuku, Ochako pulled him along, and her mother expressed gratitude for everything he had done for their family and the world. He humbly replied that he owed it all to her husband and daughter. After a brief conversation, Ochako inquired about her dad, learning he was working in his office but would welcome a break. Thanking her mom, they rushed inside, navigating through the spacious house until they reached a large door. Opening it, they found All Might at his computer. He greeted Ochako warmly before turning to Izuku, expressing his relief at seeing him smile again and pulling him into a tight hug. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku smiled and wiped away a tear, realizing how much All Might meant to him. Once they settled, All Might asked what was on their minds. Ochako nervously explained their plan to explore a different planet to fully understand their powers without the risk of causing destruction on Earth. All Might stared blankly for a moment, concerned about their safety, but after a moment of contemplation he reluctantly agreed to let them go, albeit with reservations. Izuku Midoriya felt a chill run down his spine as All Might fixed him with a serious gaze, warning him that if anything happened to his daughter, he would personally ensure Izuku faced the consequences. Izuku thought to himself that he doubted All Might could follow through on that threat, but he shook his head and responded with a salute, affirming his understanding. All Might, still looking astonished that he needed to lay down such rules, instructed Izuku to be safe and to avoid any interactions with aliens if he encountered them. Ochako, excited, grabbed Izuku's hand and rushed out of the mansion, thanking him. As they walked together, Izuku wondered if they should inform their classmates about their departure. Ochako laughed and assured him that was exactly what she was doing. Suddenly, a young boy's voice called out, recognizing Izuku. He turned to see a little boy dressed in a hero costume standing next to his mother. The boy ran up to him, and Izuku knelt down to greet him. The boy hugged Izuku tightly, declaring him his hero with a bright smile. Izuku felt a smirk form on his face as he expressed his gratitude for the boy's support, patting his back. The boy's mother thanked Izuku for being so kind, and he shook her hand before kneeling back down to the boy. He explained that he had to leave but was glad to have met him, extending his hand for a high five. The boy eagerly returned the gesture, waving goodbye as he walked away with his mother. Feeling humbled, Izuku turned back to Ochako, who pouted, feeling overlooked. He chuckled and reassured her that it didn't matter, suggesting they focus on finding a planet. Ochako agreed but mentioned they should say goodbye to everyone first, yawning and shaking her head as she hinted at needing a nap. They entered the dorms and called for their classmates to gather around. Bakugo, with his usual bravado, asked what Izuku wanted. Ochako, annoyed, admonished Bakugo, who quickly complied, looking away. As the group stared at them, Izuku announced their plan to travel to another planet for training, explaining that it would be an exciting experience. Ochako added that they would be able to breathe and function normally there, causing everyone's jaws to drop in disbelief. Bakugo, losing his cool, reacted with shock at the prospect of them going to another planet. "Calm down," Ochako said as she walked over and placed her hand over Bakugo's mouth. A smirk crossed my face at the sight of Bakugo being treated like a pet. He rolled his eyes and nodded, and Ochako stepped back toward me. A small hint of jealousy crept into my mind as I thought about how I didn't like seeing her touch other boys. "Anyways, yeah, we're going to leave after I take a nap," Ochako said as she headed toward the stairs. I heard Mina exclaim in surprise. I scratched the back of my neck and explained, "Sorry for the sudden move, it's just necessary for our power, you know? It's cool, just be safe, okay?" Kaminari said, showing a rare serious side. Kirishima added with his signature smile, "As long as you're safe, I'm cool with it." Bakugo quietly remarked, "Just don't die or anything." Kaminari smirked and teased, "Oh, does Baku bro actually care?" Bakugo shot back, "Shut up, man. Of course I care," as he began to walk away. My eyes widened, and a smile crept onto my face. I thought to myself that Ochako must have really knocked some sense into him. Jiro walked up next to me and said, "Oh, you should have seen it. She really took charge." Siro shivered and added, "It was scary." I smiled and looked back at everyone. "I know most of us don't talk much, but I'll miss you all," I said, extending my fist. "So manly," Kirishima said, tears flowing down his face as he bumped his fist against mine. "Midobro, it's been great," Kaminari said, joining in. I glanced around at the rest of the class, and they all smiled, putting their fists in. "When you come back, it'll probably be Class 2A, Ida said with a small chuckle. Kirishima wiped his tears and laughed. "Yeah, we're getting old, huh?" I nodded in agreement. "Anyways, I should take a nap too. Tomorrow we can really say goodbye," I said, pulling my fist away and turning around. I walked to Ochako's dorm and opened the door to find her lying down, facing the wall. I approached and lay down next to her. I closed my eyes, trying to sleep, but then I heard a sniffle. I opened my eyes to see Ochako looking at me with tears in her eyes. I immediately sat up and placed my hand on her cheek. "What's wrong?" I asked as she sat up and hugged me tightly. "I'm going to miss everyone," she said, her voice trembling as she began to cry. I rubbed her back gently and replied, "You don't have to go if you don't want to." "But then I'll miss you," she said, crying but also laughing a bit. I smiled and embraced her tighter. "There's no need to miss me. I'll always be able to see you inside of One for All," I said, brushing her hair away from her face. "That's not enough." "I need this," she exclaimed, squeezing me. I pulled back slightly to look into her eyes. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I need you in the flesh. You're everything to me, and I can't have you leave after you just came back to me," she said as she leaned in closer. "Izuku, you have to understand. I love you." She pressed her lips against mine. After a moment, she pulled away and smiled. "You still blush when I do that," she said with a giggle. I felt my cheeks heat up as I looked down. "Yeah, I guess I do," I admitted before looking back up and kissing her again. "Might as well have some fun before we go, shouldn't we?" I said as I gently pushed her down onto the bed. She laughed. "Oh, how fast you can go from a shy little boy to a bold man is scary," she said, still giggling. Hush," I replied, and she giggled again. "Yeah, we can have some fun," she said, tugging on my shirt and pulling me down on top of her. Once we finished, we drifted off to sleep. The next morning, we got up and prepared to say our goodbyes. "So this is really it this time," I said with a small laugh. Bakugo approached, wrapping his arms around me in a hug. "Bakugo!" I exclaimed, confused as I tried to pull away. "Stop, just let it happen, nerd," he insisted, keeping me in his grip. "Group hug." Ochako yelled as she rushed into Bakugo and me. Everyone joined the hug, and I felt tears welling in my eyes. "Class 1A, we will reunite one day," Ochako declared as the hug broke apart. "Yeah," we all shouted in unison. Ochako and I walked outside, looking up at the sky. She held onto my hand tightly. "Ready for this?" she asked. "Nope, but there's no time like now," I replied, not looking at her. I thought to myself that it was time to find a new planet, and I was going to miss everyone. Izuku and Ochako searched for a while before finally discovering a planet devoid of life, with a survivable climate and gravity. Similar to Earth's. Ochako expressed her fatigue as they began walking on the new planet, which was surrounded by trees and mountains. Izuku smirked at her comment about the planet resembling Earth's younger sibling. He suggested it would be a good place to train and, in his enthusiasm, punched a nearby tree. The impact sent pain shooting through his wrist, prompting a startled exclamation. Ochako, confused by his reaction, approached him as he struggled to speak, describing the tree's hardness. Despite the pain, he found humor in the situation as his regeneration began to work. Ochako knocked on the tree, confirming its toughness, and they both realized they should have used their quirks instead. Determined to test their abilities, Ochako activated her quirk and punched the tree, creating a small crack but losing her balance and falling to the ground. Izuku, feeling responsible for her injury, quickly used a healing quirk to mend her wrist. They discussed their training plans, deciding to fight first and then train to see how much stronger they had become. With a playful challenge, Ochako activated her quirk again and swung at Izuku. He dodged and jumped back, teasing her about trying to catch him off guard. She leaped onto a tree, enveloped in a pink cloak, which Izuku recognized and sarcastically questioned. She shrugged, claiming it just happened, and jumped at him. Izuku activated his boost quirk and threw a punch, but she dodged and countered, sending him crashing into a tree. He groaned as he stumbled to his feet, only to find her missing. From behind, she kicked him, causing him to crash into another tree. As he regained his composure, he noticed her charging at him again. Reacting quickly, he switched places with a falling branch, avoiding her punch that created a small crater. He activated a lightning quirk and leaped down, aiming for the center of the smoke-filled area. Once the smoke cleared, he realized she had vanished again. His danger sense activated, and he dodged another branch. Ochako complimented his reflexes, and despite her playful nature, he felt the effects of his boosted quirks heightening his senses. They exchanged smiles, and he sprang toward her as she leaped from tree to tree. When she disappeared behind one, he jumped down to the base of the tree, only to be ensnared by her black whip. She landed in front of him, smirking as she tightened her grip. She playfully mentioned learning the technique from a friend, and after delivering a punch, she laughed about how her version wasn't as impressive as her friend's. Izuku teased her about her quips during fights, and she responded with a playful acknowledgement. As she released him, they prepared for a serious fight. Izuku swung at her, but she blocked and countered with a kick to his ribs, causing him to stumble. She taunted him about her training during his coma, and he countered with a playful remark about learning the hard way. Their sparring continued, with Ochako using her quirk to maneuver around him. She landed on his shoulders, attempting to choke him, but he managed to grab her legs and fall backward, causing her to hit the ground. She laughed, wrapping her legs around his neck and using her quirk to bind his legs. Izuku attempted to use his own black whip, but her grip overpowered his. As he struggled, he tapped her leg, prompting her to release him. With a teasing tone, she asked if he was tapping out already. "I was just starting to have fun," Ochako said, her mood shifting from feisty to cute and cuddly. Izuku coughed a bit as color returned to his face. He muttered that she was quite intimidating as she helped him stand up. She smiled and remarked that he should have known she had that side, especially since she was the only one who could scare Katsuki. Izuku acknowledged her point while rubbing his throat where she had playfully choked him. "Anyways, let's find shelter," Ochako suggested, turning away and walking toward a mountain. "Yeah, let's do that," Izuku replied, noticing the sun beginning to set. They searched for a place to stay but found nothing. Using Momo's quirk, Ochako created some metal and fashioned a small house. She made a mattress and they lay down together. "Good night, Izuku," she said with a yawn. "Good night." He thought to himself that next time he would actually train instead of getting overwhelmed. The members of Class 1A were finally back in class, now as Class 2A. After Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka had trained on a different planet, the class had urged Mr. Aizawa to start classes again and begin the new year. He reluctantly agreed, knowing that if he didn't, he would hear about it endlessly from All Might, who was also advocating for their return. Even though Izuku and Ochako were away, heroes continued to step up and fight off villains. Their absence inspired others, even from afar. Many were disappointed by their departure, though some for reasons that were less than noble. Stain, frustrated, yelled as he withdrew his blade from a hero's arm. He muttered angrily and walked away from the injured hero. Hawks, watching from a rooftop, commented on Stain's distress. Stain expressed his frustration over Ochako leaving the planet, feeling betrayed as she had promised to be a hero. "Now save that hero too," Stain said before disappearing into the night. Hawks quickly helped the smaller hero reach the hospital, reflecting on how Stain had fully embraced his villainous side again. When Hawks met up with Endeavor, he greeted him casually. Endeavor responded that they weren't finished yet and inquired about Stain. Hawks explained that Stain had reverted to villainy because of Ochako's departure, believing she had broken her promise and was no longer a true hero. Endeavor found it puzzling that Stain would feel this way about a young girl. Hawks suggested that Stain might know something they didn't, questioning why he cared so much if she were just an ordinary girl. Endeavor considered having his son, Shoto, investigate, noting that UA must have some information on her. Hawks proposed they speak directly with All Might instead. As they approached the mansion, they pressed the intercom, and a female voice answered, asking who was speaking. Hawks introduced himself and Endeavor, requesting to speak with All Might. The woman agreed to fetch him. Hawks speculated about the woman's relationship with All Might before hearing the intercom again. All Might greeted them, and Hawks urged Endeavor to say hello. Endeavor requested a face-to-face meeting, which All Might agreed to, unlocking the gate for them. Once inside, All Might led them to his office and invited them to sit. Hawks took a seat, but Endeavor chose to stand. After a brief silence, Hawks broke the tension by asking about Ochako, the girl who had recently gone to another planet. All Might confirmed her name and inquired why they were interested. Endeavor explained that Stain was targeting her, believing she had betrayed her heroism. Hawks asked about her quirk, noting that she had multiple abilities. All Might hesitated, revealing that one of her quirks was similar to his. Hawks smirked, suggesting that they weren't related unless All Might was Izuku Midoriya's father, which he doubted. Hawks mentioned that instead of mourning the loss of Izuku Midoriya, All Might now lived with a woman, causing All Might to gulp nervously. Hawks pressed on, suggesting that All Might should admit Uraraka was his daughter and that he had been concealing her identity to protect her from his enemies. All Might muttered about how kids these days were becoming exceptionally skilled. Endeavor, standing behind Hawks, chimed in, confirming the tension between them. Hawks inquired about their past, but both heroes shook their heads. All Might explained that Endeavor had been his rival when they were both new heroes, to which Endeavor scoffed, asserting that his only goal had been to surpass All Might, downplaying any notion that he had ever come close. All Might retorted with a playful jab about Endeavor not being able to handle the heat, prompting laughter from Hawks. Endeavor shook his head and prepared to leave, telling Hawks it was time to go. Before exiting, Hawks assured All Might that they wouldn't inform the Hero Commission about his relationship with Uraraka, revealing his curiosity about Stain's anger before bidding farewell. All Might sighed, lamenting the loss of his secret as he moved to the sofa. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ochako were training for their next fight. Ochako wiped sweat from her forehead and asked if Izuku could break a tree. He confidently replied that when he activated his boost, he could destroy multiple trees at once. Ochako encouraged him to focus on agility rather than relying solely on strength, explaining that it would conserve stamina. Izuku smiled and saluted her, ready to follow her advice. They set up their training area in a forest to avoid hurting each other. As they resumed training, Ochako playfully called Izuku a dork before they both focused on their exercises. Elsewhere, Stain was growing increasingly agitated as he questioned a shadowy figure about the whereabouts of their allies. The figure urged him to calm down, which only fueled Stain's anger. He retorted that he could paralyze the figure with a single stab, but the figure dismissed him, revealing themselves and taunting Stain about their own invulnerability. Two more individuals arrived at the hideout, and Kurogiri greeted them with a smile, despite the others not being able to see it. In Izuku's perspective, he reflected on the time that had passed since he and Ochako arrived on this new planet, hoping it wasn't too long compared to Earth. They had destroyed much of the forest and felt ready for their rematch. Ochako, with a smug expression, declared it was time to fight now that Izuku had learned to dodge and utilize other strengths. Izuku responded with a smirk, turning to prepare for their battle. As he turned, he quickly scanned for Ochako, only to find she had vanished. She teased him from a remaining tree, prompting him to use his lightning quirk as he jumped toward her. He aimed a punch but only struck the tree. Ochako challenged him, questioning his ability to adapt his fighting style. Izuku argued that it was difficult to be agile when he couldn't see her. She playfully urged him to find her, reminding him of his numerous quirks. Izuku dodged a metal rod thrown from behind him, confused about its origin. Ochako revealed it was Momo's quirk, showcasing her impressive memory as more rods flew at him. He caught them with a smirk, but then felt a sharp pain in his chest as one of the rods lodged itself inside him. Ochako commented on his catch, and Izuku, despite the pain, reassured her that he was used to it. As they continued to spar, Ochako criticized his predictability, claiming she felt more like a teacher than a training partner. Izuku playfully suggested she teach him, which made her pause and laugh. He admitted his attempt at humor was poor, but she shrugged it off as she stepped back. Determined to fight smarter, Izuku charged at her, throwing a punch that she caught. In a surprising move, he pulled her closer, using the rod embedded in him to his advantage. She struggled, tears forming in her eyes as she acknowledged his victory. Just as he reached out to comfort her, she vanished, teasing him about the nature of their battle. The protagonist felt confused. Ochako explained that she possessed a stronger version of a quirk from a villain he had previously defeated. She could withstand more damage and was aware of her true self. Just then, another version of Ochako appeared behind him, smiling mischievously. She declared her victory as ice began to form around the rods still embedded in him, rendering his regeneration ineffective. Ochako, with a serious expression, held a blade to his neck and suggested he forfeit to avoid further harm. He closed his eyes and raised his hands in surrender. When he opened his eyes, he saw her lower the blade. Determined to turn the tide, he used his telekinesis to pull the blade into his own hand, removing the rod from his stomach and tossing it aside. His regeneration kicked in, and he used his switch quirk to create distance between them. Feeling a surge of confidence, he remarked on his smooth maneuver as he turned back to face her, only to find her smirking. She picked up the blade she had created with Momo's quirk and complimented his effort, but added that it wasn't the best. With a laugh, she punched the clone he had sent her way. She noted that it was challenging to outsmart her since she was familiar with most of his abilities. He smirked in response, and she confirmed her knowledge as she dashed toward him. He began to form a ball of fire behind his back and tore off a metal piece from his belt, throwing it at her. She dodged effortlessly, teasing him about his aim. He switched places with the metal piece, attempting to swing the fireball down at her, but she easily evaded and froze his right hand with ice from her foot. She smirked, pointing out that stealth wasn't his strong suit. Surprised, he stammered in response, but she explained that she could see the smoke and felt the rising heat around them. She had even prepared ice at her feet while approaching him, advising him to be more observant in battle. After helping him up and unfreezing his hand, he expressed his doubts about his potential as a hero. She lifted his chin, assuring him that he was destined for greatness, even if she had her own uncertainties. He chuckled, feeling a mix of hope and doubt as he glanced back toward Earth. Noticing the ominous orange glow enveloping the planet, his heart sank and he tapped Ochako's shoulder. She acknowledged the situation and began running toward their base. Meanwhile, Class 1A had gathered on top of the UA dorms with Aizawa. He informed them that their adversaries had made their move. Bakugo, filled with energy, shouted for action, while Kirishima urged him to calm down. Aizawa reminded them to stick together, pointing out Shinso, who confidently agreed. The main building of UA had been evacuated, and pro-heroes were leading their classes into battle. In an unknown location, three figures were discussing the situation. Kurogiri asked Dabi about his encounter with Deku, who had knocked him out and left him alive while taking down Toga and Twice. Nagant chimed in, sharing her experience of being spared by Deku, who had offered her a choice to become a hero. Kurogiri noted Deku's god complex, suggesting they should challenge his control. Dabi expressed concern about the potential consequences of their actions, while Kurogiri prepared to send out the Nomu to target Class 1A. Back with Class 1A, a loud screech echoed through the city as hundreds of Nomu approached the dorms. Aizawa muttered a curse, and Bakugo called for Todoroki and Mina to take action. They quickly executed a plan, with Todoroki encasing the Nomu in ice and Mina unleashing her acid on them. Bakugo then launched himself into the air, detonating his gauntlets to amplify the explosion, sending shockwaves through the area. As the dorms shook, Bakugo fell back, but Zero caught him with his tape. The class celebrated briefly, but Jiro alerted them to more incoming Nomu. Momo created a large cannon, while Aoyama continued to shoot beams at their foes. Tokoyami recalled Dark Shadow, and Jiro used her abilities to stun the Nomu, allowing Todoroki to freeze more of their enemies. Aizawa and Shinso used their scarves to wrap a few students up. Loud thumps echoed from the woods, causing Tsu to mutter in concern as the students turned to see Gigantomachia. Todoroki expressed his confusion, wondering how the giant had survived. Bakugo, frustrated, pointed at Gigantomachia and shouted that it was clear he was right there. In an instant, all the Nomu vanished, leaving Gigantomachia on the ground. Ochako smirked at Bakugo, reminding him that fighting a friend while battling enemies didn't mix well. Mina was surprised to see Ochako back, who cheerfully announced her return. Bakugo insisted that Todoroki wasn't a friend, just a classmate, while Shoto simply mumbled in response. Ochako looked around, asking where her father was. Aizawa informed her that he had taken her mother on a flight to America the previous night. Nodding, Ochako declared that Izuku was on the other side of the city and suggested they clear the area to find him. She disappeared from view, but the others listened and began making their way toward the city center. From Izuku's perspective, he smirked at Dabi, acknowledging that it had been a while since they last met. He dodged a loud bang, keeping his focus on Dabi. Izuku expressed his frustration at having left Dabi and Nagant alive, admitting it had been a mistake. Dabi challenged him, flames igniting in his hands, which only made Izuku smile wider as he claimed to be a god, laughing at the absurdity of it all. Dabi scoffed at the notion of a god complex, referencing their old leader's downfall. Izuku insisted that he was the son of a god and would decide their fates, dodging another bullet from Nagant. He switched places with the bullet, warning Nagant that if she continued shooting, he might reconsider letting her go. He grabbed her by the neck and threw her to the ground, causing her to cough. Nagant struggled, claiming she had been forced to kill and that heroes were nothing but scum. Izuku laughed, reminding her of the saying, "Kill or be killed." He pointed out that she could have resigned or manipulated her situation but chose to do what they wanted instead. Dabi unleashed flames, but Izuku endured the heat while Nagant screamed in pain. He suggested she tell Dabi to stop, and when the flames ceased, he turned to see Dabi preparing to punch him. Catching Dabi's wrist, Izuku broke it, taunting him about relying on the flames his father had given him instead of training in combat. He punched Dabi in the jaw, sending him crashing into a building. Nomu began to surround them, and Izuku noticed Nagant crying, which made him hesitate. A voice in his head urged him to kill her, but he charged a bolt of lightning instead as she backed away, pleading for mercy. Ochako and her classmates had been battling hordes of Nomu when she heard a gunshot and ran toward the source. Spotting Izuku, she saw him helping Dabi, who had a broken wrist, while Nagant was putting on a shirt. Shocked, she wondered what had happened. Izuku helped Dabi up and looked toward the tallest building in the city, mouthing something before they all ran toward it. Her heart raced with confusion about Izuku's actions and the sight of Nagant. Just then, Katsuki hugged her from behind, reassuring her that she was okay. A single tear rolled down her face as she expressed her hope that everything would turn out fine. From Izuku's perspective again, he thanked Nagant for stitching him up, while Dabi muttered his gratitude. They all looked down at the city filled with Nomu. Izuku spotted Class 1A and smiled, recalling Nagant's comment about him being too good for that class. She aimed her sniper at them, and he warned her not to shoot. Dabi remarked that they were only on Izuku's side because he had threatened them. Suddenly, Izuku's danger sense went off, and he tackled Nagant as an explosion erupted nearby. Confused, he got back up to see Bakugo yelling at him for joining the villains. Izuku insisted he had forced them to help. Ochako, holding a blade to his neck, questioned him, and he raised his hands in surrender. Nagant aimed her sniper at Ochako, demanding she let him go. Izuku pointed out the irony of Ochako holding a blade to him when he had a regeneration quirk, which made her giggle. However, she quickly became serious, questioning why she had seen Nagant putting on a shirt. Izuku assured her he would never cheat on her, explaining that while he was convincing them to join him, Dabi had accidentally burned Nagant. Clothes do not fare well when they catch fire, Izuku thought as he glanced back at Ochako. He felt the blade retract from his neck and turned to see Nagant lowering her sniper rifle. Dabi, eager for action, suggested they move on to confront some Nomu, prompting a collective look among the group. He expressed his reluctance to face danger at the hands of Izuku, gesturing toward him. Ochako shot him a side glance, but before she could respond, Bakugo shouted his enthusiasm for the fight. Bakugo's excitement was infectious, and Dabi smirked, agreeing to join him as they began to scale down the building. As they navigated through the city, Izuku, Ochako, Bakugo, and the villains fought side by side against the Nomu. However, they soon realized that the enemies were not appearing as expected. Izuku speculated that whoever was in charge had sent the Nomu after him, and Dabi confirmed his suspicion, though he was uncertain how many remained. Izuku questioned the logic behind sending the Nomu after him, recalling how he had defeated Dabi's old master. Ochako, surrounded by a pink aura of energy, chimed in, mentioning her own accomplishments against a formidable foe. Dabi froze, surprised to learn that she had taken down Gigantomachia. As the battle continued, Ochako dodged a fire attack and swiftly dispatched another Nomu. Nagant, using her airwalk, jumped down beside Ochako and inquired about her quirk. Ochako playfully asked which quirk Nagant wanted to know about, while Izuku interjected, explaining that they both possessed a powerful quirk that allowed them to access any quirk on Earth when they reached their full potential. Dabi was incredulous, demanding to know how they could share the same quirk. Izuku fabricated an explanation, claiming his quirk could transfer and copy others, which he had shared with Ochako. Bakugo, meanwhile, expressed his frustration at Izuku's seemingly overpowered ability as he fought off multiple Nomu. Suddenly, Izuku felt a throbbing in his head, accompanied by a voice that seemed to belong to his father. As dizziness overcame him, he instinctively created a shield around his friends before collapsing. In his mind, the voice taunted him, suggesting that he would eventually become like his father and pass on the title. Izuku resisted, determined not to give in. The voice threatened that if he refused, he would lose everything he loved and that history would repeat itself. When he regained consciousness, Bakugo was yelling for him to get up, and Ochako was concerned as the force field dissipated. Izuku's thoughts raced with anxiety about his father's impending arrival. Rising to his feet, he felt a surge of anger and energy, manifesting as a green cloak around him. Memories of his mother flooded his mind, and he shook with rage, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that eliminated the remaining Nomu while sparing civilians and his classmates. He resolved that he would not become a god. Using his search ability, he detected two figures beneath the city Stain and Kurojuri. He punched down through the earth, confronting them. Stain attempted to stab him, but Izuku deflected the attack and incapacitated him. He then seized Kurojiri, crushing his only visible body part, and smirked at the sky, feeling a sense of triumph. Emerging from the crater, Izuku wore a wild grin, declaring that he had taken out the threat. Aizawa and the rest of the class appeared beside him, demanding to know who it was. Izuku revealed that he had dealt with Kurojiri and Stain, directing a fierce glare at Ochako. She felt a chill at his words, realizing the weight of his anger. Izuku criticized her for not eliminating Stain when she had the chance, expressing his frustration at the villains' escape from Tartarus. As he approached the villains, they formed a group to confront him. He muttered to himself, feeling the energy cloak envelop him as they charged. Suddenly, he heard Ochako's voice pleading with him to stop. She reached out to him, but he brushed her hand away, insisting that she could pursue her own hero path while he was destined for something greater. He declared that he would seize the title of God for himself, laughing at the thought of deciding who would live or die. Bakugo's voice broke through, urging Izuku to reconsider. Izuku's expression shifted to a grin, confident that Bakugo could not stop him. He felt invincible, ready to embrace the chaos ahead. "You pushed me down when we were younger, and now I could defeat you with one hand behind my back and a BLNDFLD over my eyes." The laughter faded as I spotted Hideki. "Hideki," I said, my smile disappearing. "What happened to you? You helped me become better, and now you're lost," he said, tears welling in his eyes. I stared blankly at him. "I'm doing what must be done," I replied, hearing the villains drawing closer. A smirk crossed my face as I quickly turned, using my quirk to form sharp stones that pierced through each villain's chest, taking them down. I heard something drop behind me and turned to see Hideki crying, his phone lying on the ground. "Deku, stop this," he urged, stepping closer and shaking my hero costume. "Get away from me," I said, closing my eyes. "Stop. You're a hero. Why are you doing this?" he pleaded, tugging on my costume. "I said get away from me," I replied, my hand gripping his neck. The tears in his eyes didn't affect me as I tightened my grip. "Give up, Hideki. You won't be able to become a hero. I see a younger version of myself in you. Look where I am now. Give up and maybe your life won't fall apart," I said, throwing him back. He landed on the ground, coughing. "I'll never give up," he shouted, tears streaming down his face. I smirked and laughed. "Good luck then," I said, turning away and leaving. From Ochako's perspective, she saw a green figure flying in the distance. "Izuku," she thought, glancing back at Bakugo, who was watching her intently. "It's definitely him," Bakugo muttered, clenching his fists. She activated her telepathy quirk to reach out to Izuku. "Where are you going, Izuku?" she sent to him. "What's it to you?" he responded, his tone sharp. "I don't know, maybe you just went off the deep end and I want to know? Stop this and come back," she urged, frustration rising. She heard him laugh. "Leave me alone," he replied before the connection broke. Ochako clenched her fists, determination surging within her as she flew after him. Suddenly, a massive building began to collapse. She looked to where it would land and saw Katsuki on the ground, pushing people away. "Go. I'll be fine," he yelled. She glanced back, spotting Izuku as a small green light in the distance. "No!" she shouted, quickly switching places with a piece of debris to catch the building before it could crush Katsuki. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern etched on his face. She nodded, forcing a smile. Stopping time, she destroyed the building before looking back up, her eyes widening as she saw Izuku still moving. "It doesn't work on me," he said through telepathy, but she could sense the smirk on his face. As she resumed time, the whole class surrounded her. "Where did he go?" Katsuki asked, his voice tinged with anger and worry. "I don't know. I want to go after him, but I can't keep up. He's stronger than me, all I have are my fighting techniques," she admitted, clenching her fists. "Ochako, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to." "No," she yelled, using her quirk to smash into the ground. The class stepped back as tears streamed down her face. "Can something please go right for once?" she screamed, collapsing to her knees. "Why, God? Why did you choose him?" she murmured through her sobs. "Because God knew you would be able to help him, that you would be there to lift him up when he started to fall. He planned for Izuku to be the next hero. Don't you think he planned who would be around him?" Katsuki said, kneeling down to hug her. Her eyes widened as she looked up to see him crying but smiling. "We are heroes, and our friend needs saving not from a villain this time, but from himself." From Izuku's perspective, he yelled into the void, searching for his adversary. "Where are you?" he shouted, spotting a star approaching him. "You've decided to be the aggressor," his father's voice echoed in his mind. "Tell me where you are, and I'll end you," he shouted, a smile creeping onto his face as he unleashed a massive beam that obliterated a distant planet. "You just killed millions," his father's voice warned. He laughed maniacally. "Well, God chooses when and where someone dies, right? This is my destiny, isn't it?" he said, grinning. "You have the wrong idea, son," the voice replied. "I give you choices. It's your decision. I never dictate what you or your friends do," his father said, making Izuku grit his teeth. "You're lying. It's all your fault," he shouted, trembling with rage. "You have your destiny, but how you get there is not in my control," the voice said, slightly louder. "Then send me back. Give me a fresh start, but this time anyone who gets in my way will face the consequences," he declared, his eyes widening with excitement. "You know I can't do that," the voice retorted angrily. He laughed and destroyed another planet. "You're killing millions, Izuku. Stop this," his father urged. "Show yourself, and I will," he yelled, a light approaching him from the side. His smile returned as he braced himself. He was punched in the stomach, sending him flying through a planet. He laughed as the light came at him again. He pulled back his fist and struck the light, halting its advance. "You finally decided to show yourself, huh?" he said, grinning. "I didn't want to meet under these circumstances. My plan is backfiring," the figure replied, preparing to strike. Izuku dodged and snapped his arm, but it quickly returned to normal. His energy surged, excitement coursing through him. "Thus, maybe if you can't die, I'll inflict as much pain as you made me feel," he shouted, charging toward him. From Ochako's perspective, the class watched in awe as two lights flashed back and forth in the sky. Usually she would be worried, but seeing the green light filled her with dread. I need to go," she said, standing up, only to feel Aizawa's scarf wrap around her torso. "This isn't your fight," Katsuki insisted, holding onto her shoulder. "Yes, it is. We share the same power. It's my fight too," I told H. "You told Izuku, but that isn't Izuku anymore. That's a whole different beast," Katsuki interrupted. "Please. I know I can help. I can get everyone to safety, and we won't have to worry anymore." Suddenly, multiple planets explode. Eyes widening, I break free from Aizawa's grasp and start to fly upward. Katsuki, using his explosions to propel himself toward me, pleads for me to stop. I apologize, explaining that I must go, and I activate Aizawa's quirk to erase both his and Aizawa's powers simultaneously. The rest of the class calls out for me to return, unleashing their quirks in an attempt to stop me. I dodge their attacks, close my eyes, and unleash a Delaware smash, causing them to stumble. Katsuki quickly recovers and flies toward me, catching up and grabbing my foot. With a smirk, he uses his new ability to create a blinding flash. I close my eyes and deactivate my quirk, blinking rapidly to clear my vision. When I can see again, I find Katsuki still flying alongside me. I ask him what he's doing, feeling frustrated. He insists that I need to save someone, acknowledging that I am the only one who can do it right now. He urges me to bring him back to Earth. I smile and nod in response. Katsuki thanks me before releasing my foot and pretending to fall away. I fly upward, glancing back to see him smiling at me, realizing that perhaps he can change his attitude. From Izuku's perspective, his father demands that he stop his destructive actions. Izuku smiles as he blows up a nearby planet, taunting his father. The serious response from his dad, threatening to kill him, only fuels Izuku's amusement. But then everything halts. Placing a hand on his heart, he feels no pulse. Moving toward his father, he notices the surprise on his face as he begins to back away. His father questions how he isn't dead, just as he stabs Izuku's chest with a blade. However, Izuku's regeneration kicks in, stopping any bleeding, and his heart begins to beat again. His senses sharpen, and he smirks before retaliating with a punch to his father's face. Izuku declares that this is the end, vowing to take what is rightfully his and rule the universe in a way his father never could. He reaches into his father's chest, squeezing his heart until it bursts. His father, unfazed, reminds Izuku that he cannot be killed, explaining that he is the one who creates and takes. He reveals that he is the reason Izuku and his friends exist, and that his goal was to pass down his powers, not to be killed. Izuku realizes that he has been trying to kill someone who cannot die. He expresses his sorrow, but his father interrupts, insisting that he doesn't get to apologize. Izuku's anger flares as he questions how his father decides who should live or die, blaming him for the deaths around him. His father responds that it was his destiny as well. Izuku, with tears streaming down his face, asks who was there before his father. His father admits he was the first, slowly regenerating his limbs. Izuku presses for answers, demanding to know why his father acted as he did. His father explains that he wanted to give people someone to believe in, revealing that he was the first person with a quirk, though he hid it from humanity. He wanted to be a savior, but over time he felt the need to end lives as well, fearing the chaos that could arise from mistakes. Izuku smirks, pointing out the irony that his father's plan to have him take over has led to his worst nightmare. His father acknowledges that he should have raised Izuku himself, showing a hologram of a young Izuku. He reflects on how he watched over Izuku, regretting that bullying had driven him to this point. He recalls feeling relief when the number one hero saved Izuku, hoping it would guide him to power, but he didn't anticipate the interference from the Shigaraki bloodline. His father claims that Izuku was misled, just as he was, but Izuku vehemently rejects any comparison to that person. He activates One for All, feeling the tension rise as his father reminds him of the lives he has taken without remorse. Izuku stutters in protest, but his father asserts that he has become what he sought to destroy. Izuku, filled with denial, refuses to accept it. I hadn't realized the impact of the punch until I was knocked away. As I regained my footing, I looked back to see the one who had always kept me grounded. It was my father who greeted the figure before him. "Ah, so it's you. It's nice we finally met," he said. "Ochako Uraraka." From Ochako's perspective, she listened as the figure spoke. "You've become what you sought to destroy," he said. She felt the weight of his words. He continued, explaining how he had wanted to be a savior for humanity, hiding his true nature as the first person with a quirk. "I wanted to bring life to the world, but over time, I realized I had to end it as well. If I didn't, they would discover each other, and chaos would ensue. Conflict is not what I desire," he said, and Ochako couldn't help but smirk at the irony. Izuku, trembling, responded, "Your plan to make me take over only brought your worst nightmare to life. You're right. I shouldn't have relied on luck. I should have raised you myself, with my goals in mind," he admitted, looking at a hologram of Izuku as a child. "You were such a peaceful boy. I watched over you for a long time. I never anticipated the bullying would push you this far. When I saw the number one hero save you, relief washed over me. I thought he would guide you to power, but I never expected the Shigaraki bloodline to interfere so drastically," he said, showing a picture of a young All-for-One. "He was misled just like you," he added, closing his eyes. Izuku protested, "Don't you dare compare me to that villain. It's true. Look at you. I told you that you had caused the destruction of millions, and you didn't even flinch," he said, causing Ochako to twitch. I didn't mean to," she stammered. "You have become what you sought to destroy, haven't you?" he asked, turning his gaze back to her. "No, I haven't," Izuku shouted, panic rising in his voice. In a moment of desperation, Ochako flew toward him and struck him in the face. He was sent flying back, staring at her in disbelief. "Ah, so it's you. It's nice we finally met, Ochako Uraraka," he said. "Who are you?" she asked, hoping he wasn't who she feared. "I go by Hisashi Midoriya," he replied with a smile. "People know me as a god." Ochako's frustration boiled over as she yelled at Izuku, demanding to know what was happening. He responded, dazed. She flew at him again, striking him once more. He remained silent, lost in thought. "What happened? Where's the Izuku I love? The hero who never gives up? I know this isn't him," she said, fighting back tears. "He's gone," Izuku mumbled. Ochako's heart shattered as she punched him again, crying out, "No, he isn't." Hisashi's voice echoed behind them, urging Izuku to accept his fate. "Shut up!" Ochako screamed at him before Izuku struck her in the gut, sending her flying away. Determined, she quickly returned, witnessing Hisashi's hand resting on Izuku's head. "Izuku, don't let him. Don't become what he is," she cried as she charged at him. With a flick of his finger, Izuku sent her flying away with a quirk, immobilizing her. A blinding white light enveloped her, and everything faded to darkness. From Izuku's perspective, his father declared, "You are now a god." He nodded, glancing back to find Ochako missing. "She does not matter anymore," his father said, placing a hand on his face to redirect his attention. Izuku hesitated but nodded again, thinking to himself that nothing mattered anymore as he followed his father to an unseen destination. From the narrator's perspective, concern filled the air as Tsu asked, "Is she going to be okay?" Tears brimming in her eyes. "Don't worry, she's strong. I believe she will be," Mina said, trying to lift their spirits. "Guys, look!" Kaminari shouted, pointing to the sky. Down came Ochako, unconscious. "Sheet!" Katsuki yelled, soaring upward to catch her. He landed beside the rest of the class, shaking his head as he laid her down and walked toward a nearby destroyed building. Dabi and Nagant stood at a distance, contemplating what had just transpired. Just hours ago, Izuku had helped them begin their redemption, but now he had knocked out his own girlfriend and let her fall from the sky. "I thought we were villains," Dabi remarked. "You definitely are. After this, we'll have to put you in prison," Shoto said, approaching him. Dabi smirked. "All right, Shoto, but before that, I want to fight you," he said, lightly rubbing his scars. "I shouldn't have to fight you because of our father's wrongdoings," Shoto replied in a monotone voice. Dabi laughed. "Seems you know I'm your older brother, huh?" he said, still chuckling. "Older brother?" Nagan asked, confused. "Toya Todoroki. Nice to finally meet you, beautiful," Dabi said, smirking at Nagant. She mumbled, clearly annoyed. Shoto exhaled, a smile breaking through. "Both of you will probably be locked up." Come on. I've barely done anything, and I want to be a hero again," Nagant protested. "You were a secret weapon for the hero commission, weren't you?" Dabi asked, making her nod. "Take me in, leave her out of it," Dabi said, raising his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Katsuki sat beside Ochako's unconscious form, frustration boiling over. "Come on, round face, wake up, damn it," he urged, tapping his feet anxiously. "Calm down, Bakugo." "She's fine," Aizawa said, kneeling beside them. "I know. But she has to help him. They stopped fighting, so either Deku is dead or... I don't know. She knocked him out at least, so what can we think?" Katsuki replied, panic rising in his voice. "Remember, Uraraka has the same power as him, so she can bring him back. Not only that, but their relationship might help too," Aizawa reassured him, patting Katsuki's shoulder. As if on cue, Ochako opened her eyes, declaring, "And I will bring him back." "What did he do to you?" Katsuki asked, concern etched on his face. "He trapped me in a quirk and knocked me out," Ochako replied, clenching her fist as she stood up. "Why?" Aizawa inquired, his brow furrowed. "He joined him. He became what he thinks he's destined to be. If I had done something different, maybe it wouldn't have happened," Ochako responded, her heart racing. "I failed, damn it, I failed," she said, shaking her head and looking down, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Failure once doesn't mean you're done forever, Ochako," someone said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Ochako looked up to see Katsuki and Aizawa offering small smiles. She turned around and saw All Might approaching. "Dad?" she exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. "I thought you left with Mom," she said, surprised. All Might chuckled. "I did, but seeing a green figure fighting in space meant you guys were back, and with the fights being on the news, it was hard not to know." Ochako smiled, tears still flowing down her face. "You can get him back, Ochako. Before he met you, he was quiet and didn't want to make friends. That's not how he was when I first saw him, but that's beside the point," All Might said, hugging her tightly. "He's grown into a fine young man, but his past has come back to haunt him in the worst way. Save him, like the hero you are," he encouraged, placing a finger gently on her sternum. "I'll do it, I promise," Ochako said, wiping her tears away with a determined smile. "You won't do it alone, though," Katsuki added, placing an arm on her shoulder and grinning. "We won't make that same mistake again," the rest of the class chimed in as they gathered around. "I guess we'll help too," Dabi said, rolling his eyes. Nagant playfully smacked him on the back of the head and nodded. "Yes, we will," Nagant said, smiling brightly. Ochako felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she looked at her friends. "All these people willing to help me," she thought. "We'll definitely get him back." In another scene, Izuku's father pointed to a massive mansion. "This is where I stay," he said. "Seriously? What? Are you going to have an abnormally long hallway with a large chair at the end or something?" Izuku remarked, making his father look away. "Don't have..." "Yes, of course I do. Stereotypes aren't that bad in that way," he replied quickly. Izuku sighed and followed him down the hallway. "And here it is," his father said, opening a door to reveal a huge screen filled with multiple dots. "What is this?" Izuku asked as he approached it. This is where I watch everything, every planet in every galaxy, his father explained, pointing at the dots. Wow. Izuku muttered, impressed. It would be convenient if I had a quirk to do it, but that's not possible, his father said quietly. But I have every quirk. I'm bound to have one like that I could give to you, Izuku offered, holding out his hand. His father shook his head. I can't take quirks from anyone, my body can't handle them at this point. I've been alive for millions of years. I had to pass on my power because, no matter what, someone must die at some point, he explained, walking to the screen and zooming in on Earth. Ochako, meanwhile, frowned as the doctor spoke to her. You will most likely get sicker the more quirks you unlock, he said. Your body wasn't built to handle this many quirks. I'm surprised that you're even alive right now, to be honest, he added, sending a shiver down her spine. Then how did All for One handle his quirks? Her father asked. He couldn't. Why do you think, after his injuries to his face, he didn't just repair it? He couldn't handle a quirk at that time, the doctor responded. Could it have been age? Her father shot back. I'm not sure, not many people live as long as he did. Who knows how long he could have lasted if Deku hadn't ended him, the doctor said, making Ochako frown. An idea suddenly struck her. Dad, where's the class? She asked, standing up. They're in America. Japan is being held down by most pro-heroes, so we're using a school in America as a stand-in, her father replied. Nodding, she got on her phone. What are you doing? Her father asked, standing up and walking toward her. We're going to New York tonight. Doc, thanks for the help, she said, heading for the door. Thank you, sir, her father said, bowing slightly. Meanwhile, Bakugo opened the door to find Ida standing up from the couch. Bakugo, you're back, Ida said. Yeah, I couldn't find anything online at the library, Bakugo replied, frustration evident in his tone. That's unfortunate, Ida responded, clenching his fist. I agree. I was hoping something would lead us to her. I hate that Aizawa didn't tell us where she was. Why would he do that? Kaminari asked, puzzled. Who knows? Kirishima sighed. Did you find anything on where Uraraka is? Momo asked as she descended the stairs. I called her but she ghosted me, Bakugo said, scoffing. Just then, Bakugo's phone rang. He answered it, and the class gathered around him. Ochako, he said, surprised. Katsuki. I'm sorry I missed your call, I was at the doctor, Ochako apologized. Are you okay? Katsuki asked, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine, better than fine, actually, Ochako replied, activating the video call. Ah, so class is there, she said, waving at them. The others waved back and she smiled. Katsuki, I think I know how to win, she said, making Katsuki's eyes widen and a smirk form on his face. Spill, he urged, causing Ochako to snicker. In another moment, Izuku watched as his classmates spoke with Ochako. So they are planning how to take me down, he thought, observing their interactions. They are. How will you outsmart them this time? His father asked, watching him closely. I don't need to now, I can see what they do no matter what, Izuku replied, a hint of doubt in his voice. Knowing Ochako, she'll do something reckless. But it might just be so reckless that it works, he thought, his hands trembling slightly. What's wrong? His father asked, noticing the change in his demeanor. Why are you shaking? Dad asks. A smirk forms on my face as I look at him. I lie, saying I'm eager to see what awaits me. In reality, nerves twist in my stomach. I may be a god, but I still feel human. I close my eyes, questioning if I am truly ready to abandon everything and take on this responsibility. My gaze shifts to Ochako. Ochako thinks to herself that they will take him down, and he will have to come back. She signals to Katsuki, who nods in response. After hanging up the phone, she finishes packing her bag and cheerfully announces that it's time to head to New York. Dad nods, and they walk out of the building. Deep down, she knows Izuku is watching, aware of his tricks, but she is determined to bring him back. In her mind, Ochako offers to share one of her quirks with the class, enabling them to breathe in space. As she uses All for One to grant each class member a quirk, she reminds them that she will take it back once they retrieve Izuku, as it could make them sick. Kirishima questions why she doesn't give them a regeneration quirk instead. She sighs, explaining that she doesn't want to discover how many quirks they can handle before feeling unwell. The only reason she is still alive is that she was quirkless before receiving one for all from her dad. Bakugo asks if that is also why Izuku isn't dead. She shakes her head, clarifying that Izuku has had one for all since he was younger, and all for one had his doctor block his quirk receptors. Over time, those receptors began to work again, and with his father being a god, he is not sick. Todoroki mentions feeling slightly off with a third quirk, prompting Momo to frown and remind him that he usually has two. Ochako instructs Momo to create something for some of the class to fly with, while Katsuki and Todoroki prepare to use their quirks to assist. Kirishima latches onto Katsuki, and Kaminari attaches himself to Todoroki. Koda stays behind, and they all get ready to embark on their mission. As the class ventures into space, thousands of miles away, Izuku watches them with a blank expression, mentally preparing for a confrontation. His father asks where he is going, and Izuku replies that he is going to face the enemies. He flies off toward Class 1A. Back with the class, Ochako spots a green dot approaching and smirks, signaling everyone to turn back toward Earth. Izuku quickly catches up and fires a laser at Katsuki. Ochako reflects the laser, sending it back at Izuku, who sustains a minor injury that quickly regenerates. He smirks, activating a telepathy quirk to connect with Ochako, urging her to fight him. Though she grits her teeth, Ochako continues flying toward Earth with her classmates. Izuku reassures her that he won't harm her, but his words make her cringe. She tells him to stop talking, determined to focus on their mission. Izuku decides to activate a time-stopping ability and touches her shoulder, rendering her still. He softly remarks on how long it has been since they were alone together. Ochako, regaining her senses, retaliates by striking him in the face with one for all, causing him to stagger back but recover quickly. Izuku acknowledges that he deserved that hit, prompting Ochako to take a fighting stance and demand to know what he wants. Izuku insists he wants to share his plan, which only angers Ochako further. She questions why she should trust him, recalling how he launched her to Earth without protection. Izuku laughs, pointing out that Bakugo wouldn't have been able to catch her without being crushed by gravity. Ochako hesitates, realizing he has a point but still feels frustrated. Izuku proposes that only the two of them can defeat the enemy, revealing that he has a power boost making him stronger than her but not the enemy. He extends his hand to her, and without hesitation, she grips it firmly. She suggests they go back to their roots and defeat the enemy while time is stopped, a strategy Izuku almost forgot. He laughs at his own oversight. They agree to move forward and begin flying away from Earth. Soon, they arrive at the location where Izuku had come from, finding his father in the room where he observes the beings of Earth. Ochako swings at him, but he swiftly moves and punches her in the gut, creating a significant wound. Regeneration kicks in, allowing her to recover, but both she and Izuku retreat from the room, realizing the challenge they face. Did you really think a quirk that I created would be able to stop me as well? Hisashi declared that Ochako was more foolish than he had anticipated as he tore through the walls. Ochako felt a surge of panic as she punched a hole in the roof and soared into the open air, calling out for Izuku but receiving no response. Moments later, Izuku burst through a newly created opening, blood trickling from his mouth, and Ochako's eyes widened in shock. Despite having received a power boost, he was still in grave danger as Hisashi charged his arm toward Izuku's chest. Ochako thought to herself that Izuku stood no chance. Their eyes met, and Izuku urged her to attack. Without hesitation, she flew toward them and unleashed a flurry of punches on Hisashi, each strike more powerful than the last. Hisashi's body seemed to implode but quickly regenerated. Izuku continued to cough, and Ochako expressed her concern for him as Hisashi was sent flying backward. Izuku gripped his chest, sensing something was wrong. Hisashi laughed, drawing the attention of both teenagers. He taunted them, revealing that he had injected Izuku with a poison disguised as a power boost, one that would gradually weaken him. The revelation sent a chill through their hearts. Hisashi proclaimed that he did not need a replacement. He needed Izuku to be his demise, the culmination of his twisted experiment. Izuku and Ochako stared at Hisashi, realizing the truth of his intentions. Hisashi accused Ochako of being a hindrance, blaming her for his delays. Izuku, filled with rage, teleported to Hisashi and delivered a powerful kick that knocked Hisashi's jaw clean off. In retaliation, Hisashi grabbed Izuku's leg and tore it off, declaring it an eye for an eye. However, Izuku's leg quickly reformed. Through telepathy, he communicated with Ochako, suggesting they outpace Hisashi's regeneration without exhausting their own powers. They charged at Hisashi, using all their strength to dismantle him, but his regeneration barely slowed. As Izuku caught his breath, Ochako continued her relentless assault, fueled by emotion. She cried out, vowing that Hisashi would not be Izuku's end. Izuku joined her, focusing on immobilizing Hisashi by targeting his pressure points. He urged Ochako to stop, and as she did, Hisashi's regeneration slowed. With a determined smirk, Izuku created a knife and struck Hisashi's pressure points, rendering his arms useless. Blood flowed as Izuku declared that the flow of Hisashi's quirks had faded. Hisashi screamed in pain, but his defiance remained strong as he kicked Izuku back into Ochako. Hisashi proclaimed himself still mighty, launching himself at the two. He delivered a roundhouse kick to Izuku, dislocating his jaw. Izuku quickly retaliated with a shockwave of power, but Hisashi was still standing, albeit exhausted. Izuku reminded Hisashi that, despite his creations, he was only human and could not withstand multiple quirks. Ochako had an idea and flew toward Hisashi, placing a hand on his head. She contemplated using her quirk to destroy Hisashi's abilities, knowing it might also affect Izuku. She turned to Izuku, apologizing for what she was about to do. As Izuku approached, she activated her quirk, commanding it to eliminate any interfering quirks. Both Hisashi and Izuku's eyes widened in shock as she transferred her new order to Hisashi. Izuku clenched his fists, realizing the risk involved. He knew that while Ochako's artificial quirk reactors would protect her physically, she would still lose some of her abilities. He focused on the goal of returning home, even if it meant sacrificing his own quirks. A wave of pain surged through him as he felt the effects of the new order. It felt as though his very essence was being torn apart. He glanced at Ochako, noticing her slight tremor. Despite the pain, he resolved to push forward, determined to protect their future. As Hisashi laughed maniacally, Izuku and Ochako prepared for the final confrontation, knowing that their fight was far from over. Izuku realized the gravity of his situation as he faced his father, Hisashi, who had found a way to weaken him. Hisashi coughed up blood, expressing his anger and frustration. Izuku, smirking, reminded his father that he was not the naive one. Hisashi's only goal was revenge for the past, and now they were both on the brink of achieving their desires. As silence enveloped the scene, Izuku began to fall toward the ground, his eyes closing. Ochako, witnessing this, rushed to his side, her heart racing. She noticed Hisashi also descending, his powers stripped away, leaving him vulnerable. Ochako caught Izuku and flew him safely to the ground, allowing Hisashi to fall unassisted. Once on the ground, Izuku regained consciousness, gasping for air and clutching his stomach in pain. Ochako reassured him, promising to help him defeat Hisashi. They found themselves in the middle of a city, surrounded by onlookers. Realizing the danger, Ochako urged the civilians to flee, warning them of the imminent threat. As the crowd dispersed, Ochako spotted Hisashi approaching. She encouraged Izuku to get up, and he complied, determined to confront his father. The dust settled, revealing Hisashi, who appeared disoriented after his return to Earth. Izuku, despite his pain, declared it was time to end the conflict. Ochako suggested a strategy, and Izuku agreed to engage Hisashi directly while she took a vantage point. As she leaped onto a building, she observed Izuku's combat skills, noting how well he fought despite Hisashi's disadvantage. Ochako harnessed her energy, preparing to assist Izuku from afar. Through their telepathic connection, she informed him of her plan and launched an energy sphere at Hisashi. The attack struck true, causing Hisashi to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Hisashi crashing into a nearby building. Amid the chaos, Ochako heard a child's cry for help from the rooftop of the collapsing structure. Determined to save them, she felt a surge of energy, allowing her to move with incredible speed. As she scaled the building, she checked in with Izuku, who seemed to be moving in slow motion. Reaching the child, she reassured him and quickly gathered those still trapped inside the building. With her enhanced abilities, she flew them to safety, placing them in a nearby boat before racing back to the crumbling structure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ochako recognized the iconic building they were battling near. She witnessed Izuku land a solid hit on Hisashi and rushed to ensure everyone was evacuated before disaster struck. Connecting with Izuku again, she devised a plan to strike Hisashi while ensuring he would be caught in the blast. With determination, Ochako prepared for her next move, activating her quirks to amplify her strength. She launched herself toward the building, delivering a powerful blow that sent shockwaves through the city. As debris rained down, she landed on a nearby rooftop, checking in on Izuku. Hearing him cough, she felt a rush of urgency. Just then, a shockwave erupted from the remnants of the building, and Izuku was thrown back by Hisashi's counterattack. Ochako leaped into action, ready to assist her friend once more, determined to turn the tide of battle in their favor. Maybe Ochako Uraraka had overestimated herself. Perhaps she was just like her father, a pawn in Hisashi's plans. Hisashi used his quirk, causing a sharp pain in her chest that left her immobilized. He taunted her, declaring that she would be as useless as her father had been. With a blade formed from his quirk, Hisashi leaped and aimed a kick at Ochako. She clenched her fists, but before the blade could strike, she suddenly appeared behind him. Confused, she looked up to see Izuku in the position she had just occupied. Hisashi laughed, claiming that her failure had led to Izuku's downfall. Gathering her energy, Ochako pointed a hand at Hisashi, who was distracted. She clenched her fist, and Hisashi's legs were crushed. Though his regeneration began to kick in, it faltered. Halfway, Hisashi's eyes widened in shock as he turned to see Ochako smiling with determination. Ochako exclaimed her triumph, and just then, Izuku kicked Hisashi in the back of the head. Hisashi, still smiling, acknowledged that Ochako had used her quirk to disrupt his abilities, including his regeneration. He admitted that perhaps she wasn't as useless as her father after all, but he noted that Izuku would regret switching places with her. When Ochako looked at Izuku, she saw the blade embedded in his chest, and panic set in. She rushed to him, asking if he was okay. Izuku reassured her, mentioning his pain resistance quirk and that despite losing many of his abilities, they had won. He approached Hisashi, who lay motionless on the ground, and expressed his feelings about the destruction Hisashi had caused. Izuku raised his foot above Hisashi's head, smiling as he declared that he regretted nothing. Hisashi smirked, warning that the past would always return to haunt them. In a moment of resolution, Izuku ended Hisashi's life, but the emotional toll and exhaustion soon caused him to lose consciousness. Ochako stumbled toward Izuku, who lay unconscious beside his father's remains. A loud noise drew her attention upward, and she saw a helicopter approaching. A voice called her name as it landed, and her father jumped out, rushing to her side. He expressed relief at her safety before checking on Izuku. Her father knelt beside Izuku, asking if he was alive. Ochako confirmed that he was, though injured. She explained that she had used her quirk to disrupt Hisashi's powers, which had inadvertently affected Izuku's regeneration. Her father decided they needed to get Izuku to a hospital. With a firm grip on her father's shoulder, Ochako teleported them to a Kama prefecture in Japan, where they found a hospital. They brought Izuku inside, and the staff insisted on checking her as well, which she agreed to, provided she could stay in the same room as Izuku. Running on adrenaline, Ochako was nearly healed thanks to her regeneration, but she still bore bruises and scratches. As soon as she lay down on the hospital bed, she fell asleep. Izuku, on the other hand, was in critical condition, having lost a significant amount of blood. The blade had punctured a lung and broken several ribs, narrowly missing his heart. He was fortunate to be alive and required immediate surgery. In Japan, the aftermath of the battle was grim. Hundreds of heroes had been pronounced dead, and thousands of villains were missing, presumed dead due to the chaos Izuku had unleashed. It was a victory for the heroes, but it came at a heavy cost. After multiple surgeries, Izuku was left in several casts and had to remain in the hospital for a month before being released. Upon his return to UA, he was welcomed back by his classmates and the citizens of Japan, who praised him for his bravery. He could hardly walk the streets without being recognized. The first day of class for the second year arrived, and as the students walked together, excitement filled the air. Kirishima remarked on how quickly they had become second years, while Kaminari agreed, stretching his arms. Shiro noted that the past year had been hectic, and Ida expressed his eagerness for the next 2 years. Hagakure pointed out Todoroki's newfound happiness, and he confirmed that he was doing well. Ochako playfully teased them about being a couple, causing Momo to blush while Todoroki smiled. Bakugo, approaching from behind, inquired about Izuku's whereabouts. Ochako explained that he was discussing something with Aizawa. As they entered the classroom, they found Izuku at the front desk with Aizawa, who announced that they were going on vacation. Izuku took off his mask and placed it on the dining room table as he entered his home. He called out to Ochako, who greeted him with a smile from the couch, exhausted from a long night of hero patrols. He plopped down beside her, leaning his head on her shoulder and commenting on the challenges of being a hero. Ochako agreed, yawning and leaning her head against his. Izuku then asked if they were still on for that night, and she expressed her excitement but frustration at not knowing their plans. He teased her about being patient, which made her puff her cheeks in playful annoyance. With a light-hearted scoff, she relented, and Izuku headed into their room, searching through his pockets until he pulled out a small case. He opened the case and gazed at the ring inside, thinking to himself that tonight was the night. After closing the case, he tucked it between their mattress and the bed frame. Izuku began changing out of his hero costume just as Ochako walked into the room. She watched him change and asked what time they were leaving. Izuku paused for a moment before laughing and replied that they could leave whenever she wanted. Ochako giggled, recalling the first time she had seen the ring back when they were at UA. They had graduated 10 years ago and had been together for 13 years. Since they were 19, there had been pressure on Izuku to propose, especially after an impromptu proposal when they were 16, just before a confrontation with his father. Now, at 28, Izuku and 27-year-old Ochako lived together in a spacious house in the countryside. Izuku had learned about finance at 17 because he noticed that his savings from saving the world were dwindling quickly. He didn't want to be broke by 20, and his planning had paid off, as he was still financially secure over a decade later. Izuku chuckled, reflecting on how funny that moment was in retrospect, as he pulled on a pair of jeans and removed his shirt. Ochako sat down on the bed with a playful smirk on her face and suggested having a bit of fun before they left. She playfully adjusted her shirt, letting it fall to her sides as she crossed one leg over the other, trying to tease him. Izuku laughed and assured her they could have fun later, which made Ochako sigh in playful disappointment. As she changed into a pink sundress and a beige sun hat, she asked if there were any big villains on patrol. Izuku smiled and replied that things had been pretty calm lately. Ochako noted the cold weather and quickly changed out of the sundress, muttering to herself about her choice of clothing for December. Although she had retained all her quirks, including one that granted her cold resistance, she didn't want to look silly in the cold. Izuku, on the other hand, had lost most of his quirks, retaining only one for all and its associated abilities, along with a time-stopping quirk. The doctors were puzzled by the situation, as were both Izuku and Ochako, given their understanding of how one for all worked. Izuku affectionately patted her head, teasing her about being a bit silly sometimes. Ochako playfully punched him in the gut, causing him to giggle and poke her sides, knowing she was very ticklish. She fell back onto the bed, laughing and begging him to stop. Izuku continued to poke her, enjoying the moment until he fell on top of her and shared a gentle kiss. When he pulled away, he noticed her cheeks were flushed a deeper shade than usual. Ochako, breathing heavily with her arms around his neck, asked if they really had to wait until later. Izuku smirked and confirmed that they did, clearly enjoying teasing her. She rolled her eyes, jokingly remarking on how he used to be more eager, which made him laugh. He complimented her beauty, saying anyone would want to be close to her. Ochako playfully challenged him not to say such things without backing them up and pulled him down for another kiss. After a few seconds, Izuku raised his hands in mock surrender, reiterating that they would have to wait until later. He walked out of the room, putting on his green jacket, while Ochako huffed and got dressed as well. They headed to the car, and as Izuku fiddled with the keys, Ochako asked where they were going. He simply replied that he wouldn't tell her. As they drove for about an hour, they entered a city that felt familiar. Ochako was mesmerized by the pretty lights and exclaimed how long it had been since they visited. Izuku explained that he thought it would be fun for a late Christmas celebration. As he parked the car, Ochako smiled at him, recalling their 10-year anniversary dinner at the same restaurant. Izuku agreed that they had both loved the food, and since they had to work late on Christmas, they hadn't really celebrated. Ochako giggled and kissed him on the cheek, expressing her hunger and urging him to eat. They entered the restaurant and enjoyed a wonderful dinner, managing to remain unrecognized thanks to Ochako using a quirk to alter their appearances. After their meal, as they walked back outside, Ochako headed toward the car, but Izuku called out for her to wait. When she turned around, he took her hand and excitedly ran toward the building, stopping time and tapping her shoulder. He jumped up onto the side of the building and started to run again. Izuku asked if Ochako remembered this place as they dashed up the structure. Ochako, holding her dress close to her body, replied that she did not remember. When they reached the top, Izuku smiled and reminded her that this was where he had taken her the first time they hung out in high school. Ochako let go of his hand and time resumed. She walked to the edge and looked down at the city, spotting UA in the distance, which made her smile. It was a beautiful view, and Izuku felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling their first visit to this spot. He walked up next to her and placed a hand on her shoulder, sharing that this was where he had fallen for her. Ochako turned to him, her cheeks flushed and a smile on her face. She expressed her love for him, and Izuku took a moment to breathe deeply, feeling the weight of the moment. He began to speak, acknowledging how much she had changed his life. Ochako's eyes widened as she sensed the significance of his words. Izuku continued, highlighting how she had been with him through his lowest lows and highest highs. He took out a ring case from his pocket, his heart racing. They had been together for 13 years, nearly half their lives, and he reflected on how she had supported him through every challenge, from discovering the true nature of his quirk to becoming the #1 hero. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he spoke about the transformation he had undergone, crediting her for helping him become the man he was today. He emphasized that despite the changes, some things remained constant, like his promise to stop time forever if it meant being with her. He admired how she had grown from a cute young woman into a wise and beautiful person. As he checked his watch, he noted that it was midnight on December 27th, her 28th birthday. He wished her a happy birthday and expressed that he was tired of calling her his girlfriend. He knelt down, tears streaming down his face, and asked if she would become his wife. Ochako burst into tears and fell into his arms, both of them sharing a moment of emotional release. After a few minutes, she sniffled and playfully teased him about his tears. Izuku chuckled, recalling that it ran in the family. He then revealed the ring, and Ochako's eyes filled with tears again as she looked at it. She joyfully accepted his proposal, affirming that she would marry him before pulling him close for a kiss. Afterward, Izuku professed his love for her, promising to love her until the end of his days. Ochako giggled and returned his affection, sealing their bond with a shared smile.